everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Pictures, and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the Movies. So as you can see, this one is going to be a little bit, I have a very, very special guest. So if you're not already aware of John's channel, it is Mondo Chelloveck Movies. And a huge thanks again, John, for joining me tonight. This has been a long time coming.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Yeah. No, it's great to come on. Thanks.
No, it's my pleasure. It's been like what we've been talking about this for nearly 5 or 6 months about getting this. It's been a long time. So I really do appreciate you stopping by. So again, if you haven't already subscribed to John, which I can't imagine there's many of you out there that hasn't already, John's link will be in the description below, and I would absolutely encourage every single one of you to go over and check out his channel. I think you'll get a lot from it.
Cheers, Keith.
No problem, mate. Now, there's one thing before we get on with anything here. I just wanted to quickly address something as well. So anyone that was part of my solo live stream that I'd done at Christmas, on that live stream, I spoke about how I wanted to kind of pursue these kind of streams where I was going to have one special guest on every Friday, every kind of fortnight. And we're going to kind of treat this stream now as the start of all of that. So it goes without saying, anyone that's interested, this is not just for YouTube channels. This is for everyone, anyone that's a part of my channel. If this does interest you, if this is something that you would love to see or come on and be part of, I'm not going to say don't put it in the comment section here because I'll be reading them all night. But I put a community tab for this stream on my channel, and just leave a comment in that community tab if you are interested and you want to come on live with me, and I'm sure I'll get around to it. It's a great way to get to know my subscribers. And this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So again, in the community tab, if you are interested, just let me know. So just so you know as well, I just wanted to quickly address this. Absolutely nothing going on with Nigel and Andy as well. We are all good. This is just something that's I've spoken to John about it now for a while. It's something that I've been wanting to do.
I know.
So this is something I'm definitely going to pursue. So once again, John, thank you for being my first guest to officially kick this off.
Well, no, this is a sort of throwback to remember when we first started doing all these way back when, 2020, 2021, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were maybe my first guest and I was your first guest doing a live.
Right.
Remember that? Those heady days of 2020, if you remember that far back. But yeah, and I remember actually, I was thinking about this today. It was going to be kind of like a regular thing, and then things getting away and you just... you don't keep it up, But yeah, no, it's great to do this again. It feels like old times, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Like I think both of us were very surprised by how long it's been since we've done one. I think it must be well over 2 years. It might even be close to 3.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3 years.
3 Halloweens ago.
Where did those 3 goes? The 3 years. Where did they go? I just don't know.
Don't know. It's absolutely baffling. It really is. So, John, I'm going to treat this stream like I would treat any normal stream. I'm going to ask you what you've been watching recently, if you want to share with us some of the titles you've been looking at.
Well, what I'll do is I'll go to my phone because my memory is like literally 0. And I'll go through a few things I've been going. And wouldn't you believe at this point, I can't even begin to think I'm even saying this. I've been watching Grange Hill from the start.
Grange Hill? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I remember watching it when I was a kid, so I thought I'm just going to watch it now. And it's, even though I can't remember anything about it, it's been good to have a look at it. But that's not film related. That's just something I chanced upon. So there's 20 years of it to catch up on, and I didn't watch the whole 20 years. But yeah, it's good to go back because I mean they started on their going up to the big school in 1978, and I started going to the big school in 1979. So I was there. It was like literally watching, your own school life again.
Absolutely.
So that was good.
I get that.
Good bit of retro stuff. That. What I've been doing is I've been watching quite a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome stuff. Obviously, I've been getting it through and I've been checking it out.
So have you found a hidden gem?
Well, they are weird, and I like weird, and they are something you wouldn't normally see on the shelves. But I've been getting myself some really good. There's one called The Amazing Transplant, where this it'll be hard to describe this one without going into too much. So what I'll say is that this transplant is of an object which you kind of know where I'm going with it. This fella has a mate who's a bit of a he's a hit with the ladies, and this fella isn't. So this fella dies, and he gets this doctor to take off something and give it to him. But the only fact with that is it turns him into sort of a really weird sort of killer, and he just goes around murdering
Okay.
people. And the thing that sets him off is somebody's earrings. If they're wearing the earrings for whatever reason, he goes for them. It's absolutely
Okay.
crazy. 1971.
Oh,
But this is the type of thing that Vinegar Syndrome throw. These just obscure, just just things that you would never even dream was actually made as a film. But I really enjoyed it actually.
mm.
And another
Oh my
one
God.
was The Carpenter. That was like a slasher, which was that was great as well. Never heard of it before, never seen it, but I trusted that Vinegar Syndrome would deliver, and it did. So I watched that one.
Okay.
Me and the Debs watched Tales from the Crypt.
Oh wow.
She was quite freaked out by it, like, but you know, I didn't tell her how bad it was. It's not bad, but she was expecting it to be a bit like Doctor Terror, and it's a bit more
Okay.
than Doctor Terror. So, and then I watched Mickey 17 at the cinema.
Oh,
We
brilliant.
watched it, and we really enjoyed it. Even though I would say at first I was bored, I was sitting there thinking, "What is going on here?" It took a little bit of getting used to, but it was really good in the end. I said to Deborah, "What do you think of that?" I thought she would have turned around and said I thought it was rubbish, but she said really good. Mark Ruffalo's performance in that is
Okay.
unreal. I just thought it was really good. Something
Wow.
really different for a cinema, not your usual type of film, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've been watching also as well. Oh yes, I watched and last night. Me and Deborah watched Cash on Demand. It's an early Hammer film, and it's starring
Okay.
Kevin Cushion, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely
Oh
brilliant.
wow.
So yeah, quite a mixed bag. And I would
Mm.
guess that all of the films I've seen thus far with Vinegar Syndrome, Deborah would literally be out of the house or have me out of the house for watching them. So there you go. That's what I've been doing with my
Happy
time.
days. Happy days. Yeah, I can only talk about what I watched last night. Again, we're coming to the end. I think I said it to you in a message where I've kind of starting now
Yeah.
to come to the end of everything that I bought during September, October, November, and December of last year. And I think the last one we watched last night was finally I got around to Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
Um, and you know what? It was good. We enjoyed it. Hands down, the weakest of the newest four that came out, I would say. Um, but it's visually stunning. It really is. They're just
yeah.
getting better and better with each movie. And I felt that this was the first Planet of the Apes movie that came out where it feels like it belongs in the Charlton Heston world, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting closer to that, doesn't
Like,
it?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good. We watched In the Name of the Father last night,
oh yeah, yeah,
and that movie is that it's a powerhouse. It's a gut punch. It's it's very emotional, but you're very angry at the end of it.
yeah.
Particularly when you read of that, no one done time. The corrupt cops, none of them got in trouble over any of this. How they got
Wow.
away with it, I do not know. So even though they get freed at the end of it, you're kind of going, Jesus. You wanted to hear some sort of justice being brought to the people that put them in there, but no, nothing ever came about it apparently. So yeah, we watched In the Name of the Father, loved it, and then we finished off with Friday. You know the Ice Cube and Chris Tucker movie.
Oh yeah. Aye.
I'll tell you one thing. I remember the first day of watching that movie when someone turned around and said to me, "It's just two boys sitting at a porch, and it's them looking at everything that's going on in front of them." And I was like, "How is that? How is that going to be entertaining?" I'll tell you one thing. It's unbelievable. It's so funny, but it works incredibly well. The cast is amazing in it. Me and Ellen were a big fan of that trilogy. It's not to give Ellen the credit for that one because she's the one that kind of started this trilogy for us. She wanted to start watching them, so we got through the first one last night, had a blast with it. So we're going to do the second one probably tomorrow. We are so
I like
yeah,
Ice Cube. I think he's a great actor. Actually, he comes across
yeah.
really well on the screen.
I was just looking at an interview with him the other day. I didn't find out what movie it was, but he said that he turned down 9 million for a role because he refused to get vaccinated for the COVID. Yeah, so he didn't say what movie it was. I was kind of curious to see what he was talking, because it seemed like 9 million. You know, it's a lot of money to be turning down. You have to give him credit. He didn't trust it, and he didn't want to get it done, so he didn't. He stuck to his guns, and that's what I have a lot of time for him.
Yeah,
I do. Right. So with that said, John, I'm going to jump into the comments, and we'll get this going. I'm sure there's going to be a few already down here. So I'm going to start with the first one. We've got Sean Sheridan here saying, "What? No, Nige, the humanity. I do hope he's just busy. I mean, that he has never missed a stream, and he has been 50-50 whether he is here. Anyway, still can't find a better replacement." Yeah, John is unbelievable. Sean, no, Sean, there's absolutely nothing wrong. This is just the start of something that I've been wanting to do now for months now, and everything's fine. Nigel's great, Andy's doing great. We're all good. Embro will probably be back sometime in the very near future. Fingers crossed. We'll have to wait and see.
So, do you think that's going to be something that's? I'm interested to do that, because I don't think I've actually seen that with anybody else. I'm just inviting people who maybe don't. You see, there's a thing that's maybe there's a lot of. I mean, you know as well as I do, when we first started doing all these streaming things, it's fear. You're scared, aren't you? There's no getting away from it. It's a scary thing, but I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who are willing to or want to dip their toes into it, but they don't get the chance to. But no, that's a good way to sort of put it out there, you know. Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of benefits from it. I think that if, like you said, people that don't have channels out there and they do come onto the stream and they get a taste of it, that maybe it might inspire them to look into YouTube and start something on their own end. So again, I'm just, to be honest with you, there's a lot of benefits from it as well. The main benefit is definitely getting to know a lot of, like, because I have so many regulars that stop by every single video that I do. And unfortunately, right now, all they are is a name on a screen to me. And I absolutely want to change that. I want to get to know them a bit better. And I just think this is the best way to do it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, people will be interested. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully. So we got Sean Sheridan saying here, question, having such a large collection, both of you, do you feel overwhelmed sometimes knowing you have so many movies, it might take you years to get through them all? I think that's what he was trying to say. So, John, do you find it hard to get through your collection?
I don't feel overwhelmed, because you know what, this has been like this from day one. So if I couldn't cope with it, I would be in the nut house by now, because the fact is, it comes with a territory, doesn't it? When you do this, you know you're never going to get round it all, but it doesn't stop you from getting other stuff, or altering things, or getting in different routes going. So no, it doesn't overwhelm us at all. It's like, it's just, if you're a boxer, you know you're going to get hit in the face, you know, deal with it. So for me, it doesn't at all. I know it's, if you sat down and thought about it in the cold light of day and thought, right, I'm going to work out how many minutes it would take me to watch this stuff, and I would have to live till I was about 456. So that's not going to happen. Probably 401 maybe, but it'll just no, you just kind of think along them things, because it would send you a bit crazy. But nah, it's just, you just get used to it, don't you? So that's one of the things, Sean. It's something it's there, it's in the background, but if you don't let it bother you, it doesn't become a thing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with John. One thing I definitely never get overwhelmed. Having a YouTube channel does help. It really does, because you know, as a YouTuber, you want to put content out. So naturally, when you get new movies through the door, you want to watch them as quickly as you possibly can, so you can, you know, share your thoughts on them, all of that kind of stuff. So YouTube does make a difference. But someone asked me that question there not so long ago. They said, my disc collection in this room, what percentage do you think you would have seen in terms of movies in this room? And I could comfortably say at least 90% I've actually watched. I actually did it one day where I looked at one shelf, and one shelf has 100 movies going across. And the one shelf that I looked at, I actually watched all 100 movies on it. So I I tend to. I used to back in the day. I used to buy in bulk, and then all of a sudden it can become somewhat underwhelming or overwhelming. Sorry, but nowadays, you get 3 or 4 movies in a week. You watch them that week, and you're basically on top of things. It does get a little bit harder at certain times of the year, like the last 4, where everything has to be kind of put on hold because we don't have a setup that we like to watch certain things during them months. But we always catch up. So yeah, I never get overwhelmed. It's it just doesn't happen for me.
I can understand how somebody could get overwhelmed. I'm not saying it's not a thing. It's just I think it's best just not to think that way if you can, and don't really think about it, because it's going to take away enjoyment of it all, isn't it? You want to be enjoying it as much as you can. So if you can kind of not think about that inevitability that you might not get around to them all, it'll get you a bit further down the track.
Absolutely. But me and Ellen kind of spoke about it last night. We were kind of saying, "Oh, no, it's not, now. Now we kind of have to go. We kind of have to look for movies now instead of having that build up of 4 months. Us going through them for the last 3 months, and now that we've literally gone through everything, you're kind of going, "Oh, that's a bit of a shame." Now I have to kind of look into my collection, but the thing is, it comes very quickly to me. I find I don't know if you're the same, John, but if you're watching a few movies in one night, I find that one movie has a knock-on effect. One movie leads to another movie, leads to another movie with me. That's the way it happens. I never want to plan the night out because, you can turn around and say, "Oh, I'm going to watch these 3 movies tonight," and then you watch the first one, and then all of a sudden, something might happen in that first movie that might remind you of something else that you would like to see, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, but wait a minute, I said I'd watch these other 2." So, it's I just kind of go with the flow and just see what pops out at me.
It's a good point, Nick, because I find that I go out to the shelves and with a plan and think I'm going to do such and such, and then something else comes out the corner of my eye, or I'm looking through the vinegar syndrome ones because I want a vinegar syndrome, and I look at it and I might say, hang on a minute, I'll get that, but if I get that one, I'll have to go somewhere else to get a one like it. And I forgot about these few Arrow ones. So they may open up a little bit of Arrow with us, or I'm watching some of the reminders of like the Lucio Fulci movies. So what I'll do is when I watch that one, I'll go through the Lucio Fulci. So it's kind of you never second guess what you're going to do.
Yeah,
it's like an adventure, isn't it? When you go into it, you just think, right, I'm going to watch that one, and you come up with a stash of other ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that does take me on to Sean's here. He's also went on to say, I find a good system of watching movies. Pick an actor/actress. Can be anyone. Find all the movies you own with their filmography and do a marathon. I find it helps and it makes efficient and organized. Do you do that sometimes? I have to admit now, John, I don't. The thought of kind of sitting there and like if I was going to watch 3 movies tomorrow night, I don't think I'd want to be watching the same movie by the same actor. I need a lot of the time I would like, if I could, 3 different genres. Watch a comedy, watch a horror, watch an action movie, do something like that. That's the way I kind of go about it. What about yourself?
I think I do more directors. If I go for a sort of season, for want of a better word, I would do it director led. I think, I really want to watch some Dario Argento, so I'll go down the Dario Argento route. But I might think myself, I haven't seen his later films for a while, even though they're not all of them are great. I'll go for the later ones as opposed to all the classics, and maybe just take it that way. So I have done actors before. There's something I think I used to do actors, a while ago. I think I used to pick, because at the time when I was doing that, if you think about it, when you're watching things by Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, they hadn't had that many films out.
Yeah.
I mean, Arnie had just started out in the early 80s when I started watching his films. So really, the next one would come out of the video library and I'd watch it. So I was always ahead of the game with them. I watched a whole lot of them. There was never a backlog, because back in the day, there wasn't a backlog, because there wasn't. I didn't go for many John Waynes and all that. I could have went down that route, but I went down to the ones that were coming out at the time. So Rockies and all that. I was watching them as they were coming out, so I never felt like as if and you couldn't before VHS. Don't forget, you could only see them at the cinema, so you could never have a collection to look back on. You just saw
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
that come out in the cinema. So, but I would say actors and actresses maybe back in the day, but these days not so much. But me and Deborah are fans of a certain type of actor or actress, and we will go probably, being a Tom Cruise kick. So I
yeah.
watch all the Mission Impossibles, which I watched recently. Apart
Oh
from
wow.
the not the new one, obviously the one before that. We're going to watch
Yeah,
that most of the time when it comes out, so it's fresh in my mind for the.
absolutely.
I remember I was telling you in a message that we had watched Mission Impossible from the start, and I kept saying to Deborah, "Can you remember any of this?" And she went, "No." So I think it took until about the sixth one when it goes, "Oh yeah, I remember this bit." And I thought, "Oh my God, I've had me." It's like Men in Black when you have your memory wipe.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's what we were. Yeah, but
I,
yeah,
I you see, my memory on Mission Impossible is quite good because I do something similar to yourself. Every time a new Mission Impossible movie comes out, you'll watch the sequels or the movies that came before it.
yeah,
So in theory, when you think about it, I've watched part one, God knows, maybe 8, 9 times, 10 times my.
yeah.
Well, actually, what number are they on now? What Dead? The Final Reckoning is going to be what, number 7, is it?
It's
Um,
7 or 8.
7 or 8 or something like that. So that means that I've watched part one at least 8 times. So we're going to be doing it. We're going to be doing it again as
Yeah,
well. But it's a great series. But there is nights as well. I have to tell you, John. There was one night. I'm just going to go back to the last weekend where just I don't know what was happening, but it was just one of those really good viewing nights where I don't. Me and Ellen were just hooked in. We were having a few drinks here. Um, we were just enjoying each other's company as well. And I watched Beetlejuice, Vampires, Ghost of Mars, and The Usual Suspects. Now, take Usual Suspects out of that list. You're kind of watching 3 movies that are not universally loved. Even Vampires and Ghost of Mars, not 2 of John Carpenter's best movies. But I have to tell you, we had a fucking blast. Ellen never liked Ghost of Mars. She hated the movie. And it was the way she was carrying on. It was like a 9 out of 10 movie for her. That's how much she
yeah.
enjoyed it.
Really.
It's amazing how it happens. It's just I'm the same as well. Ghost of Mars is it is kind of universally seen as one of John Carpenter's worst movies, probably that and The Ward. But I always had a kind of a love-hate kind of relationship with it.
Yeah,
I loved it, but I kind of hate myself for loving it. But I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's the 4K transfer. I don't know. But we
yeah,
just had a great night with it, and yeah, we were just zoned in. And it's just one of those nights where you kind of knocked on your first movie, you kind of blinked, and the night was over. Much similar probably to this
yeah.
stream, funny enough. So, um, yeah,
I know what you're saying.
it's good. Right, so moving on, we've got Gary. Good evening, Keith and John. I hope you're both well. This is going to be a good one tonight. Yeah, look, it's like I said, a long time coming. Looking forward to it, Gary. Thanks again, mate. So Gary went on to say, so if you owned a cinema of your own, what would you call it? Great thumbnail, by the way. Oh, thank you so much, Gary. I didn't have Nigel this week, so I had to come up with that myself. I was very happy with it. So I really appreciate that, Gary. So yeah, John, if you had a cinema, what would you call it?
Well, it would have to reflect, I don't know, it'd have to have Mondo in it or something, or Chelloveck or something like that. But I've always been a fan. The cinema I visited most of my life is the Whitley Bay Playhouse. So maybe Mondo Chelloveck's. I wouldn't say Mondo Chelloveck's. That sounds like a like somewhere where you eat. Hey, let's go to Mondo Chelloveck's for a bite.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Mondo Chelloveck Playhouse. That's where I'm going to go.
Nice.
just to remember us of what was before, which isn't there anymore. It is there, but it's not cinema anymore.
Yeah, yeah, I'd be the same. Like, well, look, my cinema will always be called Euphoria because that's what I spoke about this. I think I told you, John, before about it. It's been a long, long time ago when I say this, but I did feature it in a video before when I kind of introduced myself to like who is Keith Murta, who is Euphoria Petros, and the idea of Euphoria came from me and Ellen were looking to start open. We wanted to open our own video shop, and that we always had the name Euphoria. Euphoria was always going to be it. So unfortunately, it fell through, which I'm definitely not getting into here. But it was looking good for a time, and then it kind of fell apart. And so the name always stuck with me. So when I started YouTube, I knew instantly that I was just going to call it Euphoria. My biggest regret with YouTube is putting pictures at the end of it. I should have just left it as Euphoria. I don't know why I done that. I just think it sounds better if it's just Euphoria. So
you can't change it now, though, Keith, can you?
You can't change it. You can't.
You can't do it. If you did it, people go, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like when when you change your intro, the first thing you're getting is what was this? Even when I had to get rid of the assault on Precinct 13, I remember that video well. When I went onto your thumbnail, the one that you gave me the music for. I remember nearly every comment I got in that video was, "What happened to the intro?" And I had to, it's the first thing, because it's how they know you. There's a reason why it's called an intro, and that so
I think, if I'm honest, for an intro that doesn't go on for the full length of the song, I think the YouTube should allow you something like that. Even if you paid, I don't know, every time you got whatever, you give a little bit to the person who wrote it or whatever, you got charged a flat fee or something. I think it's not going to kill anybody. It promotes the song. I wanted to get, as my original intro was going to be a Michael Nyman song. It's a theme tune from The Cook, the Thief, His Wife and Her Lover. It's called, what's it called again? Something like Memorial, I think it's called. And when it starts to kick in the music, that would be an amazing thing to have. That was going to be in my head all the time. And then when I learned about the fact that if you put anything on, YouTube would just get rid of it.
Absolutely.
I'll have to come up with someone else. But it's a bit of a shame, but I remember that you always had that as a backup just in case it happened.
So that's what I said. I think, if I remember correctly, I think I said to you, right, John, I'll tell you what, just give me your interpretation of Assault on Precinct 13. Yeah. Make it sound like, give me something that give me some sort of beat that I can associate pictures, just like I did with Assault. Give me something like that. And that's what you come up with the intro that I'm using now. Yeah. Which worked out very, very well, I might add. So thanks again for that.
My pleasure.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to sue you.
No. By YouTube. We got Alan Meggs here saying, "Good evening, Keith and John. Delighted to see the two of you. Both of you provide some highest quality content on YouTube individually, so I'm sure you'll give us all great stream tonight." Well, wow, and that's very flattering. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah,
that is. And Alan, if you're watching as well, fair play to you. I actually watched Jer's video tonight, where you gave him a 4K release of that Wolfman and a bottle of whiskey, I might add. So that to me, that is the ideal gift. Are you fucking kidding me? A bottle of whiskey and a 4K release of the Wolfman. Go nuts.
Yes. I saw the thumbnail for that.
Yeah.
I saw the whiskey.
So fair play, Alan. That was incredibly nice of you. And again, I'm so happy to see that the Wolfman cane and the bust worked out so well for you. It's amazing, and it's great that he's had a good time as well.
Yeah.
He went on to ask as well, John, what would be your top 3 movies? Be that you hope Hammer gives the lavish 4K treatment to, similar to Captain Kronos. And Keith, what's your favorite of the ones I sent you? So, John, I'll let you go there. What would your top 3 be?
I was talking about this today on Instagram, and I was having the same conversation. And I was under the impression that maybe, and I didn't know anything about this at all, didn't have any insider information, that maybe Hammer might not have access to the big ones because they're releasing all the kind of obscure ones at the moment, it seems like. So I didn't know if that was going to be a thing that they might be just stolen for time. Possibly, I didn't know. But I was talking to somebody on Instagram messages, and he said that he's pretty sure that they do have the rights to the 3 films I was talking about. So if that's the case, it's got to be Curse of Frankenstein, Dracula, and The Mummy. They're the ones that started the whole ball rolling in 1957, 58, 59, and then it just went crazy after that. So for me, that's the ones I want to see. I mean, to be honest, I like all the stuff we've got. The new one that's getting talked about, which I've never heard of before, fair enough. You know, it might be one I've never seen. I've always liked the ones I've seen. I mean, Cash on Demand was absolutely brilliant, and we'd never heard of that until I knew it was a Hammer film. Peter Cushing was amazing in that, mind. What a twist, what a twisty turning movie that is. You don't know, you'd never see that one coming. And it's about a bank heist, and it makes me think, how has nobody copied this movie to do a bank heist like it? Because it's the best ever way to rob a bank that I've heard of.
Okay.
You know, and I thought, because I'd said to Deb, I says, how come somebody didn't say, I'm going to do that? You know, some bank robber, but you know, they might have done. But so for me, especially with it being a lavish thing, I mean, you know what Captain Cronus is like, it's just unreal. So I'm going to go for those three because I started off. I mean, I could probably say another 10, but those are the ones that I think they deserve, and I think they've got the rights to them as well, so that's even better.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, so to answer my part of that question, Alan, my favorite movie, I've watched 3 of the 4 that you sent me. So the last one I checked was The Curse of the Werewolf. The Curse of the Werewolf is my least favorite at the moment, but I really enjoyed it. I think it's fantastic. It's hard. It's hard to choose between Curse of Frankenstein and Dracula. Dracula gave me what I thought Hammer was going to be. It has that gothic kind of Hammer, what I just assumed the Hammer was all about. You know, so it gave me a bit of that. It gave me a lot more character as well, and there was a lot more characters to play with. But there's something about The Curse of Frankenstein. There's something about this kind of claustrophobic setting that it has to it. I don't know what it is. But that's the one. Frankenstein is the one that stands out for me the most. Maybe it's because of my first Hammer. So, you know, and maybe I just need to see more. Maybe I need to see more and then kind of form an opinion on it. But as of right now, the 3 that I've watched, I'm leaning towards Frankenstein, The Curse of Frankenstein.
Well, what I'm interested in seeing is when you've seen all of the Dracula ones and all of the Frankenstein ones, I would like to see you coming back on that comment to say which one holds up to you when you've seen the whole lot of them. You know, I'll be interested to see how it takes you, you know, because there's a lot of differences in both of the films, you know, both of the series. So, but it would be interesting to see which you would kind of put on top after you viewed the whole lot.
That's what would be very interesting as well is actually the second viewings of all of them movies as well, because now that you know what they're all about, you know, you could feel very differently on your second viewing. Yeah, I don't like. I think I spoke about it in a previous stream. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was Christopher Lee as Frankenstein in that Frankenstein's monster. The movie ended. I was like, I looked at Ellen and I was like, I'm almost certain I read on the cover that Christopher Lee was in this movie, but for the life of me, I didn't see him in it. And then all of a sudden the credits were coming up and I was like, there he was as Frankenstein. And I had to rewind it to have a look and I was like, I can sort of see it now. But again, it's a testament to the makeup at the time. It's incredible. It really is. So Curse of Frankenstein for me at the moment, Al. Thanks again for them movies, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Like I knew he was going to send me on a good. He was going to send me on a good. He's going to say, like, he sent me the best ones. There's no question about it.
Well, so, the thing is, as well, I've got to say a big thank you myself to getting you to start looking into the Hammer stuff. I'm always pleased when somebody gets introduced to Hammer. And when I watched that video, before you'd said it and you were talking about the Hammer stuff, in my mind, I was thinking, I hope there's the ones I was hoping you would get would be mainly what he gave you was like the perfect introduction to Hammer. And I'm not saying everyone has to, that's fair enough. That's what happens. But those were the ones that, if anything's going to get into Hammer, it was those ones, you know.
Well, that's
soft, Alan.
Yeah, that's the beauty of them movies, because when you actually watch that solo live stream where that all got brought up, where everyone was giving me their recommendations for Hammer, let's face it,
Yeah.
most of the recommendations were the 4 that he sent my way. So yeah, it really worked out in the end. We got Gerald Lounge here saying, "Oh, Gerald, we've got good evening, Keith, John. How's it going, mate? I hope you're doing well. Enjoying that whiskey, Ger. Send us a glass over, will you?"
When he's typing later on, it'll be all over the place. He'd be one. Oh.
Yeah, Ger, send us a message at the end of the stream, and we'll see how you're doing. We got Trekking out here saying, "Hey fellas, hey mate, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by, as always." And he went on to say, "Sub people, absolutely. 71 people watching at the moment. If you've not already subbed to John's channel, again, link in the description below, and definitely recommend doing so." We got Gary here saying as well, "In space, no one can hear you scream is the greatest tagline ever. What other memorable taglines stand out for you in sci-fi movies?" Ooh. I take a crack at that, John.
There's millions of them, which I can't think of at the minute. I love a good tagline as well, but of course, when you put in the spot, it's hard to come up with them, isn't it?
It is. Like I don't want to say an easy one because Gary gave me one. Like when you see aliens, this time it's war. It's not right. I think that's what it was. This time it's war, and apparently that was James Cameron's way of saying, "This movie is not a horror movie. This is an action movie," and that's why apparently he put that tagline there. So that always kind of stood out for me. But I'm sure there's more out there.
There's got to be loads, but I wouldn't care. Sometimes I'm wandering around and a tagline comes into my head, and I just got to say it out loud. But it's always the case, isn't it? After the stream finishes, you come up with 15 of them.
Absolutely, yeah. You see, you can.
I might get back to you on that one. It might just
bring
me head.
We'll come back. We'll come back.
Don't be surprised if I just blurt out one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if it was just any tagline in general, yeah, there'd be a few that would jump at me. But sci-fi it can be tricky to think of, and that. But again, I'm sure something might pop into my head. So sorry about that, Gary, mate. We got Al Humphreys here saying, "Hello, everyone. How's it going? Doing great, Al.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by." We got Mad Marty's movie reviews here saying, "Good evening, Keith and John. Glad to finally see you streaming together. You were the first guys to help me when I started my channel late in 2023. I really appreciate that. Looking forward to tonight." Well, wow, that's very kind of you to say, Marty.
Well, I think he's got a great channel. He's got a great way of delivery. The delivery's got I quite like it because it's so laid back. It's almost therapeutic listening. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. Unless you sit down and watch his American Pie video, and yeah, that's something very different altogether.
I love it sometimes when Marty he lets out some language and you don't expect it. It just poof, and I wasn't expecting that. I like that.
Absolutely. No, there's something very laid back about his videos, and he loves it all. That's the one thing about YouTube. If someone's there and they don't like what they're doing, it reflects on their videos. You can see it. They're just there for the sake of being there. But Marty just seems to get a lot from it, and and not only that, but he actually, I don't know if you're aware of it, but he actually sent myself and Ellen at Christmas. We have the ashes of Brandy, the dog that we lost last year, and he actually sent us a small statue of a Jack Russell to go with.
Yes.
Go inside it. So it was actually very nice of Marty.
I know that was. Sometimes I don't know if you feel the same way, Keith, but sometimes you get caught up in a video, and if you get there's an emotional thing to the video, it can hit you hard. Actually, sometimes you can get the whole sentiment of it is quite profound.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree. Absolutely. Like even doing that one that day, you can try and tell yourself to keep it together as much as you can. It lasted around 10 seconds, and then it just fell apart. You know,
Well,
so
actually, when you put that one up, because usually what I do is I either watch yours on the first night or the next day, next morning,
mm,
and I put that one off for a while. Mind, I couldn't watch that one for a good week or two. I knew it was there, but I went back when I was ready for it because I knew it was going to be a tough one. Because I know
yeah.
what it's like. I had a dog, myself, plenty of dogs, and it's horrible. So I
No,
totally
it's just
got.
it knocks you to the nines. Like it's kind of like I don't think people realize that it just has this kind of weird knock-on effect. Because I said in the video, it's one thing to lose a dog who I absolutely love, but then when you see Ellen being upset and all that, then and it's all out of your hands. There's nothing you can do about it. That upsets you even more. Because I'm here to protect Ellen from all of that. Even though she doesn't need protecting from it, but I'm that's my mindset. And
Yeah.
when I'm not, when it's all taken out of my hands, it kind of just it floors me. So when I was doing that video and I started talking, because there was no plan to it, I just went off and I said I'll see where it goes. And in a weird kind of way, it's almost therapeutic as well, because I
Yeah.
think I've spoken to you about it before, John, recently, about this stuff that if you keep it bottled in, it's just not good for you. It can stress
It's
you
not.
out, you
It's not
know.
at all.
So I find that YouTube can be a release for all of that. And the minute I finished that video, I felt better. I really did. Um,
Well, it's that old adage where you just need to speak about it, and you can't keep it bottled up. And I was
mm,
speaking to you recently. We had a good chat
yeah,
about something that was bothering
absolutely.
me, and I thank you for that. So, and I would say to you, it was weird because I had to tell somebody, and I told you before I told Derek, because I was apprehensive of telling nothing bad. We're not splitting up. No, it's not that. It was
Absolutely.
just something, from me, just this fella, this good friend who passed away, and I was finding it difficult to think about. So anyway, I told you about it, and that gave me the sort of bottle to say,
Yeah,
right, and it was great to do that. And she actually knew about it because she saw it in the paper, but she didn't say
yeah,
anything to me because I hadn't said anything to her. She said, I didn't think it was him, and I said, well, it was him. But anyway, it was rough. It bookends the thing of just it's good to talk about stuff like that, and it's good to see people talking to each other about personal stuff. But it's cathartic, isn't it, to share that with friends,
absolutely.
basically?
Yeah,
I think.
I, and anyone that's close to John will know as well that when you get an audio message from John, you're getting something very special. Like I said to Ellen, he sent me
Yeah.
one message one
Long.
day. Now, when I say I was in tears, I mean I was in tears laughing. I was like, it kind of made me think, you know what? John needs to get a cooking channel going, because I had the pleasure of having John send me an audio message while he was trying to cook a pizza, and
The
he
burnt
burnt
pizza.
he burnt the living shit out of it. And this is all going on in the audio message, by the way. He'll be there and he'll be like, "Yeah, Keith, about Captain Kronos. Yeah, oh, the fucking pizza. I burnt the shit."
It was black.
And you can hear the oven opening, and you can hear the oven closing, and then all of a sudden you can hear the fridge opening, you can hear a bottle coming out, and it's like it's fucking
I couldn't
great.
believe it.
It's so good. It's so good. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's cooking channel, John. Cooking with John Perry. Definitely recommend it.
Yeah. Just it's going to be a long one though. I can't do short messages. They've got to go on for like 6 hours, unfortunately.
I think they're fucking great. I said it to you before. There was one. I think there was one. I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning. I did, and there was a message from John, and I was like, right, I'm just gonna lie to me back and just have it playing and all that, So it was just very soothing to listen to. It is.
Well, I don't know if Deborah would say that at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Absolutely. We got Michael Hepworth here saying, just good evening, everyone.
Right,
How's it going,
Michael?
Michael? Thank you for stopping by, mate. And we've also got Gary the Blu-ray Addict. Hello, gents. Great to see John as a guest. We'll be listening, which is always a joy. Thank you so much, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
My God, that man's collection. I swear to God, if there was anyone that I would ever love to see go back to YouTube, it would be him,
Yeah,
because
I totally agree.
I think he has the makings of probably having the greatest collection on YouTube.
Yeah.
Period.
No, I totally agree with
Yeah,
you.
yeah, unbelievable, I'm blown away by his collection. I really am.
And if
We
he ever
also got
comes
Brum.
back on, we'll always welcome him to come back on. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love it. He was there. That's how I got to know. I'm sure you're the same as well, John. That's how I got to know Gary. It was through his YouTube channel, and
yeah, of course,
that he kind of went on to Instagram, and I would love for him to come back. You never know. Hopefully
and so
someday.
would a lot of people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. We got Brumhauer here as well, saying, "Evening, Keaton, John. So great to see you on stream together again. Hands down, two of favorite YouTubers and two gents at Dash. Both a credit to the community, Paul and Rach. Ah, man, that is so kind of both of you. Thank you so much. But yeah, I can almost say the same for Paul and Rach. Just like I mentioned with Gary, it's a ridiculous collection. Both of them have."
Have you ever seen the thing with Paul and Rachel's shelves when they have a picture like from the front of the shelf to the back of the shelf? It seems to go on for a mile.
Yeah.
And you can't, and you just sometimes I think when I first saw that picture, I went, hang on a minute, am I seeing what I'm seeing? I thought the room must be about 6 miles long, probably bigger than anything I've got in my house. I've never seen so many things in one place. And I think that was only one side of the room. It was utterly jaw-dropping. And plus, I think in the future, they would like to do a YouTube channel in the future. And I would think they would just be one of the best channels out there. Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll be if it goes without saying, it'll be a welcomed YouTube channel as well. Because it's an incredible collection. It's funny you brought up that picture, because I remember seeing it and trying to recreate it in my room, and I was there and I was like, it just doesn't fucking look as good. And I was there and I was like, I wonder have they got that thing going. You remember James Cameron in Aliens? Do you know the scenes where the cryo tubes open? So it's apparently it's an old school trick where they put mirrors and it makes it look like there's loads of them. So it's there. I was like, does that fella have a mirror or something like that? And that's what's going on here.
Yeah, maybe it's all doing with smokes and mirrors. Yeah. You might only have two actual things. I'm only joking, but yeah.
No,
tell you what, I wouldn't mind putting a mirror next to mine if that was the case.
Normally you would question it, but when you actually see the post that he posted up, it's like, yeah, this man definitely has the collection. He really has, no question about both of them. Sorry.
It's unreal.
The only thing that confuses me slightly is when they post up. Who's posting it? Is it Paul or is it Rachel?
I always look at the hands or the hairy arms.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Hairy arms.
That's a good one.
I'm not getting down to that route. Not like Deborah. She's like a Sasquatch. I'm only kidding. I tell you what, she's done in yet. When she comes in, I'll never mention her. When I come and go, hello, my love.
Oh my God! I'll tell you one thing. If she's in the you said she was at the gym tonight. I'll tell you, if she's watching this stream, I can't wait for when she comes home.
I just say it wasn't me.
Fucking trolls. We got Mike here as well saying, top of the evening to y'all. I hope everyone is having had a great Friday. I'm looking forward to this one, and a big hello to both yourself and Mr. Mondo Chelloveck. Well, Mike, thank you again, mate, for stopping by.
My full title.
What's that?
That's my full title, Mr. Mondo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether to put it onto the thumbnail, because I got that. If you actually look at the Mondo Chelloveck part, I actually took that from your YouTube channel. Yeah. And I was like, should I put the movies part? So I had to put the movies bit in myself. So I didn't know whether to just leave it at Mondo Chelloveck or just, I wasn't quite sure what to do.
I think it's either or, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We got Kevin here, Kevin Hawthorne, saying, good afternoon from Lakeland, Florida. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. You're going to be seeing a lot of that, John. I'm not kidding you. They are coming from all parts of the world. It's unbelievable. It really is.
That's amazing.
Florida, incredible. We got Kyle Walsh here. Said, big up, legends. Went to the cinema to see The Monkey last night. I hated it.
Really?
John, have you seen The Monkey?
No, me and my son are going to go and watch it, but his shifts didn't line up because he can only do it on a Thursday night, I think, because he's working all the time. And
Right.
it's just never worked out that the Thursday night's been at a time when it's not going to end at like 1 o'clock in the morning, which is no good for
Mm.
the pair. So unfortunately, we never got a chance to see it. I don't think it's getting shown. If it is getting shown, it's always Daft Times. Unfortunately, because I loved Long Legs. It's great. So, but it's another one where I think we talked about this before, Keith. Some people like certain things, some people don't like other things. I would never say to someone if I hated a film, like Borderlands is the worst thing I've seen at the cinema for a long time. But if
Mm.
anybody likes it, I'm not going to say you're an idiot for liking it. I'm not going to say that
Yeah,
at all. Just in my personal
absolutely.
opinion, it wasn't for me. So I can understand why. Same with Long Legs, I could understand when I was watching it, even though me and my son loved it. I could understand how someone wouldn't like it if you know what I mean. You know?
Totally agree because I was again, hate is a very strong word. I didn't hate the movie. Far from hate. When it comes to Long Legs, that is, sorry. I just was somewhat underwhelmed by it. Again, it could be to do with the fact that it was just overhyped to me. I'm
Yeah,
sure the biggest thing I took from that movie is the fact that I'm willing to watch it again.
yeah.
So that's a good thing in my eyes. So I'm sure I'll feel differently on my second viewing. Now for the monkey, I kind of on paper it should work because you got James Wan, you
Oh
got
yeah.
Stephen King, and of course you got the director of Long Legs. I can't never think of the name. It's what's his name? Anthony Perkins' son, isn't it?
Osgood. Is it Osgood?
I can't remember.
Like that? Osgood Perkins? Something like
Maybe,
that.
yeah, it could be, yeah, something like that. So on paper, it should work. But my
Yeah.
brother went to see it, and he called it a comedy. He said it was almost like a comedy horror.
Really?
So yeah, so I've seen nothing on this. Have you checked out a trailer or anything? I've seen nothing. I know nothing about it.
Oh, well, I've seen the trailer when I went to the cinema with Deborah, actually. I don't know what
Hmm.
we were seeing. It must have been a one that was like a 15 or an 18 or something. I kind of think we've been to see an 18 film, me and Deborah. Like, it's probably Deadpool, actually, which is
Wow.
our top top film that we have seen in the cinema. She's seen it 4 times. I've seen it 5 times. So we are big
Wow.
fans. And the monkey was probably a trailer in that, and it looked really good. But then again, how many films look good as a trailer and they're absolutely
Hmm.
hopeless when you see them? So I try not to see the trailer, but when you're at the cinema, you've got to.
Yeah.
I like the way that Long Legs was a bit kind of independent, indie type.
Yeah.
I like
Absolutely.
that about it. And the monkey seemed a little bit similar. So I like the look of it. But as you say, on paper, it should be amazing. It's got all the people involved, but
Yeah. We'll have to wait and
I- I'm
see.
just gonna I'm just gonna take it and just go with it and just I think well, I'm not saying that I do this. How can I say? With Vinegar Syndrome, you've got to go in with a mindset to just say you could be seeing the
Absolutely.
worst film of all time. But if you've got that mindset to say, well, if it's the worst film, let's see if it is the worst film,
Yeah.
and you can not get through it, but you can be really entertained by it because the fact that it is,
Hmm.
you can't believe what you're watching. Not all the time, but some of the times. So you've got to be open minded.
Yeah.
I'm not like all the films I see by far. I don't, but I think as well, if you go into Vinegar Syndrome, it's the type of film I'll probably like. So I'm 90% there, as
Hmm.
opposed
I get
say
it.
if I
Yeah.
want everything from Criterion, I might struggle because those might not all of might want like all of them.
Hmm.
But I like more of the Vinegar. So I think everyone's got I'm sure you would have a go-to label that you feel safe with. You're gonna,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna probably like this, or on a second time I'd like it. So,
Yeah.
and if you're open-minded with that, then you get further down the line, don't you? I feel.
Absolutely. Like I'm doing that now, kind of actively. Where if I'm not going to see a movie in the cinema, I'm going to try and distance myself from it until it comes out in physical media, and that's what I've kind of done with
Yeah,
the monkey at the moment. Not many people are talking about it, funny enough, as well, which is probably not a good thing. But look, I'm going to go into it with an open mind. There is a lot of talent behind it, and I'll see how it goes. That's all you can do.
yeah, yeah. Great.
Yeah. So we got Al Humphreys here saying as well, hello, Keisha. Nice to meet you, John. Well, thanks again, Al. Hope you're doing
Thanks,
well.
Al. Yeah, appreciate it.
We've also got Sol here saying, "Evening, guys. Great to see you. You and hope you're great. Let's have a wonderful stream." Absolutely, Sol.
Oh yeah.
And thanks again, mate. We've also got Paul here, Paul Abner, saying, "Great lads together." Oh, very kind of you to say, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've also got Danny here saying, "Hi, Keith and John. Looking forward to the stream." Thanks again, Danny. Really do appreciate it. So yeah, as you can see, we're still trying to get through all the things. The stream is on nearly an hour, and we're just still getting through the thanks.
Well, after the first 14, we should be through them, most of them.
Yeah. We got Gary Tilford here saying, "Just a quick hello to you both. I hope you have both well. I hope you have a great night, and hope you both enjoy the match on Sunday." Oh God, yeah, shit, I forgot about that. afternoon cheers, guys. Yeah, John. So I forgot about Newcastle versus Liverpool.
Should we just get that one out of the way so we can sort of put it to bed? Right. This is my point of view. Unfortunately, it is that Liverpool are on fire at the minute. The only good thing I'll say about it, and from my point of view, being a Toon supporter, is that, you know what I'm going to say here, Keith? We've had plenty of talks about this. Turkey Teeth isn't the boss anymore, and I am not a fan of him. And I think everybody else in the Northeast cannot stand him. So Klopp, you know, he's gone. So it's not going to be too much of a heartache when the kind of inevitable happens that it looks like we're going to be the runners-up. But if we play our cards right and all of your team come down with malaria, we'll stand a chance. So,
I don't know. I think you're being a bit flattering to us. I think when you look at the game with Paris Saint-Germain, that one, the last one that we played, but look, for, you know, I'm not going to say for 90 minutes. I say for the first half an hour of that game, we did look fantastic, and it looked like we were going to go on and win it. But I'm starting to notice Liverpool. Liverpool is starting to look a bit leggy to me. Mo Salah seems to be dropping off a little bit, and that's so. You know, the one thing you have going for you right now is the fact that Liverpool were in a big match against Paris Saint-Germain. It went to extra time. We lost the game in penalties, so that's mentally draining. We've lost Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's not playing through injury, and the team is looking a bit tired. So I think he's have a good chance. I really do.
If we fire on all cylinders, I think we do stand a good chance. A much better chance than we stood a couple of years ago with Man U. That was a bit of a travesty. All I wanted to be is fair and square. No weird decisions. No ones where you think, hang on, that was wrong. This was wrong. Somebody was diving or whatever like that. I want it to be fair and square. May the best team win. And I'm so glad the Klopp is not a part of it, because if I had him running around there with his turkey teeth, loading it up like he does, we've had this conversation before. How many times have I raged on the phone to you going, have you seen the clip of him wandering around with teeth and doing this whole like that? He is so hated in the Northeast, but I can get past that now.
Yeah,
so absolutely. May the best team win.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see. But thanks again, Gary, and I hope you're feeling better, by the way, Gary.
Yes. Yeah.
We've got Marky here saying, "Good evening, fellas. I've already subscribed to both of your great channels." Well, thank you so much, Mark Lee. Yeah. I really do appreciate it, mate.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well.
Mark's a great guy, actually.
Oh, you know, Mark. Again, I wasn't known.
Yeah, no. Actually, I've talked to Mark on a live stream. So, yeah,
a live stream,
and yeah, it was like a members only live stream. I set it up once.
Very good.
And thinking about what you did, about what you're going to do with having a guest on who doesn't normally come into YouTube, that was a similar thing with Mark. It was a while ago now. It was about a good few months ago, but I do plan to do that again. And he's a great kid, actually. Very funny. And the thing about that was, when I was on there, I think everybody, apart from myself and one other person, was from Birmingham. So it was a Brum contingent. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I felt outnumbered, but it was good. I enjoyed it.
But that's the beauty of what you have going there. Like I said, you were talking about, you know, a great way of actually kind of getting to know your friends and your subscribers and that, and you have that going for yourself. So fingers crossed, I'll have that going for myself as well. So we'll have to see what way it's going.
It's a good thing to have, I think, because the best thing about it for me that I do is, and you know, you've seen a couple of the clips from it, that I can just absolutely. I mean, I do think of myself on my videos, but I can just swear my head off, and I swear like a trooper in real life, as you know. So I'm not saying in real life, but I just keep it off YouTube personally.
Yeah,
But on
absolutely.
the members' videos, I am just going absolutely crazy with
Mm,
it. Not
mm,
bad, but you know, it's just a laugh in it.
absolutely. I think
Yeah.
me and John we're kind of in agreement as well for people that want to start YouTube. You know, whatever you do on streams or whatever you do, if you start up a Patreon or anything like that, you know what you do in them, that's fine. I think though, when it comes to doing videos just on YouTube, just keep it as PG as you possibly can, because um I seen people kind of cursing just for the sake of cursing on videos, and it just comes across as somewhat, I don't know, juvenile in a weird kind of way. It's kind of like there's no need for it. And then not only that, but you're asking for trouble as well with YouTube. They probably won't give you won't have your video won't have much of a reach on it if you're constantly cursing. And it's almost like YouTube don't want to. We spoke about this before. It's like they don't want to promote your video as much as they would normally do. So it's a strange thing.
Well, they can flag up, you know, with these
Mm,
things, and then you get
mm,
warnings and all that. I mean, I've had
mm,
warnings on my members' videos, but actually, the weirdest one I did was I thought I'm just going to try it because I don't monetize them on the
yeah.
membership side, and there's no reason to. So I think I can do whatever I want on it to a certain extent. So I thought, right, I put a little bit of music on it,
Mm,
and I put Mondo Do on it. You know, the Lieutenant Pigeon song. I
yeah.
thought I put it on it for a laugh, for something. I don't know what I think was showing someone off. So I put Modi Oldo underneath it, and it come up and said, "We are going to have to more or less." It wasn't. I wasn't going to get like taken off, but I was going to get
Mm.
a reprimand. And I thought I haven't even monetized it. So they said we can have AI take it out, and it took it
Wow.
out, and you can
Right.
still hear me voice talking, but
Oh,
the
wow.
music was gone. I don't know how it done it. It was mad.
Right.
And also I
That's
had another one where you know the editing software we use that you told me about, and I use
yeah.
on many videos and that. It's great. I was doing some kind of thing, so I wanted to get a bit of music where there was some kind of like a build up. Couldn't find anything, but I found one in the you know, you have the musical things you can put the musical cues. I put
Mm.
one in there, and I got a copyright strike on it. And I thought
Really?
it's got yeah. So be careful if you do that because those free things on there, it was a copyright strike. But
Wow.
I just took it off.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
I, I, I do. I do remember doing a
Just shows you.
stream. I remember doing a stream with Nigel and Andy, and I kind of knew it because the stream was monetized, and I was like, the stream was only on an hour, and I kind of went, "There's no way I'm getting away with this one," and the language was that bad, and it was the first time I ever seen a stream where the stream ended, and I already was red flagged on it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
normally
but
it takes a couple of hours. You
yeah, but
know?
don't forget, it's not even a human looking at it. It's just a computer looking at the words, and if it sees words in the build up, it just automatically goes for it. It doesn't think about the context of what you're saying. It just thinks
No.
about the words, doesn't it? You
In
can't
all
really.
fairness, though, I have to give credit to the computers because they rightfully red flagged me on that one. It needed to be red flagged. It's shocking. It was shocking. It really was. The amount of times I was sitting during that stream and I was like, "Well, there's the monetization gone on this one." But it's all
It
part
doesn't
of the fun
take
as
much
well.
time.
No,
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's all part of fun. We got Sol here as well saying, what are the movies that you expect the most for this year? Mine are the Bruce Springsteen biopic, the new one, and probably last of the Mission Impossible. So yeah, John, is there a movie that stands out for you this year that you're looking forward to?
Mission Impossible.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah.
The Final Reckoning,
Um,
I think it's called, isn't it?
something like that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah. Was it the first one was Dead Reckoning, and then
Dead
it's
Reckoning, and
Final
then the
Reckoning.
Final Reckoning. Yeah.
One that I'm quite intrigued on, I don't know why, because I don't think it was necessary, was a new Jurassic Park one, just to see if they
Mm,
can keep it going. But can they? Do they need to do that? I don't know. It's got an interesting premise about the fact that they just took all of the nutcase dinosaurs and chucked them onto an island and says, right, we need to get someone out the middle of that island, but all the
yeah,
worst things in the world is in there. I like that.
yeah.
But do we need it? I don't know. But actually, it's weird because when I think about films that are coming up, I never really know what they are. I just look on my app for Odeon because we've got that limitless, and whatever's
Mm.
on there at that time, I'll just pick from that. So I don't really at the moment. It's a bit of a dry period. There's not really that much coming out on the cinema
Yeah.
that kind of takes my fancy. I did see Dogman. That was part of a work
Yeah, you're
trip
saying that to me, yeah.
thing. It was all right. It was all right. It was much better than I
Okay.
thought it was going to be. I mean, it wasn't up to me to go, but I went as a sort of a second person, and it was funny for what it was.
Okay.
If you can just, I mean, would I watch it again? Maybe might watch it with Deborah. I don't know,
Mm.
but I don't know if I'm honest.
You went to that
The
Captain
next,
America as well, didn't
yeah, Captain America. That was fun.
you?
It was all right. I quite
Mm.
enjoyed it. It's not the best one I've seen, but
Mm.
as a Marvel film, it was all right.
Yeah.
It was pretty decent. I've seen it twice, and
There
I
you go.
liked it. Actually, I loved it the second time. I quite enjoyed it the first time, but the second time I really got it. And
No
Deborah liked it as
surprise.
well because she's a huge fan of what's he called again, man? Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Okay, I thought you were going to say Anthony Mackie.
No, it's to be honest, she knew about him from another one, but she wasn't really that much as it is. I don't think he was shown enough as a Captain America to know he was Captain America before he went in. For me, I know he's done the
Yeah, I
TV
get that.
series, which we didn't watch, but I thought he was decent. I thought he was. It was the Red Hulk was good. I
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, for me, I think I might have answered this question before on another stream, but I have to tell you, other than Mission Impossible, there's nothing coming out this year that I'm like, I can't wait for that. It's not shaping up to be a great year for myself. I'm kind of going back to what you said about the Jurassic World movie. I do feel after seeing that last trilogy, I said to Ellen, you know what? They've done everything they can possibly do with this series now. I don't think there's
yeah,
anything they can do more with it. So I'm
yeah.
not going to say that I'm going to hate because, that trilogy, the last trilogy, it wasn't the greatest, but I still got enjoyment from the movies. They
Oh
don't,
yeah,
for me, they don't come close to the original trilogy. Particularly, actually, none of them come close to the original movie. Now that I think of it. Um,
yeah. You're right.
but I always got enjoyment from it, and I'm sure the new one is going to be no different. I don't know about you if you've seen the trailer to it, but I did get like Laura Croft vibes from oh my god, what's her name?
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson, yeah.
Yeah,
And that I was like,
yeah.
yo, Laura Croft meets dinosaurs.
Kind of, yeah. I can see where
Yeah.
you're going with that one. It was,
Mm, mm.
and that's the main action star in it. The actor, the male actor, he was in Wicked.
Oh,
He was the kind of the love interest in that, like not Prince
right.
Charming, but that type of character.
Mm,
He was quite funny in that one actually. But
right.
the that's the thing with the limitless thing. I said to Deborah, I says, look, we've got this thing. Let's just go and watch everything that we want to, even
Mm.
the ones that we think are going to be rubbish. And we've had a great time with all the
Yeah,
ones, even.
again, see, I don't know. I'm not quite. I need to check out the to see what is coming out. Is I know what you did last summer. Is that coming out this year? The sequel, the long-awaited sequel.
I don't know. What about the new Alien film? Is that coming out or is it not this year?
No, that's not a movie. It's a TV series.
Ah, all right. Yeah.
Alien Earth. Yeah, that's a TV series.
Okay.
So, but
Right.
that's actually tell you the truth, John. That's probably the most anticipated thing I'm going to be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
After
Decent.
seeing that, after seeing oh my god, what the fuck is the last one called again?
Romulus. Now,
Romulus. Thank you.
you know what I'm going to say about this one, don't you? When you sat at the front, the IMAX, and the screen was that big that you didn't even know there was a massive spaceship on the other side of the screen. So I sent you that video, didn't I? Of
I
me
did. I
watching the
thought it was
TV
brilliant. That
and
was
not
so
getting up
good.
yeah.
There was just the camera was
Usually that's
behind
what I
John.
put.
The camera was
Here's a
behind
video.
John, and you could just see John looking at one side of the screen, and all of this going. You can actually see the Nostromo written on the right hand side, and John's just looking at. But that's what it was like. I remember going home, and my brother Gregory rang me, and he said, "Did you see the Nostromo at the start?" And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he's like, "The big fucking sign." Did you see the wreckage? And the Strom were written. I was like, I didn't see that. What are you talking about? And I was too busy looking at the fucking the ship that was coming in this side from the left. I couldn't see it. I'm not kidding you. People think I'm exaggerating. I'm fucking not. You know, I was sitting fucking
Those
10 feet
screens are huge, man.
from a fucking screen that was the size of a skyscraper. You know, it was ridiculous. So yeah, it wasn't. It didn't quite work out for me.
I've never seen Deborah laugh so much at a video in my life. It was hilarious. It was so funny.
It was a disaster.
One of the best ones.
It was the amount of time the people there, everyone talking to me. Oh, that bit, that bit there was great, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Didn't see that. It was funny.
Class.
The best, the funniest thing though was hands down, and I don't think I included it in the video, and it's a shame I didn't. But we were so close to the screen, but we were also so close to the woofer, the subwoofers. And there's a bit in there where the ship takes off and they're heading up to the space station. And I am not kidding. It was rattling, and I turned around to Ellen and I said, Ellen, I think we're going to be taking off with this fucking ship. I never felt anything like it. And what I done was, when I said that to Ellen, I kind of looked down and I was just looking at all the people in the front seats, and you can all see them just going. It was the funniest thing I ever fucking seen. If anyone was looking down at us, and there's all the heads going, and they're just like, it's
should have took a bit of
crazy.
video of that. That's brilliant. I'm going to be looking at the front of the IMAX now. When I go to IMAX, I'm going to be watching the front to see what happens. You're right, man. The sound in that was unreal.
Oh, but that's the problem, because there was no way I was ever going to recreate it in this room. There was like, I kind of watched that and I was like, wow, Ellen, I tell you, the bass is shaking our chair a little bit, but there's nothing, you know, it wasn't near as bad as what we seen in the cinema. Yeah, there was none of that going on. That was great though. We got Gary here saying as well, 3 years since your last stream together, and you both haven't aged a day. Brilliant stuff.
Thank you very much.
Well, John had hair when we first did our stream together. So
yes, I had an afro. Yeah, I remember that.
And now that's fucking in my head now all night. Thanks for that. Sorry, just going through the comments here. Just everyone saying hello to each other.
And the thing of that, and we talked about this before, I can't believe that, yeah, it's been far too long, but also I can't believe it was actually that time. 3 years sounds like a massive length of time, but it's amazing how quick. I mean, even this year, we're in middle of March. How did that happen?
So yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think if I said it to you a year ago, John, it's been 2 years since we've done a stream, I think then we might have got our asses in gear and made it happen sooner. I presume we will do something similar this time around. We won't allow it to be 3 years.
It'll be 2 years next time.
We got Markley here saying Cash and Demand. That's a great non-horror Hammer film. Never heard of it.
Yeah. That's the one I was talking about. Oh, yeah, that's the one I was watching it. Me and Deborah watched the other night.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
It's about that. It's about that bank raid with a great story. Got some great actors in there as well. It's got I'll tell you what was amazing to find this out. There's a bloke in there, and you would have seen him in loads of films. You would recognize his voice, although I can't remember what he's called. But he was in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I know that much. But anyway, when we were watching the extras about it, and it said that this fella he looked about 60, and so did Peter Cushing, who wouldn't have been that age. And they said he was 35. This bloke, I couldn't believe it. 35. He looked literally 55, if you at least. So we were gobsmacked. And also the ending, which I won't go into. When it finished, I says, "What did you make of the ending?" Because I went back and I listened to commentary to see if I thought the ending was what I thought. And she had a completely different view of the ending than what I did. And we were talking about it last night, and when we went for a coffee today, we were talking about that whole ending of that film to say, how did you come to your conclusion? So it's a really decent, just an obscure film. Now this is the best thing about Hammer. I'm not saying they're all going to be like that, but I just said to Deb, I said, I'm going to watch one of them last night what we're going to watch. I said, so much short. There's 2 cuts on there. One of them 66 minutes, which I can't believe. So we watched
Wow.
the 1 hour 21, and we were just blown away.
Wow.
It's so odd, isn't it? So yeah, and it's a non-Hammer one. I'm not saying all the Hammer ones have to be horror. They are the
Okay.
best ones, but it was just but I had a vibe of a different film when I watched it. And it said she says, "Oh, see what you mean." But on the extras, we're watching the people talking about it, and they said, "Of course, it's a play on this type of film." I'm not going to
Okay.
say what the film is. Don't want to spoil it for anybody. But they said it on there. So
Oh,
Deborah says, "Oh, you said that. You're so clever." She actually said the words, "You're so clever," on you. I was like, "Well, I think you'll find I am." Don't get that very often, I tell you.
no.
Usually just calls it a knobhead.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. We got Mike Christie here saying, evening guys, good to see John back on your screens. What is the most sought after release on 4K, whether it's already out or yet to be announced?
Well, I've got a good one on that one.
Yeah, by all means.
I've just been contacted yesterday, I think, or today, on me comments on Instagram about the Beyond on 4K is coming out. But apparently, I think it's from Grindhouse releasing. It's coming out in a really absolutely amazing edition with the Book of Ibon. You know how the film's talking about this mysterious book in it. But the spells are cast from this Book of Ibon. Doesn't really make too much sense, like all the Fulci films don't. But it's this amazing collector's item edition, which I don't know. I went on the link to look at it. I could see the link, but when I looked on it, I'll get a picture of it on my thing. It's not there anymore, so I don't know if it's might have been sold out by now.
Oh wow!
But it could be literally. But they don't ship it over here.
Did you say? Sorry, did you say from Beyond? Was it
the Beyond?
The Beyond. Oh, I did see the release. I did see the release you're talking about. Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah,
but it could be it's limited to 3,500 3-disc special edition, but it could be literally it's got the CD, it's got everything. It'll be great, but it might not even get over these shows. So
that's
so near yet so far.
That's the only thing that bothers me with it, is because do you try and get hold of it, or do you wait for the chance that maybe the Arrow video might bring that out?
I know.
Because that will
it's been talked about for a long time to come out by Grindhouse, and they've released it before, but they released it at the same time as Arrow as well, way back when. So you're right, there could be every chance. I would love to think that Arrow would do it, so we'd be able to get my hands on it. I'm not too bothered about the special edition. I just want to get this film. It's the last one of the big 4 Fulci films to come out in 4K, so that's my one.
Absolutely. I think I'll have to go to the obvious one and say A Nightmare on Elm Street, the complete collection. I think anybody is wanting to get their hands on that. I hope Warner Brothers deliver on the transfers. I really do. It's one thing trying to get the fancy set, but like, what's the point if the movies don't deliver on those transfers? So again, I think we're all just waiting. Now we just want to hear some sort of information. Give us anything. Let us know what's going on with the audio side. What's going on with the video side? What is it? Is it HDR or Dolby Vision? Give us anything. Give us the features. Something. Anything at this point. But yeah, I think A Nightmare on Elm Street is definitely probably could be the most anticipated release of this year for a lot of people. Is there anything else now? What would be the most sought after release that has come out then? That'd be a great question.
That's do you mean that's already out, but I haven't got?
Already out. That's already out that you haven't got.
Oh, it probably would be something to do with Vinegar Syndrome. Probably one of the ones I've missed out on, the fact I haven't been a subscriber for very long. I'm not going to say The Keep, because The Keep would be great to have, I don't know if I've seen it way back when. I didn't like it at all. But mind you, on the
Right.
VHS, it was that dark you couldn't see what was going on. So I know it's
Mm.
going to be a different experience now. So I'm not going to say the keep because it's not one that jumped to my mind anyway. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm
It's
honest.
hard. I
Um,
don't think, for me, I don't think there's a 4K release out there that I didn't get my hands on.
no, I think
Uh,
you're right. I think everything I wanted, I've got.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. So yeah, I think, like I said, in terms of what's coming, yeah, nightmare for me. But that's a great shout out with the Beyond as well. I did see them pictures. Um, but again, and who's bringing that out? Who did you say was bringing it out?
Grindhouse in America, Grindhouse
Right,
releasing.
right. It'll probably be gone
Great,
before
but
you
I
know it.
hardly ever put anything out.
Right, right. Did I see something the other day as well? Who posted it up? Was it Steve that posted it up on Instagram? That Blue Underground have brought out a new release on 4K. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I
No.
think because I know you were collecting most of Blue Underground's releases, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to. It's just that I kind of lapsed because there was
Right.
a few that said they were going to come out that never came out. So I kind of lost touch with them. And then when I've
Mm.
looked, I've missed out quite a few, and I
Oh, there
can't
is.
not have ones without a slip, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. Okay, that's fair enough. Speaking of Steve, there you go. Great to see the regulars in the chat. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Great week. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, and
Thanks,
thanks for the
Steve.
message today as well, Steve. Very much appreciate it. We got Gary here saying as well. I'm going to be watching the first two Death Wish movies later with my brother-in-law as he loves Charles Bronson. What are some of your favorite movies with this great actor?
Where do you start? Death Wish 2, massively. More than Death Wish. Death Wish 2 was the first one I saw. Saw that on VHS. It was cut mine, but I didn't know that at the time. And he was just so he was just like a hot. I do think that Charles Bronson was a hard nut in real life, and
Yeah.
I like people who come across like that, not somebody who was not like that, pretending to be that. I think he was the real deal. Um, it's actually every single thing I've seen with Charles Bronson in, he's been amazing. I remember I was watching The Magnificent Seven when with my son when he was really little at the time, and he was it Magnificent Seven, I think it was. He was in the Magnificent Seven, wasn't he? Or am I getting them mixed up? I know he was in. No, it must have been because it was a cowboy film.
Yeah.
Had to be, and it wasn't Once Upon a Time in the West. Well, anyway, whatever it was, it would be a bit spoilery, but he actually gets shot in it, and his son was crying.
Oh,
He
really?
goes, not him, not him. Aye, because he was that invested with Charles Bronson as the
Wow.
bloke
Okay.
that he was crying when he got gunned down. It was quite a touching scene actually because he was trying to look after some kids, I think, at the
Mm.
time. But it's basically what's another one where he's like that fighter? He's like a street fighter. I like that one. And he was like, I'm going to blank on most of the names because um, what's the other one where he's a hitman?
There's
Uh,
one movie. There's one movie, John. You can actually tell me what it is. It's the one Charles Bronson movie that I would really like to see that I've never seen, and I'm almost certain it's part of that 88 film slasher collection. Something to Midnight.
10 to Midnight. Yeah. Well, you just
Yeah.
reminded us on, yeah. But he is brilliant in that one. There's another
Mm.
one he does as well in '88, where he plays a couple with a lass who is really infuriating. He doesn't get on with her.
Right.
But 10 to Midnight is brilliant. We went to picture to see 10 to Midnight. And
Wow.
I've told us quite a few times that the killer in 10 to Midnight is a bloke that wears no clothes. So he can get away with killing people. He doesn't leave any trace of anything.
Wow.
You know,
Okay.
behind. So he's naked for the whole time he
Wow.
kills people. But there's a bloke me and the lad who I went to see this film with, there was a bloke in his street used to be the spitting image of this killer. So he
Wow.
used to say, "Hey, here's 10 to Midnight coming down the street." But no, I would say that I can't really give a definitive thing on it, but I do know that everyone has seen a Charles Bronson is. I mean, Once Upon a Time in the West, he's
Mm,
absolutely brilliant in that, and he's
yeah,
hard as nails. So yeah,
yeah,
it's not
I agree.
definitive, but it's basically. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, I agree with you with Death Wish. Death Wish 2 is hands down my favorite of the Death Wish movies.
Yeah.
The start of that one in particular, it's a rough watch. It's a real rough
Mhm.
watch. But I have to throw in as
Absolutely.
well. I have to throw in The Great Escape in there as well. Might be my
Yeah.
favorite movie from
Yeah.
Charles Bronson. I absolutely love it, and it's great to actually have that Arrow video release of it. But he's a
Yeah.
legend, no question about it. I do need to catch up in a lot of his movies. There's a few out there that I haven't seen. That one in particular that I mentioned is one I definitely want to get around. I think I was waiting to try and get that one, the Slasher Collection, but I think it's long sold out now, so it's going for crazy money, unfortunately. So I'm sure someday I'll get it.
I'm sure you'll pick it up because sometimes I bump into that in the CEX and it's not that much. I mean, I haven't seen it for a bit, but if I see it cheap, I'll get it for you.
Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that, man. I'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
no problem.
We got me, myself, and movies saying, "Evening, Keaton John." So I watched Constantine last night. First time, I absolutely loved it. Loved it. 4K was mint, along with my Dolby Atmos, as you said, Keith. It packs a wallop. Yeah, mate. Have you seen that, John? Did you see Constantine?
No, I haven't. And the only reason why I haven't watched the video on that one is because my son's got it. My son's a huge fan of Constantine, and I want to think he's got it on DVD of all things. I might check it out. I'm intrigued by it because we're big fans of Keanu Reeves. Can't even say his
Mm,
name, but we're big fans of him. So it's not to say that we wouldn't. I wouldn't get it. I do need to. So I didn't want to look at yours before I saw that, if you know what I mean. Because
I
sometimes
get it.
when you watch a thing, I'm not going to say that you don't do spoilers on it, but
No,
you know what I'm saying. So that's why I always back off from them until I've. Plus, as well,
absolutely.
um, if I do get that set, it might be one that I might want to check out for my first thing is to watch get the set
Yeah,
if I
yeah.
can get it. It's,
I
yeah,
Yeah, I get it. It's see, when it comes to me and videos, I only talk about the synopsis of the movie. I won't go too deep into them in fear of actually ruining it for anyone. Um, I'll tell you what surprised me about Constantine, and it was brought to my attention, and it's an absolute fact. It really is. But when Constantine came out first, I did go see it in the cinema. I do remember at the time it getting universally panned. Everybody hated the
oh, yeah,
movie. But it's
yeah,
amazing when you put a few years between a movie and just
yeah,
just let it settle. How different people feel about it now because everyone seems to love the movie. Me and Ellen watched it and we were blown away by it. I thought it was fantastic. I thought the visuals of it held up so well. Even under 4K, it held up. They looked amazing.
yeah,
Um, it's there's bits again. There is actually times in it that so maybe it is just why you do stay away from my video because there is one or two scenes that I talk about in it when I'm talking about this transfer that you want
yeah,
to probably see for yourself. But it's very unique. I think people's biggest complaint against it was it wasn't very faithful to the comic book, from what I've heard.
all
But
right,
then that's the beauty of me not reading comics because at least I can go into this with a fresh mind and just take it for what it is. Kind of similar how I feel about Stallone's Judge Dredd. Fucking love the movie.
yes,
I love the movie, but everyone hates
good
it
enough.
because of how different it is to the comics. But I took it for what it is, so I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm delighted that you got as much out of Constantine as I did, and yeah, the 4K transfer and Atmos. Holy fuck! Um,
Well, well, that's good to know because if I like it enough on the DVD watch, because it's upstairs, I can
yeah,
watch that. I will go for it. It's good to know. Like I said, the whole thing about YouTube is that if you watch your channels that you watch and you like when they're getting a film to review it, the picture quality, should I say, or the sound, and if it's universally the people that I watch, and they will say it's great, I'll go
yeah,
for it. But if I
absolutely.
hear lots of bad things, the one thing that was like one of the ones that really not to upset us, but I was thinking, oh, I would love that to have been great, was Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. So when you put that one out and you said trash, And I bought after that, I went to CX and bought the DVD of it because I knew that I wouldn't get a good Blu-ray because it talked about that. I
Mm.
knew I wouldn't get any, so I wanted to see the film. So I went and got the DVD, which is average to say the least, but
Yeah.
at least I only spent about £2 in it. So it's not as if I was going to, it would have been a complete waste of money to get that. So, so that's getting back to that one. And I've just thought about a film I want to go and see at the cinema. It's going to be the new, but it's not John Wick, but you know, they're doing the female. There's a female
Yes.
who was in the
Yeah.
John Wick films. Can't remember what it's called, but we've seen a trailer for that quite a few times, and Deborah loves John Wick. So the fact of having the female John Wick, and there's
Mm.
talk about John Wick 5 coming out as well. They're thinking about it.
Yeah.
So for me, that's going to be one I'm really looking forward to. It looks really good. I like the lead actress in it as well.
Okay.
She's brilliant in everything I've seen.
I think you'll get a lot from John Constantine, or Constantine, that is. You can kind of see it. It's the movie is a kind of a passion project for Keanu Reeves, and you can sort of see it kind of reflects in his performance. Um, it's kind of a bit like Ryan Reynolds when you watch Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool. You just know, you can just tell that it's a passion project, and he's going to
Yeah.
give it his all. And that's what you get with John Constantine in that movie, Keanu Reeves. I think he's fantastic in it. But I did say in my video, anyone that smokes, I'll tell you one thing: you won't smoke after watching Constantine. It's a great way to stop you from smoking. Because I used to smoke
Oh, yeah.
when I used to smoke. I went to see Constantine, and I didn't smoke for around 3 days after watching that movie. I am not kidding you. It's horrible.
Oh.
And I'll say no more about it. This will be an interesting one for you here, John. Mike said, I just finished watching Creature from Vinegar Syndrome, and I forgot how much fun it is for an alien ripoff. A bit of a dodgy acting coupled with some great effects, but I had a blast. Creature, I know of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, Creature. It was released over here as Titan Find. And if you ever
Okay,
remember seeing that in the video shop, I'd seen it as Titan Find. The Creature cut is better, if I'm honest.
okay.
I think it's a longer cut. That's the only one I've watched actually, because after watching that, I thought, well, I enjoyed it that much. I don't really need to see the Titan Fine cut of it,
Mm,
which alters things. It's great. It's exactly what he says. What Mike says. It's an alien ripoff. It's
yeah.
good fun. It's got some. Well, it's got. I tell you, what it's got in it, which I couldn't believe. It's got Freddy Krueger's in it. Uh,
Oh,
really,
Ro-
really young.
right. Robert
Yeah,
England. Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
So he's in it. I was like, what is this? And I mean, it's from 1981, something like that. So he's really young,
Mm,
and it's exactly that, but it's great. Had a really good time
mm,
with it. And if you're a fan of Alien, I mean, I've got quite a few Alien ripoffs in the
mm.
past from Italy. It's just great. It is good for them. So yeah,
Yeah, I must look into it and check it out because I know of it, but I know of it because of the fact that it is an alien ripoff. So I must get around to it someday.
I think it's still there with the slip as well. Believe it or not,
Oh,
been out
really?
for a while as well. Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Okay. Is it something that would interest you buying? Would you buy it then? Do you think yourself?
I've got it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, I've got from I've got trying to think. I've got in touch with us and said, "Do you want to buy these?" I mean, I'd had some
Ah,
videos
very
here,
good. Yeah, yeah.
and there was a group of them. I said, "Yeah, I'll take them all." Didn't know anything about them. I think one of
Right.
them I did. Just took a punt on it. They all had slip covers, which was great, and yeah, had a blast with them all.
Oh, fantastic.
There
Okay.
was another one called "Scared to Death," which is a bit like an alien living in a drain on Earth,
Okay.
come down from like space and lives in a drain.
Okay.
That's great. That's amazing film. That it's such a
Oh,
blast with
wow.
it.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
but
Again, I never heard of it. Never heard of it.
it's just cheap and chatty and throwaway. But if I enjoyed it, it's half the bother in it.
Absolutely. Fucking right. We got Evil Ash here. Ash, he says, "Good evening, gents. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you on the stream, John. Let's have another great Friday night."
Okay.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Ash.
Oh yeah,
Ash is a good lad. He's every single video, guaranteed to see him leave a comment. And not only that, but it's
wow,
like it's a comment. I mean, he puts so much effort into it. He's unbelievable. Good lad, really good lad.
good name as well.
Evil Ash, absolutely, absolutely. We got me, myself, and movie saying Friday is getting the Warner Brothers 4K box set treatment this summer, I believe. Shame there's no next Friday and Friday after next. Are you serious? I did not know that. That's unfucking believable. I had no idea it was getting the Warner Brother 4K treatment. Wow. Like I love the movie, I really do, but I never thought I would ever see it getting like the collector's treatment. So I will definitely be I'll definitely be picking that up. Do you think that would be something you would be interested in getting in 4K, John?
Yeah, we're a big fan of Ice Cube and that type of thing. You know, what's the one you did with oh, what I think the name? You know, when they had the like a cop. There's two movies.
Kevin Hart.
Yes, aye.
Uh, God, Ride Along. Is that what it's called?
Ride Along and Ride Along too.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's great.
yeah,
We love
yeah.
them films. So yeah, I'll definitely get that.
Okay. But thanks for letting me
Really
know about
big
that, mate.
fans of
That
Kevin Hart.
that's news to me. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We got Cy here saying, I watched a cool film the other day, Prime Cut with Lee Marvin and Gene Hackman. It's a decent grindhouse movie. Wow, that's, when you think Lee Martin and Gene Hackman, I would never think grindhouse, funny enough. Have you ever heard of that, John?
Oh yeah, Frame Cut. What a
Yeah,
film
I
that is.
never heard of it.
It's a hard one to talk about without a few buzzwords flagging up, so I'll not get you demonetized on
Okay,
this one.
okay.
So what I'll say
That's
is
fair enough.
it's a bit like I think I'm right in saying it's Sissy Spacek was in it, might even been in one of her first films. Might have even been the first one, and it's to do with people who are like a bit of a trade where they have people like Sissy Spacek available to buy prime
Okay.
cut of beef. And what do you think
Wow.
happens then? And it's all about that. It's really, I can understand when it says grindhouse, when Si's saying about grindhouse, it's got
Yeah,
that
yeah. Wow.
really seedy aspect to it. But prime cut, it's an amazing film. Yeah.
Wow. Again,
But
no, that's
it's a one that you would struggle to get out these days. That's what I'm saying.
I well believe it. Yeah, I get what you're getting at. Yeah, absolutely. We got Trek not here saying, what is the single biggest spend on a single physical media item you have? What, John? Do you want to answer that one?
I'm going to say that this sounds, and I'm going to say is this physical media. It might be classed as that. And this sounds crazy even when I'm saying it out loud. But you remember the action comics that I got? I've got my
Yeah.
action comics,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got the whole thing about that. And
Mm-hmm.
there was an action book called the History of a Band comic, I think it's called. And it's always been expensive. It's long out of print, but it's like the Bible when it comes to that. Because what it does is it's got all the pictures that were from a band issue when it got banned. There was an issue pressed, which didn't come out. It's got all the pages from that in this book,
Okay.
which are
Wow.
pages you can never see before, but you can see it in the book. And that actual copy, I think there was only apparently 7 of them made of this
Yeah.
issue. I think it was
Right.
issue. It was definitely in October. I think it was the 23rd of October, 1976, and it was pulled, so we never saw it. But
Fuck.
apparently, a few got out, and I always thought it was a bit of a one of those old wives' tales that it was actually available. And there was one sold and it come up on eBay when I was busy collecting stuff. And I saw it there and I thought, right. So I put a daft bid in it for 100 quid, knowing full well it wouldn't go there. In fact, my bid was overtaken immediately. And I didn't, but at least I could say I bid it on it. I knew I wouldn't win it.
Yeah.
And I think it went for, it was either 3,000 or 6,000 pounds,
Oh, wow.
So, and,
Fuck.
yeah, definitely. So, but getting back to that book, that big hardback book that I got, a bit onto it, and when you kind of get, I don't really do it because usually I'll say, right, I'll pay £50 for it, and I'll put it in right the last minute, or last couple of seconds. But I thought it was on for about 20 quid, and I thought I'll just kind of itch it up and just see where it is. And at 21 outbid, 22 outbid, And when you just get a little bit, because I just thought I didn't want this to go, so I bid it up to 100 quid, and I won it. I'm glad I won it.
Absolutely.
And actually, it was weird because the kid who actually I bought it off, he lives quite close. I didn't know this at the time, obviously, but he come along. He actually dropped it off at the house, and we got to be quite friendly because he gave it to us. He had it all wrapped up. But he says, "Here, I brought it to you. I don't want to get like wrecked in the post and all that from what you paid to it." And he did say to us at the time, he says, "I can't believe how much you paid for this." And I says, "I can't believe how much I paid for it either, but that's the way it is." So
Yeah.
it struck a friendship. It was called Paul. I've seen for a long time, but
Wow.
looking back on it, when I look back, it does kind of break my heart a little bit to think I never done it again. I know it's not really the stuff that we're talking about today, but yeah, £100 for a book. But I think Deborah's coming in now, so not mention that again.
Fair enough. Yeah. I think what would have been the most expensive item in my collection, but Ellen ended up buying it for me, as it was the Marvel box set here. I had every intention of buying it, but I just arrived home one day and there it was sitting on the table. No reason for it. There wasn't an occasion. It wasn't a birthday. It wasn't Christmas. It was just there, and she just got it for me. That's the kind of person that Ellen is. Maybe I was down that week, or maybe I don't know what it was. She done it maybe to cheer me up. But that probably might have been because I think that set cost around, I think it's 400 quid for it. But myself, probably the Nightmare on Elm Street collection. I have it, the media book collection. You see, you have to understand
nice set.
the 9 media books that's in that. Like all 9 of them are rare. They're padded media books. And then you have to get the 9 media books. Then you also have to buy the box, which the box never came with them. It had to be bought separately as well. And you got a padded media book of the Never Sleeps Again documentary as well, which is very rare. So I think I got the media books for €250. And then I bought the box with the documentary, and that cost me another 70. And then I think there was an extra 30 on that for delivery as well. So it was very close to 350 for that entire Nightmare on Elm Street collection. The one thing I will say is I've never spent that kind of money again on that, but it's something that I really wanted. It was highly desirable, and I'm still happy to this day I bought it. But the one thing I will say is, if I turn my camera up here slightly, if you actually look up right here, this is the Shocker. The Shocker statue I have. Well, that could be the rarest item I have in this room, because there's a weird story to it. I think Nameless Media lost the licensing to it, and what happened was a few of them got shipped out, but they were recalled. But a few of them got away with it. They got to the people.
Yeah.
And apparently, I think someone says there was only I think maybe 10 of them got out with boxes. Yeah. The 10 of them, and I have one of them with the box. Yeah. I do. So that might be the rarest item in this collection. So you just don't see them. You don't.
Yeah.
But I got very fortunate with it. I didn't spend that much on it. Check this out, John. You're going to be seeing this a few times. I swear to God, the people around this community is unbelievable. Mr. Sandman giving us £5 super thanks. Thanks to both of you for having such informative and entertaining channels. I really enjoy what the two of you bring to the community. Thanks. Oh. Well, mate, thank you so much. I'm not kidding you, John. It's all the time on these streams. The super thanks. I don't think people fucking realize how much I actually appreciate it. It's unbelievable. Thank you so much, mate. Very kind of you. It's incredible. It really is. Yeah. Absolutely. We got Sai here saying, have you seen that sequel to Spinal Tap is coming out this year? I'm not sure how I feel about it. I didn't even know it was coming out. Do you, John?
Yeah, I saw a video of Derek Smalls, the bass player. He was getting interviewed as Derek Smalls. Obviously, that's his character. and he was talking about some of the songs they've got coming out and some of the way that they say that the original. He says that. Have you seen the original Spinal Tap?
Yeah. Oh, years ago. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. Well, apparently he says that he was saying that the bloke was saying to him, I think it was Paul Schaefer. He was saying to him, "What do you think about the original documentary?" And he goes, "Well, it was just a stitch-up job." He says because you know how they get lost. They
Mm,
want to go on the stage, but they can't find their way from the dressing room to the stage, and they're
okay.
running around the whole place. He said, "You know, in all the tour, I think we only got lost a few times, but they showed the bit where we got lost." He said, 90% of the time we found the stage. And there's another one, he said he got locked in this cocoon when he couldn't get out. And he said
Right.
they showed that bit, but all the other times it actually opened. So, and then we're playing this song. It was a sequel to a song they'd done on the first thing. I'm really looking forward to it. There was a second one came out, and it was meant to
Mm,
be awful. I haven't seen it, so this is kind of like the first one, the second one, should I say, or the third one? But
okay.
yeah, if it's half as good as I think it looks like it's going to be, I think it's going to be. I love Spinal Tap. I think it's
Okay.
brilliant.
Okay.
I've got
That's
both of
again.
the albums, believe it or not.
That's news to me now. I didn't know. I had no idea it was coming. No idea.
Yeah.
We got Carlos here saying, "Hi, Sir Keith Snake Plissken and John Voice Mondo Chelloveck Movies. Good to see you guys together on a stream. Thank you so much, Carlos. It's always appreciated. Great seeing your name come up as well.
Yeah,
Uh,
no problem. Cheers, Carlos. I don't know if you've frozen or I've frozen. I don't know if anybody can put in the comments there is have I frozen or is Keith frozen at this moment? Because I can see that I'm moving, but Keith's not moving at this particular point. Keith's frozen, right? I'll keep it going until Keith comes back. Um, so getting back to you know, getting back to Carlos, who's on the screen at the minute. When we one of the things I was going to say at the start of this, when we're talking about one things that we've watched, keep an eye out for this one actually. That Carlos has sent me a lot of films. That's all I'm going to say about that. And I watched three of them. And they're absolutely brilliant. Can't wait to talk about them. I was going to talk about them at the start of this video, but if I started about this one, if I started on it, I would have spoiled what was in the box. But I've had such a blast with these films. Three of them. There's more than that one. And the video actually was made a while ago. I'm saying a week ago. If you do watch it, I know I'm plugging a video here on Keith's channel, but you know he won't mind. It's just it's a great video because there's a bit of a story to it. But on the videos there, you find out on the video when you see it. But just want to say a big thank you to Carlos. I've said obviously thank you. I speak all the time on messages, but that it was great. And yeah, it's great to see you. The voice is saying great to see you, Carlos. And so I don't know if I can. I know it says put another 50 cents in the meter. Yeah. I don't know if I can go back to any comments up there while Keith is trying to find it. I don't know where we are in this point. If I can I can't get any comments up, but I could probably talk the one that's underneath that one if I can find it. Uh, Keith must be having technical difficulties. There's nothing worse when it happens. You can't take and you can't do anything with that. because once they happen, and you know, there's no way you can get out of it. You probably went out of it to open it up again. Hang on, and I've just found. So it's Evil Ashes. Comment is on below the Eastwood for Life fan, and I'm sure the Keith's going to make a return if I can get it right very soon. You know, and he's going to say there might be a few expletives here. I'm imagining, you know. I think that after there's quite a few people speaking to each other and saying hello to each other on here, Steve 281 is saying, speaking of full seat, John, will you be picking up the new 4K of the Beyond from Grindhouse releasing? Well, we're just talking about that, and to be honest, I don't think I will. I don't think I can because I think it's going to be out of my reach. Hello, Keith.
1 second there, John.
You good?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Right, I think we're good, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Give me 1 second. Right, I think we're good, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. No, the problem is I have lost the comments. I think have you got do you see the comments, John, yourself?
I was just speaking about there was one that's a bit further down from Carlos's one, Steve 281. It's just Steve was talking about speaking of Fulci, will you be picking up the new 4K of the Beyond from Grindhouse releasing? So can you see that one, Keith? Or?
Right, I've lost all the comments now. I'm not going to say I've lost them all. There's still loads of them here, but I don't know how far. I've lost a lot of them.
Okay,
I do. Yeah. I don't know whether to let you go along with them. Do you want to go along with them, or will I just carry on from where I am here?
Just carry on from where you are. I don't think that.
Yeah.
We'll see how many you've missed if I can see it on here. It'll help you out, you know.
Just
yeah.
Where were you? Was that the last message?
Yeah. Yes.
And then quickly say hello to that guy from Canada.
Right. There's actually a fella here. Sorry, John. I just want to quickly say I can't put it up here, but Ellen was just putting it in front of me. A fella named Randall Pink. He says, "Steve here from Canada. Just popped in to say, have a great stream, lads. All the best." So yeah, it's someone from Canada. Like I said, every stretch of the planet, someone always stops on. It's unbelievable.
Yes,
so there's one there. There's one I'm going to click on here now. It's Stephen Moles. So tell me where that is if you can find it.
What's the question?
Keith, it says, Keith and John, have you seen Night Game starring Roy Schneider, Lane Smith, Karen Young, and Richard Bradford? John, have you seen that?
I have, but a long time ago, and I can't really remember anything about it. But yes, I remember seeing it. Seen a lot of Roy Schneider films, and that was a decent one, but it was a long time ago.
Right. So, anyone that's left a comment after this message here, I can't retrieve them, unfortunately.
Huh? Someone's after you, Ken.
Why? Saying, sorry. The messages before this, before this one, unfortunately, I can't retrieve them. So, if you could take the effort to put it back down again, and hopefully from it, but I'm going to continue on from here. If you're okay with that. So sorry again. I got just StreamYard kicked me out for some strange reason. So apologies for that. So anyway, see how it goes. You got Outlaw here saying American movies are becoming very bad. You agree with that, John?
I don't know about bad. I think they're getting received badly, but personally, me and Deborah will keep talking about this. We have a good time with them, but we only go and see the ones that we think we'd like. We wouldn't go and see anything that we didn't have any feeling for. I mean, I know I said to Deborah, we'll go and watch anything at the cinema. It's got to be a kind of a little thing that we think we'll get something out of it. So I don't know. I think they're not as unique as they used to be. I think they need to have a bit more thought into it. I like to see ones that I haven't seen before. A lot of remakes,
Yeah.
a lot of stuff like that, which has been a par for the course for a while now. But I don't know. I wouldn't say so. I would say but well, we talked about this before. There's a lot of them are getting received very badly. Everything's a
Yeah,
flop when it comes out, even before it's even set foot in the thing. And I don't
absolutely.
understand it because it never used to be like that.
No, no. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, John. I wouldn't say movies are bad, but I'm not going to lie. Just by what I mentioned earlier about me and Ellen catching up with everything that we missed out in the last couple of months, I have to tell you, there wasn't one movie where I turned around and went, "Oh my God, this was absolutely extraordinary." There was nothing that everything was good. They weren't great, they weren't amazing. Um, but yeah, there is sort of, they do lack quality, they lack almost, I dare say, imagination as well.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. Every time it seems like today, whenever someone brings out something that is original, it just doesn't do well. It's like audiences are not bothered.
I know what you're saying.
It's
You
strange.
can't win, can you? I would hate
No.
to make movies now because they're like more or less doomed to fail. Sadly.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how a bad trailer can really affect the movie nowadays. Where back in the the 90s and 80s, they could bring out whatever trailers they want, and there will always be an interest there. But if the
Yeah.
trailer doesn't hit home, that's it. It's doomed.
I know.
Doomed from the
Yeah.
get-go. We got Stephen Mould here saying it's about a hook-handed serial killer whose murders coincide with nighttime baseball games at the Houston Astrodome. Okay, what we?
Yeah, I kind of. It does ring a bell. I know I've seen
That's
it
the one.
before.
That's the one he was talking about. The night game, the one with Roy Schneider. That's the one he was talking
Yeah.
about, right? Okay,
It
that
rings a
sounds
bell.
actually very interesting.
Yes, it's got a good synopsis, hasn't it? I might
Yeah,
actually go and check that out again.
absolutely. I'll try and hunt that myself.
Yeah.
We got Outlaw here saying the Osterman weekend from the 80s, also very good. Never heard of it.
Heard of it, I'm sure I've
You, John?
seen it, but I can't draw that from the memory bank. But I've definitely seen it though. I've definitely either seen it or I know the title. Yeah.
Right, okay.
I can't think anything more than that, unfortunately, Outlaw.
Sorry, just reading from Michael Hepworth saying, what a day Sunday. Formula One, Steel City, the Derby, and the EFL Cup final. Mrs. also says there's a new episode of Bake Off on too. So a lot going on. Happy days, Michael. Hope you enjoy it, mate. Looking forward to the final. Yeah, looking forward to the final. And the beauty of this weekend as well, we have a long weekend as well this weekend. So happy days. Monday free.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah. We got Mike here as well saying, I think the only film I'm looking forward to is Mission Impossible Final Reckoning, as I'm quite a fan of the film series. Yeah, it's hard. Like it's like I said, even when that question got brought up earlier, I'm even now I'm still struggling to think of what is actually coming out this year. Again, that's probably not a good thing. We got Outlaw here saying as well, Beyond Desire, 1995, brilliant movie with a beautiful girl. Never heard of it.
Well, I haven't heard of that one.
No. We got Slipknot fan here saying, do you like Kingpin? One of the funniest scenes ever when Woody saves Lynn Shay from a fake bug hugger who she sees in his room later, making him throw coffee into his face for the second time. No, that's harsh. No, sorry, I don't mean to start laughing because Lynn Shane in that movie is horrendous. It really is, and it's what that scene leads to is absolutely horrifying. John, have you seen Kingpin?
Yeah, I've seen Kingpin. I've also seen. Have you seen it? There's a sequel to it with the bloke. I can't remember his name now. He's been in loads of films. Roberts Torero, something like that, I think he's called. And he's the one that licks the baseball. the bowling ball. When he's going to play, he's got the hair slicked back, and he licks the
Right.
ball before he throws it. He did a sequel of that character in a sequel in this weird film, and I saw it.
Really?
And I thought that was really good, but nobody ever talks about it. It was odd. It was on Sky and then just vanished. But yeah,
Right. I didn't know that. That's news to me.
yeah, it's really. I get it. I'm looking at actually movies from 2025, but just so I can jog with memories, because there's got to be more out than what we're talking about. But there's nothing. Oh, Superman! It's just coming to mind there. Superman's coming out.
Oh Jesus! I forgot. But I was there. I was like, what was he talking about? And that's sorry. I was there, and I was like, who's in fucking Kingpin? That's in Superman.
It's just come out in my head that Superman's coming
Yeah,
out.
Superman. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll definitely be watching that. Yeah, I Kingpin, Ernie McCracken. Was a bad Bill Murray. I love his fucking character in it. But that scene with Lynch, yeah, where Woody Harrelson sleeps with Lynch, yeah, and then all his next scene is just him vomiting in the toilet.
It's
absolutely horrendous.
You don't know if it can get made these days.
Oh, definitely, probably not. You wouldn't know. But it's a great comedy. It's if I remember correctly, it's not the Zucker brothers that direct that, who done Aeroplane and all that kind of stuff.
It's the Farley brothers.
Oh, the Farley brothers. Sorry, the Farley brothers. Thank you. I was close.
Actually, I may be getting this mixed up with someone. Another one. I'm sure I'm not. I'm just trying to think. The bloke who licks the ball. I don't think it's in this Kingpin.
I don't think it is. I don't remember anyone in it that actually licks the bowling ball. You must be thinking of a different movie.
I think I am.
Kingpin's the one with Woody Harrelson and Bill Murray.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that one. But I'm thinking of this other character. Oh man, was it on the Big Lebowski?
Ah, the Big Lebowski. Is that what it is? There you go. That could be it. That could be it. Why was there a spin-off? Yeah, and what, there was a spin-off to that?
Definitely.
I never knew that.
Character was in another film. I'm going to have to look at that. She was big.
Wow, okay. Wow. I'll quickly just move on while you're looking for that. We got Michael Hepworth here saying, yeah, looking forward to that. It's Ballerina, it's called, John, the John Wick spin-off movie.
Yes.
Nice, yeah, so that should be a good one to check out. We got Me, Myself, and Movies here saying, I purchased Arrow Films Light Force 4K off eBay for 27 quid, got dispatched, but sadly never arrived. I got a refund, but still disappointing. I want to see it, and it goes stupid money now that it's out of print. Is it out of print, Light Force? Jesus.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Is. I know.
Mate, if you're looking, you may as well go and try and get the Scream Factory version. Because I'm almost certain someone told me that the Scream Factory transfer is the same as the one that Arrow Video use. So yeah, there's definitely ways of getting it on 4K out there. And the Scream Factory one has Atmos with it as well, now that I think of it. So you'll be well covered. The only thing that it doesn't have is the extended cut, unfortunately. But you do get the extended cut on the Blu-ray for Scream Factory, so at least it's there.
Right, that's that sequel to that one, The Jesus Rolls.
Right.
That's the character, there's his bowling ball. And that's the fellow who licks the bowling ball.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, so it's a sequel to Big Lebowski. Well, it's not Big Lebowski's not in it. Actually, Christopher Walken's in it as well. Wow. Anyway, so just getting off point there, but you don't want to get something in your mind.
That's no problem. No problem at all. Yeah. John, are you a fan of Light Force? Just out of curiosity.
Oh yeah, big fan. Yeah, I think it's great.
Big fan. Did you pick up any of the 4K releases of that?
No, I was waiting for that one, but it's one of those ones that's like sold out before it even got out. Because you think I'll get it next week, and then it's just gone. So I'm not going to kill myself. It's the Arrow Blu-ray for the updated one with the 4K transfer, and the Blu-ray is really nice. So I don't feel like I'm missing out too much, but I really did want that one. But
Yeah,
It
no,
is
it
what
was
it is. I'm
actually
not to kill myself.
it was our friend Steve Court. He was the one that kind of told me. He said, "Look, I think he told me that it was the same transfer as the Scream Factory one, and not only that, but he also said that I'd never seen the extended cut of that movie. I always go for the theatrical." And he basically said, "Look, the extended cut doesn't really add much to it, so you're not really missing out on too much." He even said himself that when he watches it again, it will be always the extended cut. So he kind of took me out again at our video release, and I'm happy he did because, like I said, I was more than happy with the Scream Factory 4K transfer. It looks amazing. It sounds amazing. So I'm happy either way.
I went to the cinema. I went to the cinema to see that. Believe it or not.
Really? Nice horse.
Yeah. And that was what the time when when you went
I
to
tell you,
see films
last time I watched it,
you didn't know anything about it. So imagine not knowing anything about that film and going and seeing it and being faced with that.
Put into it.
It was unreal.
It's unbelievable. Like it's kind of, it's like a mesh of so many genres. Like there's, you've got the vampires in there, but then you've also got, it kind of feels like a zombie apocalypse movie come the end of it. And then there's a bit of mystery to it, the build up to it all. It's brilliant because, everyone's looking over here and no one realizes what's going on over here. It's one of those things. I love the movie. I'm a big fan of it. I really am.
As well.
Very ambitious as well. When you look at it, there's a lot going on. It just looks like a real big budget. And I think it did have a big budget at the time. It's a wonder he got the money that he got for it. It's very ambitious, the movie.
Well, it was a huge flop as well.
Yeah, unfortunately. We got Mike here saying, I think the only thing left to do with Jurassic World movies is to say that the dinosaurs were really beings from Uranus. There you go.
Oh, that's
yeah. Maybe. Oh, we got Gordon Dryden here. Hey, Gordon, mate. Hope you're well.
Hey, Gordon.
Hey, guys. Great to see you back together again. Jesus, sounds like a song. John, do you feel about he said, John, how do you feel about the Hammer films getting the 4K treatment?
Well, it's like a dream come true, basically. It's been a long time coming. I just hope and I'm saying I hope, but I do think that it will happen like that they do the classics, and I don't mind them putting anything out that could put the whole lot out for me, but they can't miss the classics out, because that's, when you think of Hammer, they've got some great stuff, as well as the stuff. I mean, that Cash and Demand that we watched last night, as I keep saying, was absolutely brilliant. So more of the same on that one. If that came out in 4K, it'd be great. I would love it, even though the Blu-ray looks spectacular. But yeah, it's like a dream come true, actually. And the way, if they're going to do it the way that they look like they're going to do it with Kronos, 4-sided triangle, this new one, which I call Shatter, I think it's called. I'd imagine that's getting a similar treatment, but it looks like they're going to save the big ones for the big titles like Kronos. Maybe all the horror ones will get that one, and the normal ones, the run-of-the-mill ones, will get like the second best, if you know what I mean. Which I can have,
I think that Kronos. I think that Kronos is sold out now. I think it's gone.
Well, I thought it would have sold out long before now, but yeah, I think it's more or less coming to its end.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as well, obviously, people might know this, but Gordon is the first person I ever saw outside YouTube who knew me from YouTube.
Really?
And Gordon, I saw him in CEX, and I was with Deborah's sister, Lisa, and Emily, niece, and he came up and he said, I jokingly, when I went into this CEX with Lisa, I said, don't be surprised if somebody comes up and asks us for my autograph, as a joke. And what happened? Gordon come up and said, he didn't ask for an autograph, which I don't mind, Gordon, and he said, YouTube, and I went, so I was so uncool. I was like, I didn't know what to say, but he's a great lad, Gordon. We had a good chat when I came to after the whole shock of it all. It was brilliant.
Well,
yes,
I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know if you know or not, but Gordon was the one that got me. He ended my window box editions from Arrow Video. He got me Zombie Pleasure Heroes. So the two of yous contributed. You gave me the third last one that I needed, which was Exterminator, and Gordon gave me the last one. So yeah, credit to both of you.
Small world, isn't it?
Absolutely unbelievable, unreal. I never knew you met him. I never knew that.
Yeah, him and his wife.
That's incredible.
Yeah, lovely couple, mind, but it was so surreal. It was surreal anyway, and the fact that said to Lisa, and Lisa said thought at one point it was like a trick. That's orchestrated it. Says, it's just your mate. You just told me to wait around the corner. I says, no, honestly, I've never met Gordon in my life.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was great though. Like I said, it's great to meet somebody, you know, like you say, in the flesh, and know what the person and chat to the person. It's great. It's nothing like it, actually.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Adam Meggs here saying, I think your thoughts on how quickly time appears to have gone by in a legacy of COVID.
Yeah.
When you think back to then, it was just one day running into another. Very strange times, it feels. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
That's a good point, actually. That's a good point.
Me and Ellen kind of look back at COVID. We were only just talking about it there, funny enough, 2 days ago, because me and Ellen were still able to work during COVID.
Yeah.
We were allowed to still do deliveries, and it was very strange to be driving around, and all of a sudden, it's like a ghost town. It was we drove into the Northern Ireland, and I am not kidding you. It was like Silent Hill. We drove in, and we were the only car on the road. There was no one on the streets walking. There was no cars driving around. It was very, very strange. Never in a million years did I think we would ever witness something like that. It was a very odd time, but yeah, ever since COVID now, and that maybe it's something to do with these fucking jabs we got. It's making time pass.
Yeah, so the jabs fault. Altering time.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah. Anyway, we got Art Clown saying, "Good evening, guys. Where's the other two tonight?" No, it's just the two of us tonight. Art, Andy, and Nigel are having a welcome break. They are. We got Gordon Ryden saying, "Back again, boys. One for Quiche. This time, did you know the guy who directed The Last Starfighter was the guy behind Michael Myers' mask in the original Halloween? I didn't know that. Yeah, that's Nick Castle. As a matter of fact, Gordon, Nick Castle actually wrote Escape from New York. He did with John Carpenter. He's actually a very talented filmmaker, and I still haven't seen that. The Last Starfighter. I have it here, but I haven't watched it yet. Have you seen that, John?
So a long time ago. I've got the film actually, but I need to watch it again. So a long time ago, but it's a good film. It reminds me of a kind of. It's not a kids movie, but it's kind of borderline a kids movie.
Absolutely, yeah. If I remember correctly as well, I think Jimmy from Halloween.
Yes, yeah, he's in it. Yeah,
who plays Jinky? He's the main star of it. Yeah, I need to watch it. I really do. Maybe that'll be something I'll watch at the weekend. Now I think of it.
Yeah. It's meant to look lovely and lovely on 4K.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have the 4K release. It was actually given to me as a gift. It's a wonder I didn't get around to it by now. So many movies, so little time. With Nightmare on Elm Street collection, I just hope Warner gives the kind of attention they did with Constantine on North by Northwest, rather than the very meh collector's edition of the original. Yes, Steve, I have to agree with you there. Did you ever pick up the collector's edition of Nightmare, John, or did you go for the standard?
Just the standard one. For me, it's a funny. I've watched them again recently to rank them all. Some of for the first time, but I didn't feel drawn to get the collector's edition because I'm not the biggest fan of Nightmare on Elm Street. I do really enjoy what I enjoy of them, but I don't love them, if you know what I mean.
I get it.
Actually, when I watched the first one for the first time on 4K, I got more out of it than I did before. For a long time, I used to love it. I used to watch it back to back with itself from the video library all the time.
Mm.
It's probably the most watched thing I ever watched, but
Wow.
then you've watched it enough, if you know what I mean, and then
Mm.
you go back to it, and then you think, wasn't that good? And then, but on this 4K one, I really, really enjoyed it. You know, I got like the same vibes I did from the original time around. But
Mm.
it's a funny thing because you would think what I like with the big franchises, Halloween and Friday the 13th, you think I would love it, but I don't quite. I'm not taking anything away from them.
Yeah.
People who like them, and that's great. But the first three are really good, I've got to say. You know.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that, John. I'm actually trying to think when the last time I actually watched the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I'm gonna say probably 4 Octobers ago, maybe 5 Octobers ago, so 5 years. I like the series a lot, I really do. But I don't revisit it near as much as I would with like the likes of Halloween. Like Halloween and Friday the 13th, you know, I could watch them multiple times a year. Nightmare on Elm Street, I feel very differently about. But again,
Yes,
it's something to do with the fact, you know, I
point.
love that. I love the movies, I really do. But going back to what Steve said there as well, that collector's edition, that movie in general should have been a huge event to be released on 4K. But everything about it, I was just slightly disappointed with. I
I'm
was
just in the
underwhelmed by the
toilet,
collector's
Keith.
edition. Yeah, no
2
worries.
seconds.
Yeah, I'll just keep chatting here. Yeah, I was underwhelmed by the collector's edition. I was. The 4K transfer is solid. It's just there's just so much room for improvement on it. That's what I'm getting from it. But having said that, if all the movies that got released from Warner Brothers looked for the sequels, that is, if they looked like the original, I think I'd be very content with it. I just thought with the original movie, I thought we were going to get something that was going to be like astronomical. It was going to be huge. It just didn't live up to the event. I thought it was going to be a massive deal. So yeah, Steve, I'm right there with you, mate. We got Danny here saying, Keith and John, have you pre-ordered any of the Dollar trilogy from Arrow? I ordered the good, the bad, and the ugly. No, Danny, I have ordered none of them yet. But I am getting them. I am going through a little Western phase at the moment. I've never watched the spaghetti Western. So this is going to be my introduction into those. So I will be picking them up. I'll ask John when he comes back. The sets look amazing. I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I'm sure someone will let me know. But on my end here, I went on to Amazon UK, and for some strange reason, the good, the bad, the ugly is around €6 dearer than the others. So I'm not quite sure why it's dearer. So I'm sure, again, someone will let me know. But I just found it a bit strange. Yeah, John, the Dollar trilogy, will you be picking it up from Arrow?
Yeah, definitely. I've been waiting for. I think the Kino Lobo one came out first, and there was always a little bit of talk about it not being the best, could have been done better. So I never thought Arrow would get it, but I'm so glad to have, because when they bring it out, it will be the best that could look. Whether it
Yeah.
be have slight little problems with it because of the age of it, I'm not too sure. But I do think that I'm so pleased Arrow have got a hold of it. I don't know how they got a hold of it. You know, when they just pop up and you think, when Kino
Yeah.
Lobo released something, you never think it ever comes out by anybody else, you know, so soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll definitely be picking that up. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. I was saying that I will be getting them myself. It's just I will pre-order them. I just never got around to it. This is going to be my introduction into spaghetti westerns, so it should be good.
Have you not seen spaghetti westerns before?
No, I'm going through a western spell at the moment, but none of them were spaghetti westerns, so this is going to be a first. Yeah.
So a question to you here: Do you like the westerns that you're seeing at this point?
Everyone, and funny enough, and it's funny, Gordon Dryden was the one that sent me the box set. So yes, I watched all 5 of them. Believe it or not, my favorite of the bunch is Rio Bravo. The first one I watched, again, ironically, the first one I watched, much like the Hammer Horrors, was my favorite.
Yeah.
So Rio Bravo is the one I really enjoyed. I'm just trying to think what was in that box. Do I have it beside me? I think the Searchers were in there as well, if I remember correctly. Jesus, where is it? I normally have it beside me, and I can't see it. Oh, here it is. So it's Pale Rider. Oh, the Wild Bunch. So yeah, the Wild Bunch and Rio Bravo.
Oh yeah,
Very close to each other. Very, very
yeah.
close to each other. And then he gave me the Ahead of the West was one, the Searchers and Pale Rider. Yeah, so that's the 5. And I actually
That's
enjoyed
it.
all 5 of them. I did.
The
But
absolutely
I've never went
brilliant
to.
one we've got. But when
Yeah.
you see a spaghetti western, they are different. That's all I'm going to say. They
Okay.
are kind of like, they're not the real West, but they are. When I saw them, they're a different look, feel, the grubby,
Okay.
the grimy, and Clint Eastwood is just so cool in that. There's a bit in it. I don't want to go too much into any what happens in all these ones, but don't forget, with it being an Italian film, sometimes you'll see the same actors in a different film as a different person, because that's what they did.
Mm,
So don't be
okay.
surprised when you see someone pop up and you go, hang on a minute, he was in the last one. But it's a different character.
Wow. Okay.
It's just what they did. I mean, they weren't throwaway, but they never were treated as what the classics that are now. They weren't meant to be that, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
But they are,
Okay.
because they're that good. But
Okay.
when Clint is he's on a mule, he's got like he's coming in, he's obviously got a beef with some people, or he's going to have a ruck with somebody, and he says to them, are you, they're looking at him, trying to be cool, and he just gets up his thing, are you laughing at my mule? He says, and they're just like laughing at him. He goes, well, I tell you what, if you just apologize to him, then we'll just say no more about the matter. And we're going, who won that? Like this, but I don't know. I just think they're absolutely brilliant, and
Wow.
you'll
That's fantastic.
love them. I know you will. There's no way
Yeah.
I'm going to say you're going to turn around and go, nah, that you're going to say they're brilliant.
Sorry, John. Just remind me again. What order does the trilogy go?
So we go like Fistful of Dollars is the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. The second one's For a Few Dollars More. So that kind of, you can work that one out. And the last one is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Good, bad, and the ugly. Okay, okay. See, I had it in my head that the good, the bad, and the ugly was the first. I thought it was the first of the 3. Believe it or not.
Well, I don't want to go into any spoilers, but it wouldn't matter if you saw them out of order. But really, you're better off seeing the way they came out, because
absolutely,
you'll understand when you've finished them as to why I'm saying that. But
okay.
I don't want to say too much about it because it'll spoil some of your enjoyments. I'll just say that they're brilliant. But
Okay.
Fistful of Dollars, For a Few Dollars More, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay.
Then we'll have a chat afterwards, because we'll get into the nuts and bolts of it, because there's a lot to talk about in those 3 films.
Okay. Okay. We got Steve here saying it was me, Keith, that the blue and the grey release of Venom. There you go. That was the one, John, that I was mentioning. I was talking about earlier. And no, but I don't know why. I just, when you said to me that you fell behind on some of their releases, I actually thought they were gone for a while. I thought that was their first title back.
I think that, you see, there was, as far as I know, I was on top of the whole lot, and they were releasing some great ones. And I think there was a one that came out. I think it was called something like the Last Days of Clichy or something like that. And it was a black and white thing. I was not interested in the slightest. And I think the picture quality was atrocious anyway. It was a 4K, and I thought, I've seen it before, and I thought, I don't really want that one. But then it kind of disappeared. I don't know if it ever came out. And then by the time I went back to them, because you usually used to hear about them coming out, the next one's going to be this, the next one's going to be that. I just lost touch with them. And then when I'm thinking, going back to it, will I ever find out the ones that I missed? And also, will I have slips on? Because I had all the other ones with the lenticular slips if they came out.
Yeah.
And then will I be able to find out? So I thought, well, rather than kill myself trying to find out and probably paying a stupid amount of money for it, I'll just take it on the chin that I'll maybe go back to them in the future. I have seen Venom though, saw that at the cinema on release, believe it or not.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
The 80s. It's good, actually.
Jesus.
Klaus Kinski is he's a good actor. He's always really odd in every film he gets, like a really strange character. Creepy, spooky.
Okay. Okay. No, that's news to me. We got Captain Trips here saying, really hope one of the UK boutique stores stocks the Beyond. Very unlikely for a UK 4K release, as Shameless owned the rights. Right? Maybe one of the Aussie labels like Umbrella will do it. I wouldn't say no to that. I would not say no to that.
It's great, but the fact if we get denied the Beyond over here, it's going to be really sour grapes for me. Like I've been waiting for it for so long, and I just think you're so close to getting it out. It'll look great as well, but I don't want to kill myself ordering it.
The video I had, they were part of it. The Beyond was part of their window box releases.
Yeah,
from Arrow. Yeah, so they must have lost the rights to it.
Probably, yeah. Although the Grindhouse one came out the same time as the UK one, so I don't know why that isn't. Grindhouse has still got it. How they got it? And I don't know. Yeah,
it's very odd. Yeah. We got Mike here saying 10 to Midnight is a cracking film and one of favorite Brosnan films. There's a couple of parts that are unintentionally hilarious, but it's really enjoyable. Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, if you've got a new killer, you can imagine what some of them are.
Yeah, well, there you go. Absolutely. That's so goddamn unique. Brilliant. We got Ash here saying one of my favorite Bronson movies is The Evil That Men Do, and yeah, John's Death Wish too, absolutely great. Did you hear that one, John? The Evil That Men Do. Again, never seen it myself.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. I've probably seen it. I will have seen it way back in the day. That's the thing with Charles Bronson. Even though I seem to watch all of his films, every film I saw in the video library or his picture on it, I will get it out and watch it. And then you kind of, when you get into DVD and Blu-rays, you kind of lose touch with them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I get that.
If I saw one and it was just there, I would buy it. I know that I'll never not like a Charles Bronson film. So there's that.
Yeah, fair enough.
And there's not a lot of actors with the amount of films he's made that you could say that about.
Yeah,
so that's a testament to him, isn't it, really?
And there's actually a comment here from Aaron O'Sullivan. He's saying Hard Times is another great Brosnan film. Again,
you know the one I was talking about, with the Street Fighter, where he's a street fighter.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
That was Hard Times. Yeah.
Okay, Hard Times.
Got it.
Yeah. We got Art the Clown here saying Charles Bronson was in Kid Galahad with Elvis Presley.
Yeah, he was Elvis Presley's trainer. What a film that is.
Right, wow.
Kid Galahad.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. We got Mad Marty here saying, I have a soft spot for Death Hunt, Charles Bronson and Lee Marvin.
I haven't heard that one. I've heard of that title.
No. What was the movie that what was the one that was mentioned earlier with Lee Marvin? Oh, no, that was the Gene Hackman one. Okay, right, okay.
Prime Cuts. Prime
Cuts. Okay.
But Lee Marvin, he was another one who was meant to be a bit of hard nut as well. So, them two.
Right.
Great.
Absolutely. Mike said, whenever I watch Death Wish 2, I have to watch the R-rated version, as the uncut version is really tough watch. Yeah. And how could I forget The Great Escape, one of the best war movies ever made?
Yeah.
I think we all know what you're talking about when it comes to Death Wish 2. It's
It's violent as anything. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just adds.
Is that Jeff Goldblum in that one?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I always get the Death Wish movies. Which part is it where he introduces Wilby gun? That's part 3, isn't it?
That one, sorry.
He introduces the gun. He brings it. He takes it. Is it called Wilby or Wilby? I can't remember the name of it. He names the gun. It has a certain name to it. Do you remember?
I do.
I remember. I remember it being this big fucking hand cannon of a yoke.
It's either 3 or 5.
I can't remember. Yeah, it's a huge thing. I'm sure someone will say it in the comments.
I know what you mean? Yeah.
Right, we got Art here saying, is there any Gene Hackman movies you will buy since the death of him?
I definitely I was looking at the other day, but I didn't buy it. It was The Conversation. I'll definitely buy that one. that's another actor where you could say I'll probably, if I saw a film of his and I was interested in it, I would pick it up and know it wouldn't. I would get enjoyment out of it because he's such a good actor, and he acted in. He didn't put
Mm.
out. He didn't go down. I don't keep talking about Robert De Niro's went a bit down, although he seemed to come back, and it was his own, making some really good films. But I think he went at the time just making any old trash for a good few years.
Yeah.
So, there's a bit of a Robert De Niro's catalogue that you've got to kind of miss if you don't want to see
Mm.
the awful films he's done. But the likes of Gene Hackman, you could probably say, I'll pick anyone up and have a good time with it because I don't think he
Yeah.
acted in trash.
No, I
Yeah.
agree. Even the movies that you would kind of see as somewhat underrated for him, I always enjoyed. So, there's nothing that I don't own by him that I like. I have everything that I need from him. Put it that way. I'm not going to say I have all of his filmography, but the ones that matter to me as of right now, yeah, I'm covered. I really am.
Yeah.
Such a talent. We got Steve here saying as well, another great early Robert Englund performance is in Toe Pooper's Eaten Alive. He's a total sleaze, as Buck, who loves, yeah. I have not seen Eaten Alive in years, in a long, long time. I need to revisit that one, as a matter of fact.
Have you got
fan,
the
John?
Blu-ray? Oh,
I have it. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, looking at it.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, when I watched that one way back when as a really grotty VHS, it looked horrendous, and I didn't pay too much attention to it. I remember that there's a last it was got a really bad wig at the start of it, and then when I saw the Arrow Blu-ray, it's like a revelation because I didn't know, but most of it was shot on a stage, a sound stage. So the bit of the hotel and the area around it was all on the stage. So they were able to put the lighting on that film is unreal. It's a bit like Suspiria. It's just got these lights going on. So for me, it's just such an amazing looking film, and I was really blown away by how good it was as a film itself. So yeah, I rate that one highly. I really do. And it's a video nasty, even that.
Don't ask me why this jumped into my head. I don't know why, but oh god, I was always meant to ask you, did you enjoy it? And I can't think of the movie, but I'm going to try and describe it to you. As a matter of fact, I'm struggling to see where I actually, I've seen it on Amazon Prime. Now that I think of it, I don't know the movie well. It's these people. Their car breaks down. They stop at a. It's kind of like a museum. It's like a waxwork museum, and at the back of this museum is a house.
Is that not the House of a Thousand Corpses?
No, it's not that one. It's an 80s movie. Oh god, I shouldn't have brought it up. It's almost like the killer has telepathy powers. He can move things with his mind. Oh god, Ellen, I watched it. We found it on Amazon Prime. It was just it might even be a late 70s. It could be maybe 78, 79 slasher movie. It's gone out of my head. I hope it comes back into my head and I can let you know what it is.
It's not ringing any bells at that point, but yeah, I'd be interested to know what it is.
We had a great time with it. It was a good slasher movie that I never heard of before, and I took a gamble on it one night and really enjoyed it. If it comes to me, I'll let you know. We got Papa Slot Gaming here saying, "Hey guys, if you had a choice of one movie that hasn't had a Blu-ray or 4K release, what would it be?" Mine would be Prayer for the Roller Boys for nostalgic reasons. Prayer for the Roller Boys. Never heard of that. I didn't.
I think I might be wrong saying this. That could be what's he called? I'm going to blank on his name. Christian Slater. That's coming to mind. That could be wrong. But I've definitely heard of the film. Definitely, I've seen it, but such a long time ago.
I actually like the name to it. Prayer for the Roller Boys. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, John, is there one movie out there on Blu-ray that hasn't got a Blu-ray or 4K release that you would love?
There's got to be loads.
Oh
no, it's just been done. What's it? Dirty Harry, but obviously I'll
Yeah.
wait the rest of them to come out.
Yeah.
And it's always the same when you think about it. If I wasn't thinking about it on this stream now, and I was thinking about it, say, sitting on my chair, I'll come up with 1,000 of them. But when you put in the spot, it's hard to come out with it. But to be honest, if there was any of the there's got to be some Dario Argento ones that still haven't had the 4K release, or some Lucio Fulci ones. I think there's a few coming out in 4K actually, by both of them. But even then, there's you see some of these band video nasties, and they look that good. The Blu-rays, you think a 4K of them would make them look exceptional. So I don't know, but I would take anything that was an obscurity. Not yet sort of like, say, if there was something that's. But I tell you what, though, I would say definitely for the UK. I talked about this before. The fact that we are starved with when it comes to like X, Maxine, Pearl. We just don't get them. They're out everywhere else, but just not here. So I would love them to be out over here, and they just aren't. So really, ones like that, actually, as well, just to get a little bit off track, but to say there's ever more increasing ones that I want to see own on 4K. Heretic being one of them. Hasn't got a slipcover on. Long Legs hasn't got a slipcover on. So what I'm thinking about doing is, at the moment, is when they come into a sale on Blu-ray, they're cheaper. They don't have slips on them either. But just to get the cheapest Blu-ray version, if it comes out at if it's in a sale by £2, I just buy the Blu-ray. They'll still be decent, but I don't want to waste my money on a 4K, a brand new 4K, £25 with no slip. Seems like you're getting ripped off, especially with a big title.
I get that. Sorry, John, would you be like, what about a steelbook release then? Because I know the Heretic is coming out in April on steelbook.
Well, yeah, if it was a steelbook and there was, I could take a steelbook without a slipcover, if you know what I mean. I just don't see.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
just a regular one, I think, is just a total rip-off. You feel cheated.
I get it. You know? Yeah, I completely understand. Yeah, I get it. I really do. Yeah, for me, mate, an upcoming. I think we spoke about this a few times, and now apparently it's been confirmed, even though we were told so many times on the stream that it's never going to happen. Fright Night Part 2 is apparently getting the 4K treatment. And that's every time we brought that up on a stream, someone would stop by saying there was always like, no, it's never going to happen. There's a reason for it. Now it's happening. So Fright Night 2 for me, there's a couple of comedies. I'd love to get Revenge of the Nerds on 4K. I would do anything to see that on 4K. Police Academy on 4K. Starman is getting the 4K treatment now over here, finally, I think.
Wow. I'd tell you, actually, a film that's just come into my head. I don't know if it has a 4K release.
And that one out.
But what about, Always, Steven Spielberg's film?
Oh, God, that is such a beautiful movie. That is such a beautiful movie. No, it hasn't got a 4K.
Can you imagine? I mean, that looks nice, doesn't it? It's the picture.
It does.
It does. Everything. That could look spectacular.
Yeah.
On 4K.
That's a beautiful movie. That's a very underrated Spielberg movie. No one talks about it. It's almost a bit like Starman, that movie, to me. It's kind of, when I watch it, I do be in a bad place after watching it. It just puts me in a bit of, bit of a lull. Put it that way.
It's heavy. It's heavy at times, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But Papa, going back to that, look, there's just it's an endless list when it comes to 4K and Blu-ray. Too many. Right. We got Art Clown here saying, do you know if they are releasing American Pie 2 on Blu-ray in the new packaging? No, it's only 4K if I remember correctly. The second one's not getting the. So if you bought, sorry. So Part 2 is getting the 4K treatment in that collector's package that we've seen in the first movie.
Yeah.
So Part 2 is getting that, but it's not getting released on Blu-ray in that packaging. It's not.
Always. Yeah.
It's just the 4K. Part 3 and 4 are getting the Blu-ray treatment in the collector's package. Yeah. You picked up didn't you pick up the? You just got it recently, didn't you? The American Pie.
Yeah,
You
the
got it.
first one I got it in CX for 20 quid, and it was
Yeah, you done
spot
very
on.
well.
Yeah, I did.
You done very
once.
well, and there seemed to be there was a time there they actually sold out for a while. I think they came back in.
Yeah, it was never. It's when I got it for 20 quid. It was never 20 quid anywhere else. I don't know what CX were thinking of, but who cares? Their loss, really. We've been ripped off quite a
Absolutely.
few times off them.
Yeah, yeah. And Art went on to say as well, nice to see John on the stream.
Thanks, Art.
Yeah.
Nice to
Sorry, just everyone's just saying. I'm just at the point where everyone's telling me that I'm frozen. Al Humphrey said you need to put another 50 cent in the meter.
I know. Yeah.
Sorry, so I'm just trying to get through all of them.
I don't know if you remember that time when you were young, but did you used to do that in Ireland where you had the meter on the wall and you used to put money into it, a bit like a phone box, and the light would just go, would just turn off because you had to put more money in the meter.
There's never. Going. No, I don't remember. I don't. I'm sure it probably was over here, but I don't have a memory of it. I don't.
Right.
So I'm sure Ellen's probably in there roaring. Happened all the time.
It was nuts to think that you could literally run out of electricity because you didn't have enough money in a box.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Times have changed, huh?
Yeah, you're right there.
Absolutely. We got Arthur Clown here saying, which 5 horror films would you like to see in a box set that has never been released on Blu-ray? Fucking hell.
Actually, it's
wow.
I would like to see. There's a couple actually that's come to mind. The Trances, the sci-fi one. It's like a sci-fi comedy.
Yeah, okay.
Trances. It's coming out with 4K actually on 101, I think. But I've heard that the 4K wasn't good in America, so I want to see what the 4K is like before I get it. I think there's about 6 or 7 of them, but at the moment you can only get 3 over here. I've got the 3 that were released on Blu-ray. So a box set of the whole lot, that's 7, if there is 7. I think the same character is in the whole lot, I believe. And I would love to see the full lot of that. Also, I would like to see the full lot of what's it called? You've got your huge box set behind you, with the opening doors.
Oh, the Puppet Masters.
Puppet Masters, yeah. I would like to get a box set with the whole thing in, because it's getting added to all the time. But I know what you're saying. I think I've got the first 5, but then 88 stopped doing them. So, or bring the rest of them out, So definitely that. There's a load of these great little franchises got like loads and loads of parts, but either in the UK you can only get half of them, or you can get a few of them, but you can't get the whole of them in anywhere else. You've got to kind of get them from all over the place. And if I could get them to sets complete, I would love that. Like, or the ones I'm missing anyway.
Yeah, I get that. Okay. Jesus, it's tough. 2 movies instantly jumped at me. A movie with Lynn Shays in called Dead End, with a family on a road that never ends. And every time they stop, one of them gets picked off. Great movie. P2, definitely. Love to see P2. I've only got a terrible looking DVD of that movie, so I'd desperately love to see that on Blu-ray. Oh God, horrors on. It's tough. It is tough. Because there's not many out there. Maybe the Kindred. I'd put the Kindred in there as well. That would be great to get.
Yeah.
Just for imagine that. Just imagine to have it. Isn't it amazing to have a nostalgic connection to a movie that you never seen in the 80s? I've only seen it now recently, and I really enjoyed it. It's amazing. So I put the Kindred in there as well. Fright Night 2, just we mentioned earlier, hands down. Need something. I do have a Blu-ray of it, but it's a Spanish release, and apparently it's a bootleg release as well. So, it never got an official Blu-ray release. I'm stumped for a 5th one. I really, really am. I'm sure, like you said, as soon as the stream ends, it'll be like, oh, this one, that one, that one. You'll think of everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot out there. We got Stephen Macy here saying, "Hey lads, I heard the remake of Toxic Avenger is finally getting released this year. Will you be watching it? And are you fans of the original? You want to take a wallop at that, John?"
Yeah, I'll definitely be watching it. I am a massive fan of the original. Yeah, it's great. I'm intrigued. I would like to think it would still have it would be a little bit like a trauma film. If they took that away from it and took that sort of really bad humor, I mean bad by it's what they're laughing at, the sort of gang that they've got, what they find funny, and especially in the first film. I would like to see them carry that through. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, big fan of the original, and I'll definitely watch the remake of the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only new to the table when it comes to the Toxic Avenger. I only seen the first one there last year, and I really enjoyed it. The second one I enjoyed as well. I didn't like the other two sequels. Didn't like them at all, if I'm completely honest. But
average.
Yeah, but I am intrigued. I am intrigued to check out the thoughts of a remake. Can they get the movie looking and feeling the way that original movie felt? I don't know. How did you feel then about Street Trash then? Did Street Trash, the remake, like when you watched it, did it feel like, did it have any of the 80s charm, the 80s movies charm that you love about it?
It was like a different film. If someone had given me that film but took the credits off the start and said, "Oh, watch this one," I would have maybe said on a few bits I might have thought, well, there's a big callback where they have a van with the actual, the drink that they drink. It's got that on the van. As they walk past the van, that's all you see about it. I think someone's got a bottle of Vitamin in the hand, but they don't actually melt from the Vitamin. It's this gas that causes it. I would have but if they'd taken that bit out and there's credits off and just give us a film, I wouldn't even thought it was anything to do with Street Trash. And it's a different.
Right.
It's all right. It's not bad. I don't understand how it gets. Personally, thinking I don't understand how it gets such a bad reception. It's meant to be one of the worst films ever. I don't think it's. I think it's quite watchable. Wow. It's quite funny, but it's not, the best film, and it's not a patch on the original one. But it's not really really like a remake. Yeah.
Okay. I get it. We got a question here for you, John. Arctic Crown wants to know when are you and Nigel going to be doing the Video Nasty streams again?
I was speaking to Nigel the other day actually, and it's definitely happening. It's not as if it's the whole thing. I mean, Nigel said it in the past. It's all down to me and me job, and the whole things. I mean, I've been speaking to Keith about this. I'll be transparency is the fact that with us having this MS, it's taking a toll on us with fatigue. I've been talking to Keith about my fatigue, and that's been stopping me doing the live streams for a long time because a long live stream isn't that best on the aftermath. The aftermath is the problem. I can be tired after that. I've got to get a good space away from work. Unfortunately, trying to get the space away from work isn't as easy as it is, sort of thing. So if I didn't have that on board, there would have been a lot more by now. But having that and trying to navigate it, and I'm now going through a different procedure, which is some infusions, which I've just had my first infusions. I get them every 6 months now. So it's not that I've ever been in a bad place, but I do need this fatigue thing to be looked at a bit further. And I've been talking to Nigel all the time, every time I see him, I'd say, definitely come back. It's just a case of just, as Keith always keeps saying, it's when the stars align, and the stars aligned for tonight. Because when Keith was saying about doing his streams with other guests and that, and I did say to him, I says, well, if you're free any time on around about this date, I'd said I'd love to join in. And that he says, well, it'd be a good way to sort of maybe do the first one, even though the other ones, I'm sure Keith would say it will be with other guests. This is kind of, you've seen me before, but the other guests might be people that you've never seen before, which is really interesting to see. But you'll hear the names in the comments totally. So yeah, so it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. I just need the stars to align a little bit more. And I think the next one's going to be definitely we've definitely started section 3, so it might be the second one in section 3. That's where we're going to start. Section 3 is going to be a big one. It's massive. So that's going to go on for quite a bit. So yeah, of course it will do. We can't give any dates yet because of the way work is and all that, and it's but it's basically this, unfortunately, the side effect that I've got, or the thing that shows up with me with MS, is fatigue. And fatigue is, it's not killer, but it's awful to have. And it means
Yeah, I
that
think
it's recovering from the actual doing it. It's not doing it,
Mm.
it's the aftermath. Do you know what I mean, Keith?
I absolutely get it, John. And I think people don't realize, and I swear to God, you don't until you do it, and you don't realize it. But when you host a stream, it's mentally draining. It is absolutely. There's a reason to why I'm not doing this every week, because I wouldn't be able to. As a matter of fact, there was a time there where I even questioned whether or not I could do it every fortnight. Because I do be drained after doing these, and you feel it the next day. You are just drained from it all.
I know.
Because it's one thing you have to understand. When you're hosting a stream, you have to show interest. Naturally, you have to show interest to the guests that you have on. And as you know, I had Nigel and Andy, so there was 2 guests on. And then you're trying to go through the comments, and you're trying to keep everything under control when it comes to the comment section as well. You're trying to find the right questions and try to distinguish who's chatting to each other and who's not, and trying to get all of that. And it's a lot of work. Like I said, I love doing the streams, and I know John loves being part of them, but there's a reason why we don't do them all the time. Because it does take a lot out of you. So when you have someone who suffers from fatigue, naturally the desire is probably not there as much as it would be for me. And even at that, the desire can be hard at times. So I completely understand where you're coming from, John. I think it's just one of those things. It's sorry.
I would hate to sort of say, right, we're definitely going to do it on that day. If I say to Nigel, well, we're going to do it on, say, the 30th of March, for instance, just out of the blue. And for whatever reason, that things happened before the 30th of March, which meant that I was really too tired to do it. And it's strange to say that, because you think, well, everyone gets tired, but fatigue is different to tired. Everyone can get tired, but fatigue is a completely different ball game. And I'd hate to think we'll get to the 30th and I couldn't do it physically, and I would let people down. So I know I've got to do it when I know it's going to be 100% guaranteed. Nothing's going to get in the way, and then I'm going to go for it. And I mean, Nigel's been quite. He's been. He knows that it's going to happen when it's going to happen. He's been patient. That's what I'm going to say. So it will happen definitely, but I can't give a definite on that. But as soon as we get the heads up, it'll happen. So, but I appreciate anybody asking about it, because it was it's a fun thing to do. I mean, the best thing about doing a live stream is, and I take my hat off to people who can do live streams every week or maybe 2 times a week. It's a hard one, even when you're at full strength, isn't it? It's not the easiest of things to do, to be the host of a thing, but I appreciate people asking about it, and it was it's just really, it starts slow, isn't it, when you do it and you're getting into it, and then there's a banana skin on the way. It happens. I'll get over it. It will come back, but at just the moment's a bit of an odd time, So
it's just there's everything. There's just so many things to factor in as well. Like there's still that element of nervousness about it with me, but there's a reason for that nerves. Is because of that fear of something happening, like what happened earlier when I froze and I started panicking because I didn't know how to get around it. I was like, oh God, what's happening? And I've lost all the comments that that was built up there. So it does be a little bit nerve-wracking. You just kind of have to just rely on your internet. You have to rely on StreamYard that it doesn't screw you around. And it can be a horrible thing. It can be a horrible thing, because there was once or twice. It's actually once or twice. It's happened at least 20 times tonight, where John has frozen for like a split second, and I was there and I'm like, oh no, please don't be, John getting kicked out or something happening on his end, or So it is kind of just. It can be, like I said, mentally draining. So it'll happen within 3 years.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. next 5, should I say? I was tempted, when you're saying about that me freezing, I tempted me to go like that.
Don't fucking do that. Moving on anyway, we got Rain from the West here saying, "Evening, gentlemen. Hey, Sean. Thanks again, mate, for stopping by."
We got Rain from the East coming here.
We got a celebrity here as well, John. I don't know if you're aware of this. We have Tommy Lee Jones, who visits us quite frequently. He said, "Finally back home now. Time to chill in an awesome stream. How are you lads doing? Hope you're well." Doing great, mate. Hope you're all good as well.
Thank you very much, TLG. I like your films. Your films are great.
Yeah, absolute huge fan. Huge fan.
I am actually, yeah.
I'm a massive fan. We got McCaptain Trips here saying some great 4K announcements by Criterion today. The Sorcerer and Brazil. Oof. Haven't seen Brazil in years. Oof.
Yeah, I really want to see Brazil again. I didn't get it when I first saw it, but I like Terry Gilliam, so I do need to see it again.
Is that Sorcerer? Is that the one? The William Freaking? Yeah. Right. Yeah. I need to check that one out as well. I haven't seen that in years.
I would say it's that one. I think I've seen it years ago, but can't remember it.
Right. Okay. Do you have many Criterion titles, John?
I think I've got about 25. I think.
Really?
I'm quite selective with Criterion, but the ones I've got are amazing. I will say that. And if I get one, if I want one and they've got it, I'm never. Sometimes when you get a company and they've released like one of your favorite films, and you think, "Oh, I wish it was on a different label." But if Criterion ever release anything that I like, is my favorite film of all time, Down by Law, is on Criterion. I just want them to get a 4K out of it because the Blu-ray looks unbelievable. So the 4K will look 10 times better, I would imagine, because they do that. They do great stuff. So I don't dispute they are really good at what they do. I do think they're a bit pricey. I think that's their downfall, if I'm honest. But apart from that, the ones I've got by them are amazing. So
yeah. I have an absolute jaw-dropping collection from them. I have 4 titles. Yeah, so they're kind of
next. I thought you didn't have many, but yeah.
They're kind of a strange company to me because they do bring out a lot of obscure titles, but then all of a sudden you hear that they've done The Breakfast Club and Wall-E on 4K, and I was like, Jesus, where did they come from?
Yeah, I know.
It's very odd. Very strange. Very strange.
One of the first ones I did was RoboCop. So
really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Way back when.
Jesus. I had no idea. Unbelievable.
I'm sure that I'm saying that. I think I'm wrong, but I think I'm right.
Right. Again, that's news to me.
There, aren't I? I could be wrong now, but I don't think I am. Please don't kill me if I'm wrong.
We got Ash here saying the Osterman weekend was Sam Peckinpah's last movie. Nice thriller. Again, need to check it out.
I like Sam Peckinpah.
Peckinpah. Is that sound? Peckinpah. Okay. Peckinpah. Okay.
He did the Wild Bunch, I believe.
We'll just dedicate the stream to us saying Peckinpah. Peckinpah. We got Alan Meggs here. So watched Deep Blue Sea last night. Great job from Arrow. The sharks are very scary. So is the CGI. They weren't done by CGI, but mechanically. So suggests to me that there's an over-reliance on CGI these days. Yeah. Are you picking up that 4K release, John?
Deep Blue Sea is a film I thought I would love, and I did like it. And I did think the sharks, with them being mechanical, were unbelievable. They were so realistic. It was unreal. They have got a few daft CGI bits in it, but I think overall the story it kind of losses a bit. I thought the story was a little bit too daft.
Right. Wow. Because believe it or not, I would go as far as to say that Deep Blue Sea is probably my favorite Jaws shark movie since Jaws. Believe it or not.
Don't get us wrong. I can see why people like it. It just
Yeah.
for me, there was a bit. I think that the flavour of it or the feel of it was a bit. It went off a little bit. I thought parts it could have been a comedy. Other times
Yeah.
it could have been an action film. Other times it could have been a sci-fi film. Other times it could have been a so bad it's good film. And other times it could have been like a spoof, even, like a Naked Gun
Yeah.
type scenario. I'm not saying it's a bad film at all. It's not one that I think I need to go at 4K. Mind you, if I saw it cheap, that's another thing
Yeah.
as well. I'm fully of the thing that if I've got a bit of a structure, if I go and know that it's not my favorite film, but if I'm walking past the shelves and it's in a sale for 15 quid on 4K,
Absolutely. Yeah.
so there is that. And that would sound a bit like a hypocrite, but do you know what I'm saying about that? It's worth
I
getting
absolutely
cheap,
agree. Yeah.
but
Yeah, I agree.
personally, for me, I wouldn't get it on release, if you know what I mean.
I get that. Yeah. I just want to kind of correct myself, by the way, though. It's my favorite shark movie since Jaws 2. Sorry. I still prefer Jaws 2 over Deep Blue Sea. Sorry.
That's actually,
Yeah. It's a great sequel, Jaws 2. I loved it. Yeah, look, Alan, it goes without saying, I have the movie pre-ordered. I really have to start ordering these from Arrow Video so I can get them fucking early, because everyone's getting them early. I don't think mine is not coming till, what day should we today?
date 14th.
Yeah, was it
It's the 14th today.
the 14th? I don't think I'm getting mine until like the 22nd. So uh, everyone has theirs at the moment. Yeah, I am a little bit kind of skeptical seeing those CGI scenes on the 4K, because let's face it, even when the movie came out, they looked terrible. So I'm gonna have to brace myself for that one. But looking forward to revisiting the movie. I am. Okay, we got Trekking out here saying The Gorge was awesome. Now my favorite movie list. I can't wait to check that one out. Have you seen? No, John, you wouldn't have seen that, The Gorge.
I haven't, but I saw the trailer. The trailer looks really good.
Yeah.
I really, really want to see that one. Has it been out in the cinema or what?
No, it's a streaming movie.
Ah, right.
Believe it or not.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll check it out. But yeah, I thought it was an actual film. We're seeing the trailer on the pictures. I know sometimes they show you Netflix stuff. But
Yeah.
I'll definitely see that.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing it myself.
Yeah. I
actually think I did. I think I actually brought that up. Funny enough, when we asked that question about a movie that I was looking forward to this year, I think it was asked in another stream, and I did mention that one, The Gorge. So I think that's going to be good. Steve went on to say, John's thinking of Jesus in The Big Lebowski. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. I know. I knew I got them mixed up when you said it.
Yeah, and all the comments are coming in there. We've got Stephen from Stephen Coolgan, and he says, hi from Ireland, lads. Well, hey, Stephen, thank you, mate, for stopping by. Always great to see a fellow Irishman.
So just down the road from you.
There you go. Absolutely. We got Trekking out here saying, was it Furia? Furia will be a good finish. The Chronicles of Riddick story.
Nothing.
Was that a character in them movies? I honestly don't know.
I don't know. I haven't watched it. I've got them, but I haven't watched them properly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. The kind of the Riddick series is kind of like, it just started getting worse and worse with each movie for me. Pitch Black is comfortably the best of the lot. I actually can't stand Riddick, the third one. So right. I don't even know if they're making another one, to tell you the truth. So he also went on to say Running Man remake could be really good too. Yeah. You a fan of the original, Don? You're a fan of the original? Yeah.
Huge fan. And with that, that actor that's in the remake, can't remember his name now. He's in Top Gun, Maverick. He should be good. I liked him in Twisters. I thought he was good in that.
He was the
You know
only
what I
good
mean?
thing in it. He was the only good thing in that movie. To be honest, I was actually very disappointed with Twisters. That might be, believe it or not, out of the movies that we caught up on, Twisters might be the most underrated, the most disappointing,
Oh,
sorry,
really?
movie I watched. Yeah, I just felt that in a world where Twister exists, why would anyone want to watch Twisters? That's how I feel about it, because it is
Yeah.
essentially basically the same movie. Only for, and I, not everyone might agree with me here. I just thought Twister was in terms of visually, I thought I'd look better than Twisters. I don't know what this. I
Mm.
just, yeah, I was blown away by it.
I couldn't remember Twister at all. So
Mm,
I didn't have that problem going into it. I'd
mm,
seen Twister before, but when it came out, then that was it. Never seen it again. Not that I didn't like it. I just never bumped into it again, if you know what I mean. Um,
absolutely, yeah,
but we had a good time. And don't remember that we went down to London around about.
mm,
Actually, it was the same time it came out. We'd seen it in the
yeah,
cinema, and we went down to London and was pouring rain. And then we knew there was some kind of we could see something going on at one of the cinemas. We knew somebody was
mm,
going to get. You could hear them singing in the mic, talking in the microphone. And one of the people, there's the three people in there. There's obviously the fellow we're talking about from Maverick, and there's another
yeah.
fellow who was with him. Well, he was getting interviewed there behind this thing, and we'd see him, and it says, "Who's he?" And even though we just seen him on the film just about 2 days before, and then I says, "We didn't realize until that lad came in, whatever he's called, is
Mm.
it Greg somebody or something like that?" And I went,
Oh,
"Oh,
I
that's
can never think of
him
his
from
name.
Twister." And then we
Mm,
realized it was, yeah, we realized it was the Twister. Well,
yeah,
actually, was it the Twister premiere? How come we saw it before that? No, I think we hadn't seen the film. We'd heard
right,
it. No, I'd seen the trailer. Sorry, seen the trailer, but we didn't
right,
recognize any of them from the trailer until we saw that fella stand up.
right. Okay, okay.
He was just right. He wasn't next to us, but we could
Mm,
literally see him in front of us, which was nuts.
right.
Um,
I, I found, the movie disrespectful to the original. That there was little to no nod towards the original, bar Dorothy, the machine. Other than that, I was like, could you have not put anything in there with Bill Paxton or Helen Hunt, made some sort of nod uh, towards the original movie, but they put nothing. Like, the movie may as well have been. It's not even a sequel. It's just it's a standalone Twister movie. But
yeah,
the problem is they repeated the same steps as the original. So it's
yeah. I
yeah,
see what you're saying.
yeah. I found it a bit odd, to be honest. So, but again, I'm open to watching it again. So we'll have to wait and see. This is Stefan. We got hi Keith and John. Have a cool stream. Recently subscribed to John. Lots of
Thank you,
genres
Stefan.
talking from exploitation to mainstream. Good stuff. Greets, Stefan. Thanks again, Stefan.
Thank
And
you very
thanks for
much, Stefan. I really appreciate that. And yeah,
absolutely
it's
good
good to
lad.
have a bit of. I'm not saying I'm a fan of everything, but it's good to be a fan of other things rather than just one thing. I think it's good to
Absolutely.
embrace. Don't write anything off. That's what I'm saying. If I mean, there's musicals and stuff like that. I like all stuff like that, but whatever, talk
Yeah.
about it. But I don't disregard anything. I'll give anything a shot. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. That's fine. We got Trekking out here saying as well, Accountant 2 and The Working Man with Statham. I have to tell you this, I actually watched The Accountant again. I actually watched it twice now. I can't get on board that movie. I just can't get on with it. So I will check out the second one, but I'm not expecting much from it. And The Working Man with Statham, I don't know what that is, to be honest. John, what about yourself, The Accountant? Have you seen that?
No, I've got to be really in the mood for Ben Affleck films. I don't know why he's not
Okay.
my go-to thing. Some films I've watched him and I think he's brilliant in. He
Yeah.
was in a really obscure film. Can't remember what it was, but I know that Cole again from Friends, one who plays Rachel, she was in it. Like a kind of romance thing, which they had these couples getting together. It was really good actually. But other ones, some of his big films, I just don't really get. I don't really
Okay.
care for. So
That's fair
Accountant
enough.
is one of them that I never went near,
Mm.
but I do think he's good, and I'm not saying he's a bad actor at all. Just some of his
Yeah, I get,
choices I don't really get. I'll
I
watch
get that. Yeah,
anything with Jason Statham in.
yeah. So the
Same
Working
with
Man.
Tony Dyer.
I need to check out that Working Man again. I don't know what it is. I'll check out his trailer. I'm sure there's a trailer out there, so I'll see what it's all about. He also went on to say Until Dawn. Now that is a movie I'm looking forward to.
Never heard of that one.
Until Dawn, it's a slasher. It's kind of like it's going to be because it's a video game. It's based on a video game. I was actually a big fan of the game, and the game is like a throwback to 80s slasher movies, where it's kind of a cool concept the way the game is done. You control 7 characters, and it's your decisions that you make in the game that defines whether they live or die. So I was kind of down. I was like, I can't see how they're going to make that work in a movie. But actually, if you actually watch the trailer, you'll see they actually found a clever way to actually do it. Check out the trailer, but it looks good. Looks good. Let me have a look. So Devin's just talk to each other here. Right, we got Slipknot fan here saying, in Halloween, the actress who plays Annie is named Nancy Loomis. Thought it was a strange coincidence since the doc has the same surname. Then I found out his name is taken from a character in Psycho. That's right, yeah, that's the it's Janet Leigh's sister, isn't it? His poor fella is Loomis, I think, if I remember correctly.
That's it, yeah, the bloke.
Yeah,
that's right.
Every time I watch Halloween, I don't know why I never looked into it, but I always thought that myself. I was like, I wonder is Dr. Loomis a kind of nod to Nancy Loomis?
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, create these little twists, things that people put in and you don't really know about it, but it's good to know that somebody's put it in for a reason. It's not like a mistake. It's a nod. Yeah, I like that.
Absolutely. Sorry, John, I was about to say it to you. I just realised that we're actually over. Sorry, mate, we were over the 3-hour mark. What way are you? How are you set? What way are you feeling?
Well, I would say I would stay till 3 hours and 13 minutes.
With that said, we're going to wrap up.
I'll tell you what, we'll go for 4 and see how I feel.
No problem. You just let me know. I'll let you know when we get up to the 4-hour mark, and then we'll go from there. No
so
problem
when
at all.
we're on 12 hours, I'll say we'll go to 13 and see how I feel.
And I guarantee you that people will be still watching as well. Big shout out to the 76 people watching at the moment. Unbelievable. Thank you so much.
That's great. And also, I would say if we get to 15 hours, you'll just see me. That'll be me 15-hour thumbnail.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, though, 3 hours, 12 minutes has flown by.
I absolutely agree. 100%. I knew it would.
Yeah.
Arthur Clarence said, what's the best box set of the Evil Dead films to get on Blu-ray?
Wow.
Gee, you want to hear something really weird? I actually shot a video last week of my complete Evil Dead collection. And if I remember correctly, I don't think I own the collection on Blu-ray in one box set. I do. No, I do.
Is that the big one?
The Australian one with the Book of the Dead and the Kandarian dagger in it. Yeah, it's art. There's no way of getting it. It's long out of print, and if you wanted to buy it, you're going to be spending close to €300 to get it. But there is, if I remember correctly, John, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't a set not come out in America? It was one of those kind of wide box sets.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of. And I think it hasn't got all of them in. It's got most of them in. Is that right? Was it missing off something out of it?
Yeah, the Evil Dead Rise wouldn't be part of it.
No, it wasn't out at that point.
I
don't think you can get a set with them all in, basically, can you? At this point,
I don't think so. I think the set that you're talking about, I do think part 1 and 2 are on 4K, if I remember correctly, and then the rest are Blu-ray. I think that's what it is.
Something like that. I know there was a bit of a downside to it.
Rise is definitely not in it because the box set came out before Rise came out, so Rise is definitely not going to be part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, we've got another super thanks. Tommy Lee Jones, £2. Oh, well, thank you so much, Tommy. Very, very kind of you, mate. Really do appreciate that. He says, what's your top 5 favorite 70s horror movies? Oh, Jesus. Whew. Do you want to take a crack at that, John?
Well, I'll put them at 70s. Dawn of the Dead, definitely. So I'll put my thumb up there and say, try and count on my fingers. Dawn of the Dead, got to be in there. Would I say The Exorcist? I probably wouldn't say The Exorcist for the reason is it's brilliant. I think it's amazing, but I don't know how many times. I'm going on ones I would probably watch over and over again. I don't think The Exorcist is one that I watch over and over again, but I really appreciate it. So I might leave that to one side. I will say definitely Deep Red, my favorite Argento one. And could I? Yeah, I can squeeze it in. I'll say Zombie Flesh Eaters, 79. I didn't think I could get that in, but that's my favorite horror film of all time. So that's got to be in there. I'm really glad it's not 1980. And 2 more. There's going to be thousands when I think about it, but you know what I'm going to put in here? This sounds nuts, but it's not nuts because it was like a horror movie to me when I saw it in 1975. Jaws. I'm going to say Jaws. That frightened the life out of me. You try and tell everybody in the cinema that wasn't a horror film, you know.
Absolutely.
And one more. I will say there's hundreds of them. I might have to go with I don't know, the tons of them. But trying to dig them out of your brain. I'll put The Exorcist in then.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist. Although, like I say, the rewatchability is not as obvious as the other ones. Yeah.
Right. So would you put them my favorite, ahead of The Exorcist? Halloween.
I knew it would miss it. Yes, definitely. I would say The Exorcist out, no disrespect. Halloween's going in there for me.
Absolutely. Yes. So yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, John. Dawn of the Dead, definitely in there, no question about it. I might squeeze The Exorcist in there. I probably would. Black Christmas, the Bob Clark slapper, I have to throw in there as well. And I'm leaning towards Jaws as well. You kind of have to put Jaws in there. There's a reason why people were scared to go into water after watching it. No one would go near the beaches, and because it's fucking terrifying. It is. So you have to throw Jaws in there. Yeah, you have to. So yeah, that's my 5. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might be able to take The Exorcist out. I hope I'm getting this right. I think this is 79. Phantasm?
Yeah, 79, I would say.
79. So I'll put Phantasm in there.
Phantasm over. Yeah, but actually, Phantasm I probably watch more often than Exorcist. But I think Exorcist is a better film. If that makes
I know what
sense.
you're saying. Yeah, I'm just going by the way you kind of described it as well, where it's like if you ask me what movie I watch the most between Phantasm and Exorcist, it would be Phantasm all day long.
Yeah.
But it goes without saying, it was a great decade for horror. It really was.
Was it not?
We got absolutely. Sorry. We got Sean here saying, lads, did you hear the news that Red Shirt Pictures synopsis are releasing Fright Night Part 2 sometime next year? My only concern with that, John, is I don't think we're going to get our hands on it. I think that thing is going to sell out the minute it comes available.
You could be right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you could be right.
One second there, John. There we go. Right. We got Daniel Harrison here saying, good evening, lads. I hope you're both well. Good that John as a guest in the stream. He's from a town just up the road from me, so it's nice to hear a familiar sounding accent. Do you know Daniel,
Yeah,
John?
I don't actually.
Oh wow.
But hang on, let's see. Up the road, just up the road. Could be a few, actually. Oh yes. Yeah. If you're
Wow.
still
Okay.
watching, Daniel, I would like to see where you're from. Don't have to give you exact, you could say roughly where you're from.
Roughly roundabout.
So I can get an idea.
If this was a really good horror movie now, he'd come back and he'd say, I'm outside his front door.
Knocks on the window. Right,
I'm standing right I'm standing right behind you.
Right, someone taps you on the shoulder like that. Yoo-hoo.
Oh, brilliant. We got Alan Meggs here saying, watch the first 3 Halloween on 4K this week. Had a great time. And I have to say, Season of the Witch was brilliant. Oh, my God, mate. I converted John. I converted him. He's a fan now.
Am I not?
Yeah.
Well, everybody knows. I mean, this is probably one of the things the first things, interactions between us. The fact that
absolutely.
You were such a huge fan of it, and I said to you, Keith, I can't go near it because I detest that film and all that it gave to me when I was mugged off in the cinema when I thought we were going to see Michael Myers again. We didn't know about it. We were raging at the screen. And I remember sitting next to us was the fellow that I was telling you about, Keith, the fellow who's recently passed away. He was sitting next to us and he was saying to me, what the hell is going on here? We're all up in arms. So we just cursed him and walked out. And I said I would never, ever see that again. And I vowed that. So you said, look, just forget about that. It's been 32 years or something. Put it in the bin and just watch the film. So I says, right. So you sent us the film, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
What you was talking about. I was actually going to get it. And then you sent it to us. And I thought, right, I'm going to not be judgmental because I was really judgmental when you were a kid. You do them type of things. Put it on. And I loved it. And then I went and got, because you were saying, are you going to get the 4K? And I says, I am. I got the 4K. And you had said it was good. And I didn't realize how good it was going to be. And it's went from being a film I despise with a passion, just shows you how you can change, to actually, I do think of it not as in the Halloween series, but as a standard film. It is an amazing Halloween time of year film. It just is spectacular.
Yeah, I have to give Nigel credit when credit's due. I have to give Nigel credit because there is that, he always talks about that one scene in it, and again, it just every time did he get off? Oh, he must have went off for a pee break, right? Yeah, no, I have to give credit to Nigel. Every time we bring up Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, that scene, Alan, I don't know if you got the same vibe from it, but that scene, Alan, where all of a sudden they're playing that song that you hear, Happy, Happy Halloween. And it's kind of like it's showing all the kids and they're all outside playing, and you get that lovely scene where it's them walking along in the big red sky and the city in the background. It takes me right back to my childhood. It's a wonderful scene and it looks so beautiful on 4K. I was delighted to see that you got them. I hope from the sounds of things he's got as much out of them as I do. So there's John back now. There we go. Right. Sorry, he got booted out.
Did you? On the thing, it just said something like browsers. Something just come up in the corner. I thought, well, I'm pressing out. Must have just been kicked out.
Straight again, StreamYard. Yeah, John, here's the next comment here. Funny enough, this is the movie I think both of us are going to be really looking forward to checking out. George Condy said he watched Heart Eyes, a good slasher. Have you seen that yet?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it, and I don't know if it's on the cinema yet or I've missed it, but yeah, I will. I do want to see that one. Yeah, definitely.
I got Thanksgiving vibes from that movie when I seen it. Checked out his trailer. Did you? Have you watched Thanksgiving?
No, I haven't. Not yet. I will do though. I know. Later that one. Damn.
Wow, that movie is right up your fucking street, John. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, when I've been watching the streams, I've heard you all talking about it highly, and it's always on me mind to say I need to get that one. Just haven't got around to it yet.
Oh, that's fair. Like,
yeah,
you'll love it. You love it when you do. We've got Dom here saying, "Good evening. I'm late to the party. I've just finished watching American Werewolf in London. Are you looking forward to the new Minecraft Minecraft film?" Sorry. This man here, if I remember correctly, you're going to go see that, aren't you?
yeah, I am.
Minecraft, yeah.
I don't know anything about the computer game at all. I don't know what it's about or anything, but I like the people in it. I like Jack Black. Although I didn't like him in Borderlands. But is it Borderlands? Yeah. Is it Borderlands? What's the one I don't like?
Borderlands. Yeah, Borderlands.
Borderlands, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to say something. I thought I'd said the wrong thing there.
No,
I thought he was awful in that one, but I like him in everything else I've seen him in.
Right.
One of my favourite bits of Jack Black is in the Tenacious D movie when he goes to sleep on a park bench. Nothing's going to happen to us here. I'll just go to sleep on the park bench. And then the music from A Clockwork Orange kicks in and they all come around him, the gang. Oh, what's going on here? Then he's going, what? They keep leaning. That's one of my favourite bits in cinema. I love it.
Wow. Wow.
But I mean, American Werewolf in London. I mean, that's top three. That one. It is.
The massive deal.
It's a perfect film. Perfect film. But yeah, I'll go and watch it. It looks fun. Why not?
Absolutely. I didn't actually. It's only when John said it to me. John left me a message, and I was like, "Wow, there's actually a Minecraft movie. I didn't even know it existed." So that's a first for me. So I wouldn't be against it. I say that now. I probably would check it out. I don't think I'll go see it in the cinema, but I would check it out.
Definitely go
and American Werewolf in London. Yeah, look, I've said it before. It's actually not my favorite werewolf movie. I'd still put The Howling, believe it or not, ahead of it for me. But it goes without saying, it's incredible. Yeah, I always put The Howling ahead of American Werewolf, believe it or not. There's something about that setting to The Howling. I just feel there's just so much atmosphere to The Howling, which I love. The setting, the wooded setting. I got a lot from that movie. But again, taking nothing away from American Werewolf in London. It's incredible. I had the displeasure there a couple of months ago watching American Werewolf in Paris. I'm not kidding you. I've never seen such garbage. I've never seen such garbage. Shocking.
Awful. Yeah.
We got Tommy Lee Jones here saying, absolutely enjoyed my double bill of Jaws and Evil Dead last night, but because I'm greedy, I couldn't help myself and ended up watching Psycho 2 and Peeping Tom after them. Such a blast. I love that.
Wow.
I have to tell you,
some kind of films there, all classics.
I've never seen Peeping Tom, believe it or not. Never got around to it. I didn't.
It's great.
But it's amazing the amount of people. What's that?
The 4K is lovely.
Oh, Peeping Tom?
Yeah, Peeping Tom. The colours in it, because it's an early colour film as well. So think of the likes of North by Northwest. It's not that good, but it's got that vibe with the colours in it because they've done something with the colours. It does talk about the special features by the way they shone the light on things. There's this goldy sort of look to some of the things. I think they spent a lot of time setting the colours up for the shot because they wanted to make this the most colourful film you've ever seen at the time. It does look someone else made.
Wow, okay.
The storyline of it, I think the bloke who made it I think he couldn't make another film after this one. He had to go somewhere else to make films because it was so out there.
Right.
It's not by today's standards. But when it was out there in 1960, it was like, wow. I think it was 1960.
Isn't Peeping Tom is kind of is it that the movie that everyone always says that it's almost like it's forgotten that movie kind of started the whole slasher craze? Am I right in saying that?
I think it's quite one of the first ones, but it didn't get talked about that much because it was kind of just conveniently forgotten about by the people it was be. They didn't want it to be considered as any form of. They just thought of it as pure exploitational trash. And they wanted it buried. So that's why
Wow.
the
Okay.
director never worked again properly, I don't think. And
Right.
he'd worked on big films up until this, when somebody makes a wrong decision, shall we say, and he made this film, which is a classic, but it was too early to show things like it did. It didn't show too much, but it's a fact of what it's about. This fella who is constantly filming stuff. He can't stop filming. Obviously, he goes and does his crimes, but he has to film them all, you see,
Right. Okay.
which was unheard of at the time.
Wow.
You know,
Okay. Okay. I need to check that out. I didn't even know it came out in 4K.
really,
Who brought that out,
you
John?
love the picture, will you? Huh?
Who brought that out in 4K?
Studio Canal, I believe.
Oh, I'll definitely go looking for that. I will.
Of vintage ones, which is Studio Canal as well. Vintage
Okay.
classics, I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. We got Eddie B here saying Arrow must be expecting the good, the bad, and the ugly to sell more than the other two, as it's more popular. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you were there, John. You went down to the bathroom. But I was saying that on Amazon, for some strange reason, the good, the bad, and the ugly is around €6 dearer than the other two. And I was wondering why and all that. So, yeah, maybe that's something to do with it. I don't know. But you shouldn't
It's
be
a long.
charged extra.
No,
You know,
no.
you shouldn't be charged extra because of popularity. It's ridiculous.
The only thing I'll say that might be a thing is, and it shouldn't be a thing, is it's a lot longer than the other ones. So maybe there's an
Okay.
extra disc in there or something. I don't think
Oh,
it'll be split
maybe.
on 2 discs, but maybe they'll have to move it. Maybe it's too much for the
Maybe like
2 discs, I would say. Yeah,
maybe
possibly.
like a dedicated bonus disc or something like that. Or
Something like that.
yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a question for you, John, from Ash. It says, John, if Hammer seriously starts producing horror films again, what titles would you like to see them revisit? Would you prefer films with a modern day setting or the classic style they did in the 50s? Good question. That's a great question.
That is a good question. That's a really good question. And I was thinking about this recently as well, because it's a thing that, as a Hammer fan, it's one of the things you do think about. So I know that the producing the next one they're going to do is about some kind of beast in the snow somewhere. I'm not going to say it's not like a Sasquatch or a Yeti, but it's something in the frozen things. But I've seen some clips, some screenshots of the gore effects. It looks really gory, but it seems like an intriguing premise. Although there's nothing really much talked about. It's got a strange name as well. So I'm up for anything to do. And the ones I would like to see revisiting, as you know, well, Keith's just seen it. The Curse of the Werewolf was the standalone werewolf one they did. They didn't do any more. So definitely a
Yeah.
werewolf film. And if they
Oh,
could,
yeah.
couldn't actually, but imagine if they could sort of somehow manage to do a sequel to that. I know it
Yeah.
sounds a bit daft to say it, but you could maybe carry that story on and use the Curse of the
Okay.
Werewolf, the start of it, and they could kind of make
Yeah.
the other
Yeah.
second story to do with it, because it didn't do anything to the werewolves, which was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And but I would like to see a mixture. Modern day is great. Modern day horror Hammer ones, like Dr. Jekyll was good. That's set in the modern day. That was really good. But I would love them to see some classic styles like they did with The Woman in Black.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So which was a great film. So a mixture of both, but I do think that I'm up for anything to do, and I would like to see if they could make the class, because I think the classic style they did with Woman in Black was they nailed that one. It felt like a Hammer film rather than just a film that was set at that time. Because as you know, and as you'll find out with your going in more into Hammer stuff, you will see that there is a lot of the look of them. When you're looking at them, you'll just know you're watching a Hammer film when it comes on. And you just
Yeah.
see that the settings, the castles is the
Absolutely.
same castle, just from different places, different
Yeah.
viewpoints. You'll see loads of different scenes where you say that's the building from that one, or this is the setup from that one, or this is the layout of that castle. The castle in Dracula is used quite a few times. So you'll see a lot more of that one, just shot from different
Okay.
angles. which is crazy. But they had to do it because they didn't have no money; just had limited sets.
Wow.
So if they could do that, even if they could recreate, even on a stage,
Wow, that'd be,
the original sets, I would be up for that. That would be a dream come true to see some throwbacks to an original wall or castle or moat. You know,
absolutely.
but that's
that'd be
a great comment. Ash.
Absolutely, I agree. We got Steve here saying, Keith, the Good, the Bad, the Ugly is a $5 or more expensive because it's a 4-disc set. There you go. So that explains it. We got Tommy Lee Jones saying, I'm currently looking for a good 4K region free player. Any good ones you recommend? Well, I can't because I don't have one. John?
I haven't got one either. But what I will say to you is to go to DVD, Mr. DVD, the shop that's in UK. It's online. Just go to him. He's been doing this for years. Everything I've got in my house is from him to do with physical media players.
Oh, wow.
From Blu-ray onwards. I did get at the same time when John Hall got his original DVD player that he's still got and it still works. I can't believe it. And you're looking at 90, 95, 90, 96, 97, and he still uses it. I got one at the same time as him, and I think the one after that, because we've got it, and you can get a handset hack on it. And the ones could make it, them ones where you can make it region free by putting the code in.
Yeah.
All the other ones I've got after that have been from Mr. DVD online. Go on there. He's got some great gig, and the all 4K setup, and he's great. They open it, gets sent to you, and decent price as well. He's not going to overcharge. I don't know the fella, but I know everyone I know. I've said to them, go to him because you can't get them from the shops. They don't do them.
Well, there you go, Tommy. Check that out and see what you think. We got Stefan here saying, hey Keith, another good one to get into spaghetti westerns is The Big Gun Down, starring two heavyweights of Italy, Thomas Milan and Lee Van Cleef. Great story, score by Marconi. Did you ever see that one, John?
No, but I've got it to watch, and I can't wait to watch it. And you're right, Thomas Millian and Lee Van Cleef, but Thomas Millian, he pops up in a lot of these films, and he is absolutely brilliant.
Wow. Okay.
Italian film, and I believe, and he's great. So, yeah. I can't wait to see that one. And Lee Van Cleef's, Lee Van Cleef, don't you, from Escape from New York?
Yeah.
He's in tons of these films. He's in For a Few Dollars More as well.
Right.
And Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So you got him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just the whole acting is different in a great way. Like really cool. To describe it. Yeah,
it's kind of sad when I watch Escape from New York. Well, it's not sad. I just when you actually watch Lee Van Cleef in that movie, it's kind of like apparently he had trouble walking. Now you wouldn't think it when you watch the movie. He looks fine, but he was having so much trouble with his legs, which is kind of you find yourself kind of when you're watching Escape from New York, you're looking to see if you can find something like a wobbling, he keeps it together. It's amazing. The testament of his character. We got Art Clown here saying, ask him your top 5 war films, John.
To be honest, I don't watch many war films. I don't know why, but they're not my go-to thing. I think that probably when you watch them, you feel quite depressed after watching them.
I get that.
You don't get like any upbeat war films.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they shouldn't be upbeat, if you know what I mean.
I get that, yeah.
The ones that spring to mind are, well, of course, you've got Saving Private Ryan, but I've seen that twice, and I don't. Nothing against the film; it is brilliant. I just don't really want to watch it anymore because it's a bit too full on. Come and See, which is that.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Oh dear me, that is stunning. The acting in there is like something I've never seen in my life, but it's a tough watch.
That movie's like Schindler's List to me. That movie.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you have to put years in between viewings. It's brutal.
It is. And if I had to think about the ones I would watch more than anything else, would have to be slightly light-hearted, which is like Kelly's Heroes,
Yeah,
Great Escape.
Great Escape.
There's what's the other one that I really like that's along them lines? Dirty Dozen, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Ones that are kind of they're not they're still war films, but they just aren't as bleak as
yeah,
the other ones. Because
yeah.
I find if I go and watch a bleak war film, I think, oh, I tell you what, another one which do you remember you phoned me up when I was watching the end of it? It was Wings, you know, the what's it called? The silent film. I think it was about 1928. It was an Oscar-winning film, and you phoned me up one night, and I was just watching the end of it, and when
Mm-hmm.
I had my glasses on, it was pitch black, and I put the thing on, and you said, "What's the matter with you?" And I says, "I'm just watching." I was in bits, wasn't I? After watching this film, this Wings, what a film it was! So I'm gonna say top of the list with a bullet. Excuse the pun. Is Wings.
Wings.
What
Wow, wow.
I can't recommend you. You might think it's about a 3 hour war film, but you see that film. It's black and white, obviously, and it's a silent one, but
Mm,
you will be blown away by that. The people are
wow.
doing the stunts themselves, you know, in the biplanes. Because you think, hang on a
Mm,
minute, how come I'm watching that bloke who's been acting all the way through the film and he's now in a biplane? They just said to them, "Do you think you can fly a biplane?" And they're kind of like, "Well, I give it a shot." They said, "Well, go on, get your selling, because we've got to get some camera work of you." So they went up flying
mm,
the plane. You know,
wow,
I don't think they
wow.
knew how to, but they just didn't do all the stunts. I was sitting there going, so they get a shot of it, you know. But
That's incredible.
oh, it's stunning. So yeah, Wings.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put Private Ryan in there. Private Ryan's graphic. It's very graphic. But it's definitely in there. You have to do Hacksaw Ridge. I'd have to throw in there
Sorry,
as well.
Full Metal
Um,
Jacket. I'll have to chuck in there. Full Metal Jacket.
Full, Full Metal Jacket. Platoon. Um,
Yeah,
Hamburger Hill. Very underrated movie, I
yeah,
think. Wonderful war movie. The Patriot. You know, not every war movie is based around
yeah,
war wars. You know,
yeah.
it's the Patriot as well is fantastic. Yeah, I think I named 5 there. Yeah, so I'll probably put them 5 up there. But Hamburger Hill, if you haven't seen it, definitely recommend looking into it. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
We got George here saying, "Have you seen Diablo with Clint Eastwood's son, Scott Eastwood?" Can't say that I have.
I haven't. I like Scott Eastwood.
Oh yeah, I've seen him in a few things now.
He's basically Clint Eastwood's twin. Never mind,
I'm just
son.
trying to think. I'm
No,
just
I
trying to think.
haven't seen that one.
No, I'm just trying to think of. I've seen something with him in it. It's got it in my head, but I went recently with him in it, but I can't remember what it was. But he was good at it. We got Logan here saying, "Hi Keith, new subscriber from New Zealand." I told you they're everywhere.
Wow.
Thank you, Logan, by the way, for stopping by my channel. By the way, really do appreciate that. He says, "Really enjoy your content, mate. Have you seen Kill List? Very underrated and never gets talked about. Creepy ending.
Oh
Kill
yeah.
List. Now, bear with me for a second. Why do I have this weird memory that someone might get that to me? What's that about, John? Give me an idea what it's about."
It's about, well, it's like two hitmen to a certain extent, and they go and that gets they've got to get people on the kill list. They've got a kill list, and they've got to be. I think they come from the army, and they what's he called, Ben, who's directed it. He directed quite a few films. And they're all pretty violent. But these two people have to go to this priest, and he's this person have to visit, because with him being a priest, I think he's been up to no good, shall we say. And they pay a visit to him, and they give him well, with a hammer. Does that ring any bells?
The scene with the hammer.
Yeah.
Is there a bit where they put a fella's head down?
Yeah, and his hands and stuff.
That, yeah, I did. I fucking knew I did see that. Yeah.
You don't forget that one.
Oh my God. No, that scarred me. That scene. I never seen anything as horrendous or as brutal. Someone gave that to me as a gift. I was like,
it looked real, didn't it? Didn't it look real?
The hand was bad enough, but the fucking head. I don't even know how they'd done it. Oh, it's horrendous. I was warned when the person gave me the gift. They said, "Keith, there's a scene in that that's going to really upset you." Jesus, it was shocking. Absolutely, just a little too real for my liking. Put it that way.
Well, did you find that the start of the film was kind of meandering? There wasn't really much to it. It was kind of a lot of talking for about the first 20 minutes, and then when I went to that one, I went, "Wow, I wasn't expecting."
Yeah, I know. That's exactly, and maybe that's the power of that scene. Maybe it is because of that. I don't know. It's Jesus, yeah, that that stuck with me to say the least. Let me see. It's amazing. You should see the comment section. Just everyone is chatting amongst each other. It's great to see. We got Mike here saying, just in case this comment gets lost, you're in a movie store that has every single out of print collector's limited and box set editions ever made. You've only got cash for just one. What are you buying? Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You know what, I'd have to go because it's what I call the ground jewel of my collection, and I'm going to go with the Alfred Hitchcock film reels collection, film reel set. If I had to lose everything tomorrow and could keep one item, that would probably be it. So I'm going to go with that one.
Here's a question for you, Keith. Do you think there'll be anything ever that will come on that will top that for you? Can you see something coming out? What could you say if I could say to you, there's going to be something coming out which will blow your mind more than that? And I know how much you treasure that one.
Yeah.
What do you think could be the thing that could topple that?
To topple it.
You know?
Another Alfred Hitchcock reel collection that has maybe around 30 movies in it.
Part two. Yeah.
A longer box set.
Just more things. Actually, if that came out again in 4K, would you buy the 4K version?
I would. I would. I'd be over it so quickly. But the beauty of that set is, when you look at it, I don't think there's any aspect of it that says Blu-ray on it. So technically, if all of the movies came out in 4K, you could simply put the discs in.
Yes, you could, couldn't you?
Absolutely. So that option is there to be done if I wanted to. But you know me, John. I'll never do. I'll never break up a set from its original.
No,
but you can do it. But if there's something else that could come out, to be honest, the next thing would have been what Jer made happen for me. A Halloween collection that holds my entire Halloween collection in the Michael Myers house. So he made that for me. Like I said, and I meant it in my video. It's a dream come true to own that.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that would be up there for me. But yeah, it has to be Hitchcock all day long for me. What about yourself, John? Is there one for you?
Well, getting back to your box set there, I mean, everything I was looking at it, it was like, wow, I was getting wowed at it. The thing I didn't expect was the music. So come on, I was going, hang on. And I thought, everything's catered for in that. I've never seen the back of the house either, no, I don't think it's ever been privy to that one. But when you had, I like the sort of, hey, I tell you what, you must have been good at that, Jim. I mean, you like it, like Jack Flash. You see it? The sort of everything about it was good, but every little bit, every nuance was topping the one I'd seen before. The bushes, the grass, the way
Yeah.
that the windows weren't perfect because they
No.
had all the sort of imperfections to it. The guttering, I don't know. It takes somebody with an extra sort of eye for things like that to factor
I,
all that in. Because I think, if I'm honest, I wouldn't have the patience to finish that. I would have given up long before, and I would have said, Keith, you know what it is? I would have loved to have made the gutter fall off. I would have loved to make some sound go down, but just didn't know how to do it, or I couldn't do it, or I'd run
mhm.
out of patience. So credit to Jay for supplying not only that unique thing, but I don't think he could have bettered it, really, if you think
No,
about it.
he asked me, going straight into it. He was like, "Right, Key, what do you want? Do you want the derelict version or do you want the pristine?" And I was like, "No, no, 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 no. I want the derelict version."
I
Um,
think it
I
shows best.
even I was surprised. Again, I don't know if my video picked it up or not, but even I was surprised that when you actually look at the windows and they're boarded up, like
Yeah.
you will not believe how accurate even the boarded up side of it is to
Oh,
the
yeah.
original house. It's
It
incredible.
was, yeah.
Like no one even noticed as well that if you actually look at the guttering coming down, there's another part, the kind of the porch. If you actually look on the top of the porch, it's all weathered. It's like kind of had the green grass all kind of. It's almost like it
Yeah.
melted onto it. Like it's just he done everything. But you should have seen my face when I got to his house and I lifted that roof off, and then all of a sudden the Halloween theme started playing.
So you
Just
didn't know about
incredible.
that. That's a good one.
No,
That's a good one.
didn't know about that. That was hidden for me. So yeah, John, is there one set for yourself that stands out?
There's another one where I'll think of 10,000 ones before when I'm in bed, because I don't get to sleep at night because I'll be thinking about this stuff.
Mm.
Great questions, but the one thing that I've got, to getting back to what you were saying, the one thing I've got that I would be devastated. I mean, be loads of things that would be, but the one thing I wouldn't want to miss out on is a one which goes. I mean, this stream is quite funny because it's going a little bit. We're going a bit retro into our, first times, and we're getting the questions that are bringing up memories about what we were doing back in the day and all that. When we first started
Absolutely.
out and all that. I'm going to say, in a weird way, that it's not one you might think of, but if I would be gutted that the rollerball set, I just don't know what it is about. I just love that set.
Yeah.
It's not like, it doesn't stand out too much. It's not in your face. It's not one that everyone would probably look at first if they come into the room. They'll probably pick a few other ones up. But that one there's just something about it. It's nothing like any other sets that I've got, to put that way.
Yeah, and I think it's more importantly as well is the price that you got it for, because if I remember correctly, it was only like around 30 quid or something like that. So you're talking the standard price of what a 4K release, and you got this fucking incredible set.
It is
It's
incredible.
amazing. It really is. It really is.
Yeah. So
How was your audio side in that one? Just out of curiosity, was your audio okay? Because there was issues with audio being out of sync.
mine actually played back. It starts off at the end. No, it was all right. It was okay. I knew
It's fine.
there
Yeah.
was issues with it because we were talking about that, weren't we? I was saying to you, what happens if mine
Yeah.
is wrecked, so I can get a replacement. But I put it on, it was all right. I didn't need a
Yeah.
replacement disc.
Mine was the same. Right. We'll move on. Stephen Macy just mentioned there, Jeff Goldblum was in Death Wish 1. Lawrence Fishburne was in Part 2.
Well, it was close anyway.
Oh, thank you very
that?
much, Michael. You fucking dancer. That's the one. The movie I was trying to describe to you earlier. Tourist Trap. I think it might be late 70s, early 80s slasher movie, John. Check it out. I think you'll like it.
Yes, I think it might be 81. It used to be over here. I remember it was in CEX for about 30 quid because it went out of print. I think it was on 88. So I said to John Hall, just talking about it, he says, don't get the one from 88. It's been cut. I know, right? So I was always after an uncut one. Never got round to it. But I'm hoping that it's going to get And I'm not going to say it's a video nasty, but I think it was always talked about in the video nasty, realm. I haven't
Okay.
seen it, so that's why I didn't recognize it. But yeah, it's a title I'm after.
Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy it. Definitely right up your street. The minute I seen it, I said to myself, John will
Oh, yeah.
fucking love this one.
Yeah.
And Michael went on to say as well, Shogun Assassin is my most wanted 4K. I've never seen the movie. I know of it, but I've never seen it. Have you, John?
Oh yeah, absolutely brilliant. I've got the Criterion. Funny enough, that's it's not 4K, but it's a Blu-ray, and it looks absolutely beautiful. And but the interesting story of Shogun Assassin is it is a video nasty, banned video nasty. It's obviously
Really?
Shogun, and it's really brutal. It's
Wow.
1972.
Wow.
But what they did was, which is nuts, they took two films, early 70s films, the sixth in the series, The Lone Wolf and Babe and Cart. It's this Shogun goes off with his young son, and he goes on like it's off a manga comic, but they go off and they just go killing, and they've got like this baby cart that's got like knives that comes out the wheels and chops people's feet off when they're going along down the hill and that.
Right.
But it's really over the top. But what they did was they took the first two Lone Wolf films. It does make sense, but it doesn't really make sense that they cut them in half, stuck them together. They put a new soundtrack on, which sounds like something from a computer game from the 80s, like a Commodore 64 game. Honestly, it sounds nuts, but it works. And then it's got like a voiceover of the young kid, which is not in the original film, is talking about, oh, me and my dad went out and we bumped into these people that didn't like them, so we just chopped them up and stuff like that.
Wow.
But it's great. And it's so violent and so gory. Actually, do you know when, Kill Bill? You seen Kill Bill?
Oh, yeah.
And I think maybe Kill Bill 2. And he goes, Bill, he goes to they put the film on, they're watching the film.
Yes.
The film, and they're watching Shogun Assassin.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I knew it kind of sounded familiar. That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. It looked great in 4K.
Arthur done to say, he was just, tourist trap. Thanks again, Arthur, for that. We got Mike here again saying, have you heard that Kino Lorber 4K releases of Dante's Peak and Daylight have been cancelled? Apparently, few copies of Daylight slipped through, though. Yes, Mike. The lads over at HD Movie Source, Carol, he actually reviewed Daylight. And I have no idea what's going on because I'm almost certain Carol said that the picture quality was fantastic on it. He said the audio was fantastic as well. So there was no issues. So I don't know what the hell is going on. Do I dare say they lost the licensing to them and they had to recall? I don't know. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that, John?
No, didn't hear about that at all.
Yeah. Do you know what's very, very heartbreaking about that? The Dante's Peak release in particular, because the Blu-ray that we have for that movie is shocking. Right. It's like it's one of those DNR Blu-rays. It's horribly DNR'd. So I think everyone was hoping that we were going to get a 4K disc, 4K release, kind of worthy of the movie. So unfortunately, it's not going to happen.
Bummer.
Yeah. And then we got Andy Martin here saying Fright Night 2 is coming. There's no confirmation of what format. They have the rights, but still reviewing the elements. It's all about that original source material. How bad is it? How good is it? Hopefully, okay.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
He is hoping.
Absolutely. We got Logan here again saying, Keith, did you read the script for the planned Jeepers Creepers 3 Cathedral? It came to life. If that came to life, could it be one of the greatest horror trilogies? Director aside, first two are classics for me. No, I didn't actually check out the script for the planned third movie. I'm doing everything in my power right now, Logo, to actually block out the third movie that we ended up getting, which was absolute garbage. But there is the first two were fantastic. The first one in particular, I thought it was very fresh. It felt like you were in the presence of another great character, the likes of Freddy Krueger and Michael Myers with the creeper, and they delivered a solid sequel to it as well. But it just fell apart. I think there was a 4th part, if I remember correctly, as well, and that was supposed to be. It's almost torturous to look at, so I passed on it. John, are you a fan of the Jeepers Creepers series?
Never seen any of them, actually.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Without going into too much thing, it's the director, isn't it? Once I found out.
Yeah, I completely understand that.
I'm not going to go into too many details, but I found out I hadn't seen the film and I heard good things about it. Not saying I didn't, and it was on my list to see. And then I heard about the story, and then I thought, right, so I just didn't go there. If it'd been the other way around, I might feel differently. I know I can separate the art from the incident and all that. I can do that in mind, but it just the way it happened, I just thought, no, I'd rather not.
I get that. Like I'm
not saying that if anyone's visited it, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying, personally, the way it worked out for us, I just stood away.
I always say the same thing when it comes to Jeepers Creepers. Those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people worked in that movie, thousands maybe, and I don't think their work should be ruined because of one man. That's the kind of the way I look at it. So that's the comfort I get from watching those movies. But yeah, I understand why people want to stay away from them as well. I completely get it.
I have got the first one. I have got the first one. It's still sealed actually. So there you go. So
wow. Again, if you ever do bring yourself to it, I think you will. If you could bring yourself to it, you will love the movie. No question about it. Yeah. We got Papa Slaw here just saying prayer of the Roller Boys. It stars Corey Haim and Patricia Arquette, John.
Right. Yeah. Right. Fair enough. That rings a bell now. I have definitely seen it. I'm a big fan of Corey Haim. Patricia Arquette is good as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The two Coreys, I've got a big retro thing with them.
Yeah.
But I don't mind. I mean, Corey Feldman these days, he's made himself into a bit of a laughing stock, if I'm honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do know that the blokes that I know from, do you know Lonely Tree Entertainment, Steve Mason? He's spoken to him in the flesh, Corey Feldman, quite a few times, and he's quite friendly with him in a way. Even when he comes across to the UK, he will meet up with him, and he said he's not he doesn't do himself any favors with what he chooses to do, but he's not as bad as ever he's portrayed to be. He said he's quite the opposite, but unfortunately, once you get painted with a certain brush, and if you go and do something really crazy on stage, it might be done in sarcastically, but it doesn't come across that way, I mean, he's done the whole thing where he takes the microphone stand off and he knocks himself out of the microphone. He's trying to be cool, and so he's done a few howlers. But
and didn't he not do something there very recently as well with a big, huge guitar solo? And he just was not playing the guitar. You could tell he wasn't. Wasn't there something like that?
He can't play the guitar. He can't play the guitar. But sometimes he can say he's doing it ironically, as if to say, "I'm totally hopeless at it," and just look at me. But other times it doesn't come across. I think if he does it, say if I don't know who couldn't play it, would do it ironically, and you get it. People aren't getting him at all, and I don't know if it's a hard one to. Is he really that bad or not? I don't think
that's what I'm saying. Do you think he's doing it? Is there a chance that maybe he's doing it all on purpose, just so we could stay in the public eye?
There's a very big possibility. This could be all him doing it as a bit of fun, a bit of a wind up.
Yeah, absolutely,
possibly. Yeah, possibly. But there was the element that he is actually trying to be really legit with it. It's totally cringe,
Yeah, I get that.
He's walked the fine line, put it that way, and I don't think it's paying off for him that good.
No, I get that. We got Sean Sheridan, donating a €1 super thanks. Well, thank you again, Sean. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much, mate. We got Andy Martin here saying P2 is on Blu-ray in the UK. No, it's not, Andy. I think it came out in Germany. I'm hoping if that's true, I'll fucking pick it up. But the only time I seen P2 was on a German release of it, and if I remember correctly, the German release can be very hard to get hold of, particularly the media book release of it. But I'll look into it, Andy. If it's released in the UK on Blu-ray, I will absolutely be all over that. Definitely recommend checking that one out, John, as well. I think you'd love it. It's all
What is P2?
P2 is parking level 2. It's held in a parking garage or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
In a building. It's held on Christmas Eve, I think I remember correctly. A girl goes down into her car. She gets grabbed by this fella, and he's kind of holding her. And it's a case of survival, trying to escape from this fella, but there's no way out of this parking level. It's a good. I tell you, there is some very bad scenes in it though. Some very, very bad scenes, which I'm not going to get into. But there is some horrible stuff. We got Papa Sloth here saying, John, I agree with Puppet Masters. I had to import the Full Moon box set direct from Full Moon Pictures. The Subspecies Wooden Coffin box set is awesome. The Gingerbread Man collection is releasing. Okay, what's that one then? The Gingerbread Man collection.
There's another comment underneath that says the end of that one. Just part of that one.
It's in a cookie tin set.
Great. I'm a big fan of. I've seen them. Well, all the ones I've seen, I've enjoyed a lot, and that would be amazing to have the. I know there is ways to get it, but they're not cheap. You know, and it's a shame because they should. I'm not saying they should be cheap, but they should be available. You know, there's nothing worse when you see a set that's been out for that long, and the low budget stuff, and they're entertaining, but they're not. It's weird that there can be so much when you say there should be really. I know you've got like a big presentation box. That's fair enough, but there should be a nice little cheap one of it or cheap.
Yeah.
If you want to do.
Yeah, I get that. He went on to say as well, have you watched the documentary on Deep Blue Sea 4K release? It has nothing to do with the movie. It's hilarious. Really? That's strange. See, that's the problem sometimes with special features, that when they have no idea for special features, they throw on something that's really pointless and meaningless, just so they can say they have features. But no, I haven't gotten the 4K release, mate. I'll know in a week and a half. Oh my God. We got Connor Gray. Good morning from Japan, lads. Hungover, but I'm here.
Wow.
You should say. He sent me a video. And he was just sitting in a restaurant, and he was there, and he was like, I ordered something. He had no idea what he ordered. He said it could be sheep's penises, donkey bollockses. He didn't know what it was.
I couldn't do that. I know what you're saying. The stuff they get from there could be, God knows what. Yeah.
But he's having a great time. He was actually at Mount Fuji today, I think it was. Yeah. He's seen it all. He's having a great time. He is. Fair play to you, Connor. Thanks for stopping by.
I would love to go to Japan, if I'm honest. I wouldn't eat anything, but I would love to go there.
Yeah, I would love to as well. It's amazing. We got Mike here saying I can beat Keith's Criterion Collection. I have 2 titles. Actually, I could do one better, Mike, because the 4 titles that I have, they were given to me as gifts. I never bought them. So technically, I never bought a Criterion release.
So what did you think of the ones you got, though, Keith? Did you think that they were a good picture quality and stuff?
Oh my God, John! I sat down. The first one I watched, and I was absolutely blown away by the picture quality. Carnival of Souls. Oh my God! And the movie was very good. It's a bit out there. It's a bit odd, but the picture quality. It was one of those picture qualities where I was like, yeah, you don't need a 4K release of this. Just leave it be with the Blu-ray. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then I watched Cat People after that one, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. Now I'm not going to lie. The picture was I think the picture was decent on it, if I remember correctly, but nothing near like the Carnival of Souls. And the other ones I've got is the 2 I haven't watched yet is Lost Highway and the Night of the Hunter. It's the other one. So
Night the Hunter is amazing.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. Robert
Right.
Mitchum.
Right. Okay. Is the Lost Highway? That's the Bill Pullman movie, isn't it?
Yeah. David Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to check that one out as well.
I haven't seen that one. Well, I have. I think I have, but I don't know. I can't remember it either. I haven't seen it, but it's one of the ones I want to watch. I think there's two that I haven't watched from David Lynch. I'm going to get round to them. But Night the Hunter, do you know anything about it at all?
No, not at all.
Robert Mitchum's character in that is one of the best characters you'll ever see in the film. It's
Really?
so iconic. Nobody talks about it, but it's so iconic. Yeah, he's a priest with love and hate tattooed on his knuckles.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Oh
Fair
yeah,
enough.
and he is menacing in that film. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Right, because I did recently, funny enough, I did buy a movie on 4K, believe it or not, and it was called It might be called Night of the Hunted, or Night of the Hunter. It's a girl trapped. She's trapped in it's a garage, like this
Oh yeah,
garage.
yeah.
Yeah, it's actually it was actually a very good watch. A little too kind of, there was a bit of that kind of political wokiness to it, which I could have done without
Okay.
in it. But other than that, yeah, it was great. It was very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Ash, €10 super thanks. Don't want to sound like a broken record, but you deserve it, mate. Ash, you are unbelievable, mate. Ash is very busy. He works in he works in a hospital, and he
Oh,
doesn't get to watch many YouTube channels and YouTube
yeah.
videos for that matter. And for some strange reason, he found me. Luckily enough, he found me, and he's been commenting on my videos ever since the first day he found me. And he's just unbelievable. He's so supportive, and not only that, but I've so much respect for people like himself. So thank you again,
Yeah.
Ash. That is so incredibly kind of you, mate. I
Yeah.
hope you're doing well, by the way. Thank you again.
Mhm.
73 people watching, John. Unreal.
I hope
And I
you're
just
not at
realized that
work.
I just realized that we're gone past the 4 hour mark. Sorry, John. I was meant to get back to you. Sometimes it's hard to fucking remember. What way are
Well,
you?
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do 4.5. Is that all right? And
We'll do
then
4.5.
because we'll another 4.5 minutes. No, we'll, so it gives you time to sort of because that's the other thing, which is the sort of one of the bittersweet elements to a stream. If you want to stay on to get all the comments, you've got to really do a 10-hour stream.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is
impossible.
way beyond me. I would love to do one. Don't get us wrong. I'm having a blast with this one. But if I stop till 4.5, then we can sort of say, give everybody a thing.
Yeah,
Is that okay? I hope
yeah,
that's all right with everybody. But
yeah.
and if you're up for it, Keith, sometime in the future when the stars align again in about maybe 10 years' time, we'll do another one.
Of course, I'll be up for it. You know I would be. Assuming that I'm still on YouTube by the time it comes around, but we'll see.
It'll be a last video, me and you.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll wrap up at exactly 4 hours 30 minutes long. 30 minutes. So everyone that's watching, 72 people watching again. We'll be finishing up in exactly 17 minutes. So thanks again.
Thanks everybody. I've got to say, thanks to Keith for doing this, having this type of stream going on, which is
it's my pleasure.
amazing.
My
and
pleasure.
also thanks to everybody who's come along and just been support. Give us some really excellent comments, mate. I've got to say, some really head scratches as well.
Absolutely.
Which is always good to get, but they've been great. Kept it going, really.
I agree. Ash, sorry, Mike did confirm, by the way, John, that RoboCop did get remastered from Criterion.
I'm starting to think myself. I'm sure I'm right, but I thought I'm wrong now. Cheers, mate.
We got is it Napoleon? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Big fan of Criterion's Gummo, a very extreme movie by their standards. I never heard of that. Did you, John?
I've heard of it. I've seen it. It is a bit weird, mate. Gummo. Criterion are so weird because they'll put out films like that, and you think, wow, they are extreme. I mean, obviously they put out what do you know the one Pink Flamingos they did in the UK.
Oh, Jesus, right, okay.
And then I think the first ever one that I might be wrong on this one. No, the first one that got out was the Seven Samurai. I think that was Spain #1. And I
Right.
think one of the earlier ones they did was Salo, 120 Days of Sodom, which is
Right.
wow. And you thought, Criterion have done this one? I mean, it's massively out of print now, but yeah, it's they do some, and there's another one as well. I've got it called. There's another one that you got severely reprimanded for bringing in the country. It was in the realm of the senses, Eno Corrida.
Wow.
Yeah,
Right.
that was, you would say, if you got that one done, you were for it. But it just shows you they're a weird company. They will. I think people think they're a bit too highbrow, but they do go for a lot of different stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to keep your hat
Absolutely.
off them for that. Yeah.
Absolutely. We got just a message here for you as well from Tommy Lee. He says, "Hey John, great to have you on the stream. I recently found your channel and subbed. Of course, your content is awesome.
Right.
Currently watching your live streams. My favorite video is your Friday the 13th ranking. As
Right,
you know, John's a prime example of how, depending on what mood you're in, that ranking can change all the time.
massively.
It can-
When I
yeah,
did it, I've got to say, when I did the ranking and I did the re-ranking, because I watched them, actually the re-ranking was, this is what I think about on the day I did it. I thought this is where I would put them, and then I went and re-ranked them. Is when I watched them for the first time in a couple of years. I think it was. I like to watch them once every year, but I hadn't done them for 3 years anyway. So I went back and I watched that. And when, spoiler alert, when part 5 was actually number 2, and I thought, I did honestly think at the time, I thought, should I put this out like that? Because I think I might really upset a lot of people. But I thought, no, that's the honest way it was.
yeah.
Five could come down a bit. It might even go to number 1. I don't know. I don't think it will do.
Mm.
But I love doing that. That's one of my favorite things to do. I wish I could do it every year. I think people get sick of it, like, but I appreciate the fact that it's good. I don't know about you, Keith, but is it good to hear when somebody just comes on and leaves a comment about a video that you might have forgot all about, or one from a couple of weeks or years that you've thought you put out, and then somebody, as it takes the time out to just say, I like that one. You're like, oh wow.
It actually happened to me very recently. A regular of mine, John Fitzpatrick, his name is. He went all the way back to my videos where I was behind the camera, and he sent me a message saying that it was the Lord of the Rings set that I unboxed, and he said, "I just found this video, Keith, from yours. I never knew you'd done it, and he said you've inspired me now to go out and buy the set." And he went out and he bought it. He sent me an email like 3 days ago, and he just got it through the door along with the Hobbits as well. So it's kind of very strange that these people can actually almost remind you of videos that you done that you kind of forgotten about. And that's
you're right.
It's a great thing. It really is. It's very odd. It's odd. It's very strange. It's surreal. It's yeah. It's appreciated though as well. Most importantly.
But I honestly think that it's hard one to put into words. But if anybody's thinking about, we say this all the time, anyone's thinking about getting a channel going, and you do it, and then the only way to describe it is actually to have it happen to yourself. So if say you want to be a new channel and you do that, and then you're in the same position maybe a year down the line, and someone says, "Hey, I remember that video you put out in the first week of when you were going, and it was this one." You'll understand how we feel, because sometimes it's hard to put into words, but it is surreal to think, like when Gordon Dryden saw us that first time in CX, and he was like, Are you Mondo Chelloveck? And I was like, until that happens, you can think of this is how I'm going to act, or this is how it's going to feel. But until it happens, you have no idea. And when it does happen, it's I don't know, I can't describe it, but I would love people who have experienced that yourselves. You're walking down the street, well, you don't walk down the street, but you're in somewhere and somebody goes, hang on. And you're like, wow.
I've never experienced it myself, but I think one of the best things I did experience on YouTube was a wife of a gentleman. His name was Michael. He contacted me and she says, she contacted me on Instagram, and she went, Keith, and it was very strange when she said this to me. She says, "Do you mind me asking how much you charge for a personal thank you video?"
Yeah.
I was like, I think I thought she was taking the piss, and I was like, "You what?" And she was like, do you charge to do like thank you videos?" And I was like, "Well, who wants a thank you from me?" And she went, "My husband. He's a huge fan of your channel.
Yeah.
He's nervous. He doesn't want to comment. He's always like nervous that he just doesn't want to." And I was like, "That's bad." And she says, "How much would you charge?" And I said, "I charge nothing." I says, "What's his? Give me his full name." And I gave him his full. She gave me the full name, and she says, "Is there any chance I can ask you to thank the two daughters as well? Can you make it out that my two daughters, it was their idea for you to do this?" So she gave me the two daughters' name. She gave me his name and her name, and I put out a video to for around 3 minutes long, and I sent it to her. And then one day later, she sent me the video of him reacting to seeing it. So it was very, very strange, to say the least. It was a beautiful thing. It really was.
There's a lot of things as well. I think you'll agree with this, Keith. There's a lot of things that YouTube bring to your life that happen. I mean, you see what's going on today. You see what we're talking about when you're watching this. There's a lot of things go on behind the scenes that are so great that probably don't even get talked about on videos.
No.
Nobody knows about. But they're there. It's all part of the gift of YouTube that you've got. That's behind the scenes, but brilliant. There's a lot more. If you think you're going to do a channel, all you're going to do is just talk to the camera and say hello. That's the end of my video. Answer some comments, and that's the end of it. Far from it. It's just a tip of the iceberg, isn't it?
No, it really is. I kind of look back at YouTube now, and for one person alone, and I'm hoping someday I'll get to be able to talk about it, but I won't do it until this man gives me his permission, and I will never force him to do it. But when I look back at my YouTube now, I feel that this was all worth doing for Conor Gray. When he told me, people are always wondering why Conor sends me the gifts that he sends me. Well, if you knew the story behind why he's doing that, you'll be, yeah, it's mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. But again, I'll never get into it. I am going to get Conor on a stream. If Conor wants to talk about it, I'm going to let him talk about it. If he doesn't, I'm not going to force him. I'm not even going to bring it up. But if he wants to say it on the stream, he can go ahead and do it. But I always look back at YouTube now and go, well, there's a few things. I could get very mushy here now and say that if I didn't do YouTube, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to John, who is hands down my closest friend on YouTube. We've been with each other now since, Jesus, I think you were only a month on YouTube when I discovered you and I found you. And it's a weird thing. It's a very strange thing. You just know. It was very early, and it's one of those things where you kind of watch a person's videos and you just know that you're going to click with the person. And I think you had your first couple of videos out. I think that I very nervously rang you, done a video call, and you answered, and then that was it. The rest is fucking history. It's just
and ironic, that was the first time I saw your face.
Yeah, that's right.
You went in front of the camera.
Yeah, and funny enough, you have him to thank for bringing me to the front of the camera, because it was John that actually convinced me to do so. He was right. He says behind the camera is only going to get you so far, but people need a face with the name. They need a face with the voice. Yeah. And funny enough, it's kind of how I feel sometimes about the way these streams that we're doing. These streams that I'm going to be doing when it comes to my subscribers and all that, it's a great way. It's like I said, they're names on a screen, and you kind of want to put a face to it and a name to it, and that's what these streams are kind of designed for. So I just hope it kind of works. I hope it works out. But yeah, there's just so many positives to it.
What's that? Intrigued. I'm intrigued about the whole dynamics of it, because you'll be seeing somebody for the first time you'll know the person, Conor Gray, but you'll be the first
Yeah.
time you'll see him, and he'll have a way to
Yeah.
talk about what he's anything, answer the comments.
Oh, absolutely.
It could be somebody's, say for instance, and you know how it is, Keith, when you first start off and your channel's not getting noticed, nobody knows who you are. You've got to kind of work at it to get a presence that people can say, oh, yeah, I've seen his stuff before, I'll watch the next one. Or you actually get on to the people. You don't just, your first video isn't seen by the world. It's like a tiny percentage, because don't forget, YouTube are controlling all this. So they'll send you, they'll put you up. If they think you're going to be something, they'll put you some place, you know. It's all about their algorithms, which I don't understand. So we start off from scratch. Now, these people who are on, who maybe want to get a channel or anything, it'll take them a long time, you know, could do, to get to the platform to a level that they could do this at this level. You know, I'm not saying they'll never do that at all, but, you know, it takes a bit of stuff. We've all been there. We've all started out. But these people are going to get a taste of, you know, going on a stream that's like big and interactive, and they can get a blast
Absolutely.
from it. So they can see a little bit of a taste of what's to come. So you've shown them in a way to say, look, this is what you can achieve, you know, if you just keep, you know, plugging away at it, and it'll happen when it happens. And I think that's quite a bit of a unique thing to knowledge you can get about YouTube, an experience should you get. It might not be something that the person wants to continue with, fair enough, but it'll be a unique experience for that person, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like if anything, like, you know, if the hope is that they'll come on and they'll have a good time of it, they'll enjoy it. And if they felt that it was easy enough and they were confident enough, that maybe then they'll be confident enough to put a channel together and become part of this. And hopefully someday I'll be a guest on their future streams. You know, so there's a beauty to it all. There really is.
And
now,
if anybody's coming on your stream and you are nervous, we were all utterly really nervous at the time. So it is usual to feel that way.
I'm
In fact,
still
I was
fucking
nervous
nervous.
coming on tonight. Yeah, I was nervous coming on tonight. I mean, not really with Keith, but you still get the nerves.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone that's seen my last stream knows if you look at the end of it, the nerve still plays a huge role with me. So, so don't be letting that kind of put you off it. Now I just want to put in here. Now we're coming up to 3 minutes away from the half mark. 4 hours 30. So we are going to be wrapping up now in a few minutes, folks. So if you do want to put in is our good nights, I recommend doing it now. But John, I just wanted to quickly put in here. We got Michael here just saying you probably won't get to this message, but just in case, hope you're both well. Well, Michael, we got to it. Thank you so much, mate.
Mikey has the best Evil Dead collection in the world for me.
Oh my God, Michael, I've done an Evil Dead video, and you're going to just laugh at you're going to laugh at my video. That's why you're going to fucking laugh at it. When I was actually putting it together, I was down. All I kept thinking about was Michael and how much he's going to be like looking at this and going, fucking piddly shit compared to what I have.
I didn't think I'd get a hold of it. I probably showed us on quite a few things, but I'm gonna give this to Mikey. This is something he hasn't actually got.
Oh shit! Look at that.
The Evil Dead 4.
2. Oh, 4, right? So I didn't. Oh, very nice. Wow.
Misfits bootleg of one of their gigs.
Wow.
It's awful quality, and I told him, I says it's just a bootleg quality. And I think it's red vinyl, I think. But anyway, I said it a while ago. I said I'd send it to him. But I'm still going to send you that, Mikey. Don't forget. It's still there.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I just couldn't believe it. I've got Summit. I mean, it's got nothing to do with the Evil Dead. It's just got the name on it, you know. But I thought. So that's my claim to fame, giving him Summit.
There you go. Absolutely. How often can someone actually say that about Michael and his fucking collection? Not many.
Yeah.
Like Sam Raimi wouldn't even have a fucking collection like Michael's. It's ridiculous.
No, you're right.
It's true. Honestly, I know it is. Yeah.
We've talked about before, but if Mike got a channel and started showing his thing off, he'd probably have the biggest channel in the world.
I've never seen it. If Michael sent me pictures of his Evil Dead collection, and it took me 4 days to try and comprehend everything that was going on in the pictures. You are zooming in and you are trying to find every little thing. It's extraordinary. And I think it's safe to say that he loves the Evil Dead series. I think it's safe to say that.
Really?
It's no, it's a hard shock. Imagine having that collection and saying that you hate the movies.
Yeah, just got it for a
John,
laugh.
I just wanted to quickly acknowledge this. This just came in now as well. Unbelievable. Andy, £10 super thanks. It's unfucking believable. Get yourself a beer, lads. What's your favorite David Lynch film? And did you watch Twin Peaks? Cheers. Well, thank you again, Andy. That is incredibly generous. And thanks to everyone, by the way, for your super thanks tonight. It's been unbelievable. Fair play to you. So yeah, John, your favorite David Lynch movie?
Eraserhead with a bullet. Although I love them all the ones I've seen. There's two I haven't seen, and I think they're all great. I think he's one of the most unique directors of all time, and there'll never ever be another David Lynch. Don't care who tries, they'll never do it. He was a one-off. And did I watch Twin Peaks? Yes, I did, and I absolutely loved it. So yeah, everything he did was, even the stuff which was like that nuts you couldn't understand it, I didn't care. Eraserhead you can't understand, I don't care because it's that good.
Believe it or not, my favorite movie by him is the one movie that is probably seen as his least is Dune. Believe it or not, I love Dune, almost to the point that I actually struggle to watch the new movies. Believe it or not, I'm a huge fan of Dune, and I have a huge nostalgia connection to it as well.
I like the way it looks.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That Dune set you get. My God, remember that one? The one you've got.
It's over in the corner there. Yeah.
I'm pointing to it like, oh, it's just over there.
It's a great movie. It is. But thank you again, Andy, for that. I just want to get through just a couple of comments here. You can get a friend's mention. No, there was just one here from Matthew Lombard. He was just saying, hey, Keith, I hope you're well. And plus, it's nice to have John, a.k.a. Mondo Chelloveck, as a guest on the stream. Liking it so far, Keith. It's actually Death Wish 3 with his 40. Yeah, we go. The gun that I was talking about. Yeah. Is it Will Be or something like that? Will Be. I can't remember the name of it. He does give it a name.
Yeah,
he does.
It's but I remember the gun was just massive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's a hand cannon. Right, so I'm going to just scroll down to the bottom here, John, and we'll start. Oh, wait a minute. There is someone here that I absolutely want to read out. We got Christian. Christian, good night, guys. Glad I came in the last minute to see you live. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Christian, thank you so much. He always stops in, and whenever Christian leaves a comment, I always make it my mission to get to it. He's a good lad. And once again, another person who works in a hospital. There's so many of them. Good lad. Very good lad. Right, so just let me get to the good nights, John, and then we'll start wrapping this up. There is actually, I just wanted to read this one. Someone was asking about you, John. It's a fellow named Nathan Bartley. He says, John and Keith, long-time subscribers of both of you. You may have covered this as I'm late to the party, but how is your health, John? I hope you're good.
Yeah, well, we touched upon it. It's no secret. I've never been shy with it because I've got multiple sclerosis, which I was diagnosed with in January 2024. I mean, well, you know, Keith, I was telling you all about it. And it's fatigue. That's the only, well, I'm saying the only thing I've got at the minute which is affecting us is fatigue. So I'm fit and able to a certain extent, and I'm getting infusions for it, which means I have my medication delivered like in liquid form. So I have steroids, then I have this infusion, which I had in 2 goes this month, last month, should I say. Knocked us for 6 on the day afterwards, but it was all right. Didn't hurt or anything like that. In fact, the funny story was, I have a laugh when I think about this. When we were in the second infusion, you're in a bay, so there's lots of people getting infusions, and to be honest, all the people in it are young. It happens to young girls, you know, teenagers, much more than older people like me. In fact, the doctor said I'd had it for about 20 years, believe it or not, at least 15, 20 years. So we were sitting in the, so it's it's not as bad as I would have thought, because this medication will hopefully keep me on the straight and narrow. So I'm very upbeat about it, as well as you can be. I'm not all doom and gloom about it. And to end on a sort of humorous note about this whole thing, and I really appreciate you saying that, Nathan, for taking the time out to sort of just ask about it, because I don't mind talking about it at all. It's not a taboo subject in my house. In fact, Deborah keeps saying to me, "Why do you keep telling him when you've got multiple sclerosis?" When I go up, because people haven't seen for a while, I say, "How are you?" And I say, "I've got MS." I go, "Really?"
Mm-hmm.
They look at you like to say there's nothing changed. And I goes, "Well, I haven't really, but I'm just tired. We can't be show everybody unless you take a pillow around with you all the time. Hey, I'm tired." So anyway, so no, I really appreciate this, Nathan. And when we were in the hospital, he was getting me infusions, so I was on a drip, and I'm sitting there minding my own business, and I could see the bay, and Deborah was with us, and she had a back to the bay, and there was a fella came in with his son, and his son was in a wheelchair, so he put him into a chair with the nurses, and he went and sat in the wheelchair, as a chair, while his son was getting his infusion, and his son had a computer out, and I mean, it sounds a bit wrong to laugh at this, but it was quite humorous. He fell off the chair because he must have been the most accident prone. Actually, he was like Frank Spencer. That's who I
Right.
liken it to.
Right.
So he was in the chair, and he fell off the chair and face planted the desk in front of him.
Oh shit!
The noise was unbelievable. And
Fuck.
Deborah was shocked, and she went, "What happened there?" And I went, "Well, the bloke on the wheelchair, was like, he pulled, the curtain around, and he pulled the curtain off. And then he must have tripped over this wheelchair 1,000 times." I said, "Well, he's just face planted the table that you have to have your stuff on, your drinks and whatnot."
Mm.
So he put his face into one of them. He must have hurt himself. So he's standing, he's going, "I'm all right, everybody. I'm all right." But I've never laughed so much, well,
Wow.
to myself.
Wow.
And I said, "Deborah, I wish I had that on video camera." I mean, he was a decent
I
fella,
believe
but
it.
he should have not been in that ward. I don't know how we
No.
all got out of there alive.
Wow.
So anyways,
Jesus.
but the short story is, I'm all right, just a bit tired. Fatigued.
Absolutely.
Don't say the tired word, say fatigued.
Fatigued. Absolutely.
There
Right,
you
so
go.
we're going to start with actively getting through these good nights now. So we've got Gary North here saying good evening, everyone. Thanks again, Gary. And again, apologies. The one heartbreaking thing about these streams is, and it is horrible, because you try to be on top of the comments as much as you can, even me going through them. And I do apologize if there's comments that I missed, much like the last one I read, where just someone is wanting to know about someone's health. I'm so sorry. I swear, it is so hard to find everything. So apologies for that. I try my absolute best to find, comments that really do stand out that you need to read out, and I hope you kind of you understand that. So we got Ash here as well saying, "Thank you guys for another great stream. John is a very decent guy. Always great to get to know a Hammer fan like myself. I do hope that the infusions therapy will help you deal with the MS." There you go, John. And he knows exactly what he's talking about as well. So.
Yes.
We got Stephen as well. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, sorry, go on ahead, John.
No, I'm just saying, the infusion thing is the thing that they're doing now, which, if it works, and I think it's going to work, they're going to test us I think I've got a test actually coming up to speak to someone about to see how it's working out for us. I know the tablets I had didn't work out for us at all, so it took us off us immediately and put us on to the only thing I would say is, and I've said this before on a video, and this is one of the reasons why I wouldn't stay on for another 12 hours. I could do it. If I could, I would do a 12-hour stream now, because this is like Moorish, I think. I don't want it to end, but you've got to call quits sometime, because you'll be like a basket case tomorrow. I will say, and I've talked about this before, that unfortunately, my speech doesn't go well with a long thing. And when I'm tired in the mornings, when I do a video, if I'm too tired, I can't get my words out properly. So I can
I can even vouch for you for that, because it's happened a few times on the I get that.
Yeah, so and it's just the fact that I can't do anything about it. So when I'm tired, I do tend to slur a bit. So that's another reason why I do this, because if we go to 12 hours, you might be saying, Christ almighty, you'll be not understand the word I'm saying. So,
I'm
unfortunately,
sorry.
that might be good.
I
But,
don't mean to be laughing. Sorry. I am
no, it
picturing
doesn't
you
matter.
after
I
12
laugh
hours.
every time.
Sorry.
You've got to laugh at it because you just think to yourself, my God, am I actually coming out with those words?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always going, where's me ladders? I've got to get me ladders, man, into it because every time I open me gob, I'm where's me ladders? Michael. So, but no, it's just a fact life. I can't get over it. But I do know sometimes when I get the slur going on, I think it's about time to call it quits. But if I could, and this is due to the people in the comments and the fantastic comments I've got and the people who are just great out there, I would stay on for about a week if I could.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
I don't think they realize that. I've said it about so many times on my streams, but your streams are only as good as your comment section, and thankfully, I have the greatest comment section any streamer could ever possibly hope for. It's not even just the questions; it's just the way that everyone is mingling with each other in the comment section. It seems like it just comes across that everyone's having a good time, and that makes me happy.
That's
It
all you
puts the
want.
biggest smile on my face. It really does.
Yeah.
So moving on anyway, we got Stephen Colgan here saying, night, guys. Thank you again, Stephen, for stopping by. We've also got Alan Meggs here saying, outstanding stream tonight, Keith. Your usual fun and enthusiastic self. John, you've been wonderful, engaging company. Come back soon. The community continues to thrive and prosper. Proud to be part of it.
Yeah.
That man's a fucking poet. I tell you one thing, he knows how to put a smile on your face. He really, really does. He's unbelievable, and I've all the time in the world for him. We got Sean here as well saying, "Night, gents. Most enjoyable evening once again." Thank you, Sean. Really do appreciate it, man. We got Adam. Adam, mate, if you did leave a comment, because again, Adam's a regular, and I didn't read anything from him tonight. So, Adam, if I missed a comment, again, mate, it can't be helped, unfortunately. Good night, gents. Apologies for missing most of it. Oh, God, there we go. He didn't. So, we'll enjoy watching it back. All the best, and catch on the next one. Thank you again, Adam. Really do appreciate it.
Cheers, Adam.
We got Al Humphreys here saying as well, night, Keith and John. Bye, everyone. Take care. All the very best. Al, it was great seeing you on the stream again tonight. Another regular, John. Lovely lad. We got Matthew here as well. Great stream tonight, Keith and John, as your special guest. All the best, guys. Thanks again, Matthew. Of course, Matthew. We got Jer here as well. Great stream tonight, lads. Really enjoyed it. Thank you again, Jer. Hope you're busy. Hope you're enjoying that whiskey. It seems like that comment is okay. I think he's okay, John. I think he's sober.
I don't think he's been on the whiskey tonight.
We got Slipknot here saying, "See you later, everyone. All the best, mate." We got Aaron O'Sullivan as well. Night, lads. Really enjoyed the stream. Well, thank you so much, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron.
Really do appreciate it. To all the other great lads in the stream, good night and have a great weekend. See you next time. All the best, Ash. Thanks again for the super thanks, mate.
Yeah.
We got Mikey back here again saying, "Every Evil Dead collection is awesome. Great to see you both. Getting my Evil Dead Holy Grail tape in the next couple of days. Original Palace V2000 release. Been after one for 30 plus years. Unbelievable. And now you've got Evil Dead 4 on vinyl."
You haven't, but you're going to get it after about a year of me saying I'm going to get it to you, but I will get it to you. That'll be the crown and jewels.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Honestly, if I could I know there was a few things I was saying to Mikey about, have you got this, have you got that? I used to have this, I used to have got that. And he was just going, there you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. You know, not saying I was like stumped or anything, or he was said, oh, I already wanted that. But I was just telling about things I remember from my childhood, Commodore 64 game, all that type of thing. Obscure stuff to me. He's just going, bang, 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 bang. I was going, unbelievable. Unreal.
He's amazing. He really is.
We got one thing as well. Mikey is one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet on YouTube. I'm not just saying that because he's a good friend, but he's such a nice bloke.
I remember when you've done the Evil Dead special that time with him on. I really did want to come on to that one. I really did. But it's never my place to ask to go on one, but I really wanted to be on that one.
Well, I tell you what, there's every chance there'll be a part 2 of that one. And well, every chance he's got enough to do part 670. with him because he's got that much stuff. So I'm sure you'll get to be on there.
I
Definitely.
love it. I would love it. We got Nampang Films here saying, I missed most of the stream. Cut the last 10 minutes. I'll watch back a bit back. Good night, guys. Well, thank you so much, Mish. I'm just happy that you stopped by to say hello. All the best. And Mikey went on to say, good night, fellas. Hope to see you both soon. All the best, mate. Thanks again. Steve here as well. It's been absolutely great listening to you both chatting away tonight. Thanks as always for always replying to messages and for your continuing to provide great content for all of us to enjoy. Well, Steve, it's our absolute pleasure, mate. It's it's we've said it so many times. We love all of this. You know, we love movies and we love talking to people that love movies. That's what part of it, YouTube has been all about. And
actually, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Nick Bensley here saying, hi Keith, John, hope you're well. Keep up the great streams and bids. Thanks again, Nick. All the best, mate. We also got Bonzo Dog here as well saying, thanks Keith and John for a very enjoyable few hours entertainment. Good night to all the best. Thank you so much, mate.
You too, mate.
Another regular as well. Good lad. And we got Andy here just saying, respect John, just go to the flow. Just got to go with the flow. Sorry. There you go.
Well, you do. That's
absolutely.
It. And you just got to get on with it. But, you know, I've had a lot of support from Keith and everybody that you know that I know have supported me through all of this. Constantly, absolutely. You know, being supported with messages, anything I want. This is another thing. Anything I want from these lots, I can get just like that.
Absolutely, 100%.
So Keith, you did say you were going to give me that Alfred Hitchcock thing you've got.
Yeah, is it?
Oh, actually, hang on. Have I touched a nerve?
I'd like to take this moment to finally announce my retirement from YouTube. Good night to you all. We got Gordon here as well saying, good night, boys. Brilliant stream as usual. It's been so long. Can't wait for the next one. Don't want to be a party people, but it wasn't me. You mesh. I know regularly comes to Edinburgh. Maybe one day. Oh, it wasn't Gordon.
Sorry. There's definitely Gordon, but I'm getting. Oh, sorry about that.
All right, shit. Sorry.
But I'm sure he comments on your videos. You know. Sorry about that. But Gordon is definitely the first person I met.
It is a Gordon. It is a Gordon. Yeah.
It is. I've got it written on my phone. You know, it's not as if I'd.
Oh wow!
You know, I'll have to tell you what this is.
I'll tell you one thing. It'd be very fucking strange if it was Gordon Dryden.
You know what? Because I'm sure it is. You know, the name just shows you how many things. I'll tell you when I met him as well.
Okay.
I told you. Well, actually, it was the 27th of the 2nd, 2022. It was the first time I met anybody. And it says underneath, first meeting with Gordon, but I haven't put his second name on.
Ah, shit. Right.
But he could be. I'll try and find out. I think he's on Facebook, you know.
See, Gordon,
so that's how I'm getting mixed up. So
you could have taken credit for all of that, Gordon. You could have taken credit.
I was going to say, I thought you had a lot more hair when I saw you, Gordon. And you didn't have a beard. Anyway, I'm sure you're a good bloke. And if you're ever at Edinburgh, yeah, I am at Edinburgh every now and again. Last time I went to see
Let's make it happen. There you go.
Still
there you go.
One. So yes, we'll definitely do that then. Definitely.
There you go. We got Stephen Macy here saying, great stream, guys. Take care. Thank you so much, Stephen. We got Alan again here saying, good night, lads. Outstanding stream tonight. John, you are wonderfully engaging company. Come back soon. Keep your usual fun, enthusiastic self. Fantastic community that continues to prosper. Night all. Like I said, he's a poet, that fella. He's unbelievable. He really is.
Tell you what, Alan, can you just phone me wife up and tell her what you just said there? You know? Did I get that from her?
Oh, thank you, John. You're so lucky. Oh, I could send her some messages. We got David B here saying, hi, Keaton, John. Hope the stream goes well, guys. Well, we're finishing it up, Dave. Thank you for stopping by, mate. All the best to you. And I think we are down to the last one, and it is Nathan. And it says, so glad all is good. Stay healthy. Love the videos from both of you. Thank you so much, Nathan. So with that said, 52 people watching. If there's a small chance or a small percentage of you that have not already subscribed to John, please, if you could do, go over and throw this man a sub. Trust me, you are subbing to, hands down, the nicest guy you're ever going to likely see on YouTube, and I think you'll get a lot from his videos.
Keith, before I go, I'm just going to put me. You said super chat, £1 million. There you go.
Super chat.
Well, I had to give you something for that one.
Alan Meggs went on. He says, "I talk to her regularly, John." There you go.
There you go.
Aye. Right.
Come on.
Yeah. Right. With that said, I'm going to end this all. So a huge thanks to everyone again for all your interactions tonight. Your amazing comments, all the support. It's been absolutely fantastic. A huge thanks again for John, for the one that's kicking this one off for me, for being my guest.
Yeah.
And a huge thanks for that, John. I really do appreciate it.
That's all right. I've really enjoyed it. Thanks everybody for being so supportive and welcoming. And also, it's great to be on. If you're going to be lucky enough to be one of Keith's guests, when you get on a Keith stream, you will love it, because it is for me. It's much better than me one of my streams.
No,
because you only get them once a year. If you're lucky.
Lucky. There you go. There's your 1 million, John, that you're asking for. Happy days.
There you go.
There you go. Right. With that said, once again, good night to everyone. I hope we'll see you all again in a fortnight's time. And fingers crossed, I might have a new guest on. We'll have to wait and see. So with that said, all the best, and we'll talk to you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.